public hearing is resumed. May I ask for a 1-minute silent prayer? Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the senators in attendance who are physically present, and also later on those in the gallery and those attending virtually. Of course, the Vice Chairman, Senator Pamela Lacson, Senator Francis Tolentino, Chairman of the Committee on Local Government, and Senator Pia Cayetano, Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means. Virtually present are Senators Villanueva, Gordon, Villar, Marcos, Pangilinan, Revilla, Binay, Lapid, Zubiri, Pelon, Hontiveros. We will give priority to those later who were not able to ask their questions the last time. Starting with Senator Binay and Revilla, and the rest later on. In the meantime, this hearing is still conducted in consideration of the privileged speech of Senator Francis Pangilinan and adopted Resolution 79 and proposed resolution numbers 597 and 598. While several of the committee members' questions and clarifications were indeed answered during the previous hearing, this body deemed it necessary to conduct another hearing due to the following reasons. Of course, Senator Bongo is also virtually present already. First, there are lingering questions that beg to be answered, and some information and data revealed last hearing seek further clarifications, particularly in the issue on Sinovac as a cheaper option for the government. Emphasis on cheaper. Do Filipinos really have no choice? Is the tripartite agreement really the only way of the LGUs and private companies to procure vaccines? And on the non-disclosure agreement or confidentiality disclosure agreement relative to the purchase of vaccines, why is it necessary? What specific information are covered by this agreement? Is it more important than the right of the people to be informed? Well, we hope these issues and more will be resolved in this hearing. For those who are asking the reason for the Senate hearing, aside from the resolutions filed, the people want to know. It's as simple as that. Second, we heard the national government convey and discuss the roadmap of the COVID-19 vaccination program, but not yet the insights and valuable inputs from the private sector, the professional organizations, and the local government units. Thus, in today's hearings, we will be hearing what these groups have to say. Third, some of the committee members were not yet able to propound their respective questions, and this will be their chance. And lastly, the public wants to know more and needs to be further informed, as this concerns each one of us. So we hope that today, after today's proceedings, there will be no question left unanswered, by our invited resource persons, the public will be more enlightened, and the government agencies invited will consider the proposals and inputs from the members of this body. With that being said, and before we formally start with the discussion, maybe again request the Secretary to acknowledge the presence of our invited resource persons, both physically present and virtually present, for the record. And afterwards, the Secretary is hereby directed to administer the oath to all those resource persons who haven't taken their oath yet. Secretary Villarica.
Present today in today's hearing are the following resource persons. Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., the Vaccine Czar. From the World Health Organization, Dr. Rabindra Abhiyasinghe. From the Department of Health, Secretary Francisco Duque. From the Department of Finance, the department is represented by Undersecretary Mark Dennis Hoven, together with Director Robert Mariano. From the Department of Foreign Affairs, the department is represented by Assistant Secretary Eric Gerardo Tamayo, together with Assistant Secretary Igor Bailen, who is virtually present. The Department of Science and Technology is represented by ASEC Lea Buendia, virtually present, together with Dr. Jaime Montoya. From the Department of Interior and Local Government, the department is represented by Undersecretary Epimaco Densing III, physically present. The Deputy Chief Implementer IATF and Testing Czar, Secretary Vincencio Dizon, is physically present. The Food and Drug Administration, FDA, the Director General Rolando Enrique Domingo is physically present. The Intellectual Property Office is represented by Director Lolibeth Medrano, virtually present. The Philippine Medical Association is represented by Dr. Benito Atienza, virtually present, with Dr. Lulu Bravo, also virtually present. The Philippine Nurses Association, PNA, is represented by Governor Melvin Miranda, physically present. Zweg Pharma Philippines is represented by Ms. Janet Jacosalem. Pfizer Philippines, Mr. Andres Lidel is virtually present. From Unilab Incorporated, Attorney Dave Frederick Escalona, physically present. The Cold Chain Association of the Philippines is represented by Mr. Anthony Dizon, virtually present. The Presidential Advisor for Entrepreneurship, Mr. Joey Concepcion, is virtually present. The League of Cities is represented by Ms. Veronica Hitosis, virtually present. The Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, ULAP, the Governor Dakila Carlo Cua is virtually present. Together with Governor Presbiterio Velasco, also virtually present. May we request the resource persons to please stand up for the oath? Those who have not yet taken their oaths from the last hearing, please raise your right hands. All of them. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing? Thank you.
That's it. Yes. Let it be placed on record that the resource persons acknowledged and answered in the affirmative to the question of the Senate Secretary. Just as a reminder to our guests and resource persons, those who attended the last time and took their oaths, they are still under the same oath. Before we proceed, there is a point of personal and collective privilege that Senator Ping Lacson would like to take up. So, Senator Lacson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you may deduct the time consumed from my 10-minute allotment during the second round. Mr. Senate President and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, at the outset, let me set the record straight. I will also go straight to the point. During last night's Zoom meeting to discuss vaccine updates on treat, trace, or test, trace, treat, or T3 for short, the country's vaccine czar, Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr., virtually accused the Senate, or at least some senators who asked questions during last Monday's hearing, of, quoting his own words, demonizing vaccine developers or hurting the ongoing negotiations of our government with vaccine manufacturers and suppliers, apparently referring to Sinovac. He specifically mentioned my name as allegedly politicizing the issue at hand, mainly because of Secretary Duque, which I deny, of course, as well as the names of Senators Mig Subiri and Kiko Pangilinan in relation to the Sinovac vaccine, as if blaming the Senate for the brewing vaccine procurement controversies. For the record, we senators do not spend long hours seeking clarification from our resource persons, like Secretary Galvez, because it is incumbent upon us to exercise our mandate to demand transparency and accountability from our chief implementers on how they use or plan to use public funds. In this case, to recover from a health crisis that continues to threaten every aspect of human life. After all, I am certain that everyone in this hall and those attending online will agree that our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic is not a single man's business. It is a matter of record that Congress wasted no time in passing legislative measures and appropriations to quickly respond and address the current health crisis. In fact, Mr. President, for the national government's vaccination program alone, which currently stands at 87.5 billion pesos, speaks volumes of the legislature's resolve and commitment to our nation's common cause. Mr. Chairman, let me assure Secretary Galvez, walang politika sa pagdinig na ito. Katulad din ng sinagawa nating pagdinig kamakailan lamang sa pang-abusong ginawa sa pondo ng PhilHealth, na sa kasalukuyan, as we speak, ay may mga kasong kriminal na hinaharap ang ilang individual. We call it oversight, or check and balance, if you will, being exercised by a co-equal branch of government. It is indeed unfortunate that the Senate is being dragged as a scapegoat by projecting the narrative that this inquiry is being used as an avenue for political agenda. Tagatanong lang tayo, Mr. President, ang mga resource persons ang nagbibigay ng mga datos na minsan ay magkakasalungat at magulo. During the last hearing, we raised the question of why we could not procure vaccines at a much lower cost, as in the case of AstraZeneca, which has been forthright in announcing that it will accord low-income countries such as ours at a no-profit basis. Its vaccines costing only $2.50 per dose, instead of its commercial price of $5. Secretary Galvez was quick to disagree, saying that there are two sets of prices, the commercial price and the COVAX price. In his words, the COVAX price is very, very low. What we are negotiating is not the COVAX price. Hence, do we take it from him that we are doomed to pay for the higher price of vaccines? However, just 2 days later, when the steep prices of vaccines stir public outcry, he cautioned the people not to believe those who say it, as these are market prices. In what appears to be a brazen contradiction of himself, he now claims that the government is negotiating with vaccine makers at the more affordable COVAX prices. Simple lang ang tanong, Mr. President, nakakamura po ba tayo o napapamahal pa? Our confusion brews from the procurement of Beijing-based Sinovac Biotech vaccine, which price ranges from a low of $13.60 to a high of $29.75, or from 680 pesos to 1,487 pesos and 50 centavos per dosage, as reported by several reliable sources. The Office of Senator Angara, for example, with data provided by the Department of Health itself, pegs the cost of Sinovac at 3,629 pesos and 50 centavos for 2 doses. Undeniably, data shows that Sinovac ranks as the second most expensive vaccine in the market. As if to pacify the public, Secretary Galvez stated in a television interview that the cost of the vaccines, when purchased through the COVAX facility, will decrease by as much as 300%. If I still remember what my mathematics professor taught us many years ago, with a 300% decrease in price, we can demand a rebate equivalent to 200%. Eh kung ganyan pala ang diskwento, Mr. President, bumili agad tayo ng 5 trillion pesos worth of vaccines at singilin natin ng 10 trillion pesos na rebate para mabayaran natin ang pambansang utang natin na umabot na sa 10.13 trillion as of November last year. Be that as it may, Mr. President, it appears that our initial lock-in agreement with Sinovac, comprising 25 million doses, will not be covered by the ludicrous 300% markdown, as the COVAX facility only has this agreement for early rollout in February with Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine of a limited quantity. COVAX also has secured agreements for AstraZeneca, Moderna, and also signed agreements for Johnson & Johnson and Sanofi GSK. There was no mention of Sinovac. To our dreadful surprise, it may be too late now to backpedal from our Sinovac deal, since 50,000 doses are already set to be delivered in February 20. Notwithstanding the lack of emergency use authorization of Sinovac in the Philippines and even in China, its country of origin, Secretary Galvez is positive that we will have a rollout of the vaccine next month and onwards. In his words, as if speaking on behalf of the Food and Drug Administration, yung EUA po ng Sinovac, baka ma-approve po before February 20. Maganda ang arrangement natin kasi may darating kada buwan. Ang pahayag ng FDA ay mas malinaw at makatotohanan. Director General Eric Domingo said in a recent interview, FDA will be more meticulous in evaluating Sinovac's vaccine, as the Chinese company has not secured EUA from stringent regulatory agencies. Over the past few weeks, we all learned that talk is cheap, and nothing more than verifiable data can speak of the truth. When public officials hide under the cloud of secrecy, confidentiality, and motherhood statements, we cast a shadow of doubt over matters of national interest and lose sight of our health agenda amid this global pandemic. Lest we forget, Mr. President, in the course of this public inquiry, what hangs in the balance is the life and welfare of every Filipino, no more, no less. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. I was about to allow the invited resource persons, particularly the pharma companies, to give their opening statements. But in fairness to Secretary Galvez, who is here, you were asking for a few minutes for a presentation. Again, a presentation. You can do that now, and perhaps you can clarify the point straight by Senator.
Mr. President, before the General Galvez is allowed to speak, just a very quick manifestation with the permission of the Senator.
Senator Pangilinan is recognized.
Yes, thank you. Very quick, Mr. President. I associate myself with the manifestation of Senator Lacson, Mr. President. There is no politics here. Our concern really is to ensure that we have free and safe vaccinations for our citizens. I again associate myself with the manifestation, and I'd like to thank Senator Lacson for his manifestation. For the record, Mr. President.
All right.
Mr. President.
Senator Tolentino.
Just a quick administrative inquiry, Mr. President. During the last hearing, we required 3 agencies, Department of Finance, Department of Interior and Local Government, and the FDA, to submit their position papers. Mr. President, may we ask from the Secretariat how many position papers we have now submitted so far by the concerned agencies? Because right now, Mr. President, I only have the Department of Finance.
Senate Secretary. I'm overhearing the response. It's only the DOF that has submitted so far.
Mr. President.
May we reiterate the compliance with submissions required by this committee emanating from Department of the Interior and Local Government and the Food and Drug Administration, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the DLG submitted its position paper, read the law on this procurement of vaccines to the office of the Senate President yesterday, Your Honor. Mr. President, we also submitted, I'll just check kung sa itong office natin.
They have submitted according to the FDA and the ILG, no?
Yes, Mr. President, the ILG.
The ILG and FDA. Just give a copy to Senator Tolentino. All right. We'd like also to acknowledge it was missed out that the president of the League of Cities is present, Mayor Bain Leonardia. All right, Secretary Galvez, you have the floor. Go ahead.
To our Senate President, thank you very much for allowing me to present my piece and also to put clarity on some of the comments of Senator Lacson. To the Senate President, Vicente Soto, sir, and members of the Senate Committee of the Whole, Health Secretary Francisco Duque III, my fellow cabinet members, and other public servants, good morning. On behalf of the National Task Force Against COVID-19, thank you for giving us again the opportunity to further clarify major issues being raised in the implementation of our COVID-19 National Deployment and Vaccination Plan. Next slide, please. At the onset, I would like to emphasize that the urgent task we have at hand is to secure supply and accelerate the procurement of safe and effective vaccines for all Filipinos, given the immense challenges and supply limitations. Thus, through the national government's whole of nation approach, policy, and innovation, it has initiated LGUs and private sector can now and have procured COVID-19 vaccine doses. Yesterday, we have signed with AstraZeneca 17 million doses, or more or less 8.5 million Filipinos can be vaccinated. And this is the only novel tripartite agreement that existing in the world. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The Philippine situation now must be understood in the light of every limited global supply of vaccines, where every country in the world is seeking to gain access to vaccines, and where 80% of available supply has already been taken by richest countries. Knowing there is a limited supply, our policy is to build a portfolio of safe and effective vaccines and working with the private sector and our local government units, because gaining access to more vaccine manufacturers and more partners enable us to secure more supply for our country. It cannot be supplied by only AstraZeneca, and it cannot be supplied by any manufacturer, because the supply that we need is very immense. Given there's not enough supply yet, the Philippine national government approach is to pool national volumes to get a seat at the negotiation table and secure the most number of vaccines at the best prices with our partners in the private sector and the LGUs. Pooling the demand enables us to negotiate lower prices for larger orders. Looking at the experience of other countries in the world, next slide, please, you will see that the centralized national procurement is the prevailing approach globally for both developed and developing markets. For the U.S., procures vaccine supply at the different federal level for all states. So the U.S. federal bought their vaccines for all states. The European Union procure vaccine supply for all 27 member states. The UK procures vaccine supply for all UK nations, such as England, Scotland, and Ireland. India procures vaccine supply at the national level for all state and union territories. Indonesia procures vaccine supply at the national level for all states. At the same time, Argentina also procures vaccine supply at the national level for all provinces. And these are the following reasons. Given the limited global supply, it is the best interest of a country to pull its demand in order to gain access and negotiate to a much lower prices. Number two, to fulfill government responsibility to ensure equitable distribution and there will be no privileged access. To comply and align with existing regulations on the use and sale of vaccines across countries. Next slide, please. As part of the national government whole of nation approach to deal with the limited global supply of vaccines, it has innovated a solution allowing our other parties, like the private sector and the LGUs, to immediately purchase, secure vaccines, and augment the country's supply. The tripartite agreement that we have signed yesterday, which is the first of its kind in the world, enables the national government in partnership with the LGUs and the private sector to unlock the best prices for vaccines, gain access to more supply, and dramatically expand the sectors that can be vaccinated. This model allows the National Task Force Against COVID-19 to do more with less. Next slide, please. We have been pursuing a portfolio strategy and are negotiating with 7 vaccine manufacturers. These are the Serum Institute of India for Novavax, AstraZeneca of UK, Pfizer of US and Germany, Janssen or J&J of US and Belgium, Moderna of the US, Sinovac of China, and Gamaleya of Russia. Each of these vaccines were given EUAs on their origin countries. This proves that we are not favoring any one particular brand or country. While we cannot yet disclose the number of orders, we are assuring the public that we will have fair mix of vaccines options. But we want to again emphasize that one, only those vaccines endorsed by the vaccine experts panel will be purchased. I say again, only those vaccines endorsed by the vaccine expert panel will be purchased. And number two, only those issued an EUA by the FDA will be administered. With regards to the prices of the vaccine, we also want to assure the public that the negotiation will result in the best price available given our total volumes. In conclusion, the government will strive to meet its target of 148 million doses of safe and effective vaccines this year at the earliest possible time. We are talking to multiple vaccine manufacturers, and our vaccine expert panel and the FDA will ensure the safety and efficacy of the vaccines for our people. Finally, from the very start of this pandemic, our president has pushed for a whole-of-nation approach. Our partnership with the private sector and the LGUs will continue to ensure that we meet our vaccine targets, which is essential to the start of the economic recovery and restore normalcy in the lives of the Filipino people. Thank you very much, and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Right, before we allow our colleagues for their questions, we would like to allow the private sector, specifically the 3 pharma companies that are with us, to give their short, if possible, opening statement.
Okay, you
plan for the national vaccination program. As it has done in T3 and in the consortium, Zulig Pharma can only give inputs related to its area of expertise, which is in the distribution of pharmaceutical products, and we defer to relevant parties and agencies for other matters relating to the COVID-19 vaccination program. In regards to preparing for the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines, the intended scale, scope, and pace of the COVID-19 vaccination program is unprecedented. Hence, the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccines would be equally complicated and sophisticated. Respectfully, in Zulig Pharma's view, key in preparing for the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccines would be first obtaining information on various aspects of the different vaccines, such as the respective storage requirement and special handling requirements, their transport requirements, product information and packaging dimensions, the supply delivery dates, the volumes per delivery. It would also be important to know the number and the specific locations of the vaccination centers and the expected frequency of delivering to these locations. This information will aid in the planning of the logistics for the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccines. For the actual distribution of the COVID-19 vaccines, we respectfully submit that the warehousing capabilities be supported by 1, experienced healthcare supply chain experts. 2, latest technology and digital tools. 3, validated temperature control delivery capabilities. And 4, the consistent application of stringent quality and compliance standards. This means expertise and capabilities across the following dimensions, among others. First, ideally, a pharma-grade warehouse facilities capable of handling the different temperature requirements of the vaccines, which are 2 to 8 degrees centigrade, minus 20 degrees centigrade, and minus 80 degrees centigrade. More importantly, storage facilities equipped with redundancies, automated temperature monitoring devices with alarms, and this will protect the vaccines from spoilage due to unmonitored temperature excursions while in storage. On delivery and transport network, there should be a fully validated passive packaging methods capable of handling the different temperature requirements of the various vaccines with temperature monitoring devices while in transit to maintain their quality and efficacy. Capability to transport by air and land in a timely and organized manner, and a network of regional warehouses. Furthermore, the vaccination centers should have the capacity to store at the required temperatures. With regards to personnel, a team of experienced personnel that have been appropriately trained to properly handle the varying requirements of the different vaccines. Also, because of the scale of the operations, there should be a dedicated, experienced team to manage or handle the warehouse. On information technology and digital systems, integrated IT systems that not only allow automated processes, but also transparency and traceability to monitor the vaccines from warehousing to vaccination at batch and lot number levels. Warehouse management systems should enable the first expiry, first out movement of products, as the vaccines will most likely have short shelf lives of 6 months. FEFO or FEFO will minimize the risk of vaccines expiring in the warehouses. The IT digital system should be able to track all transactional movements from real-time order tracking, delivery confirmation, and inventory monitoring, even at the vaccination centers. This should also be interfaced with government systems for faster exchange of information and data. Ideally, all these should be integrated to achieve efficiency and transparency. As we mentioned, the magnitude and speed of the COVID-19 vaccination program will be extraordinary. Thus, the logistical challenges will certainly be complex and many. However, we believe That's with sufficient planning and the public and private sector working together, those challenges will be met. Thank you, Your Honors.
All right, thank you, Zulig Pharma. Let's now listen to Unilab, Unilab Incorporated. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Senate President, honorable members of the Senate, and honorable members of the Executive Department. We thank you for inviting us to this chamber. As we have done so at the beginning of the pandemic, Unilab continues to support the public and the government in these trying times. We are preparing and expanding our capacities in order to be in a position to accelerate the planned deployment of vaccines. We have been coordinating with the national government through the NTF under the leadership of Secretary Galvez in the past months on this matter. We join the government and the rest of the nation in looking forward to immediate relief from the hardships caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. It will indeed require all of us working together in the spirit of Bayanihan to accomplish this. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Unilab. We now hear from Pfizer Philippines. Pfizer, you are recognized.
Good morning. This is Andreas Riedel. I'm representing Pfizer Philippines. The Honorable Senate President Vicente Soto, honorable members of the Philippine Senate, members of the Cabinet present in this hearing, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting Pfizer to participate in this hearing on the Philippine government's national COVID-19 vaccination program. Pfizer prioritizes patients worldwide, and we are committed to bringing this candidate vaccine to help meet the global public health need as quickly as we can. Pfizer believes it can impact and make lasting contributions to positively change patient lives, and we welcome opportunities to partner with the Philippine government to advance the health policies. Pfizer is very keen to partner with the Philippines and ensure that the Pfizer and BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine is available for use in the country. To date, we are in advanced discussions with the representatives of the national government on a potential COVID-19 vaccine supply agreement with Pfizer. And consistent to the commitment of Pfizer to make Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine available in the Philippines, we filed our application for emergency use authorization with the FDA on December 23rd of last year. It is really encouraging to see that our mRNA vaccine received yesterday the EUA approval by the FDA in the Philippines. We commend the FDA and Director General Domingo for its careful assessment of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine and timely action to help protect the people of the Philippines. We plan to make vaccine doses available in the Philippines as quickly as possible based on the terms of a fully executed supply agreement, and we are working closely with the national government to potentially close the supply agreement soon. I'm also very happy to announce that it is Pfizer's intention to make available its COVID-19 vaccine to low-income countries like the Philippines at a not-for-profit price during the pandemic. We really hope Pfizer will be able to significantly contribute to meeting the Philippines' goals in its national COVID-19 vaccination program. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'd like to thank you all, the three companies, for informing us that, giving us that assurance or those assurances. Thank you very much. So,
Mr. President.
The presence of Senate.
Mr. President, Senator Angara po. May we make a
Yes,
quick manifestation, Your Honor, with the indulgence of our colleagues? Because
Yes, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of those who have already just recently logged in, Senator Recto, Senator Pimentel, and Senator Angara. Yes, what is the manifestation?
just a quick, it will take less than a minute with the indulgence of our colleagues. I was mentioned earlier in connection with the prices of the vaccines provided by our office. I just like to state for the record, Mr. President, that these were furnished to us, to the office, to our office and the Senate Committee on Finance during the budget deliberations around late November, early December by the Department of Health. Just to place that on the record, we have no personal knowledge about these prices. We have not contacted any of the manufacturers. Just to place on the record that these figures came from the Department of Health. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our colleagues.
All right, thank you, Senator Angara. Let's proceed with the tradition of the Committee of the Whole. We'll allow our colleagues to raise their questions. The order of questioning will be, this time we will allow those who were not able to post their questions the last time. We have a short list here. And then those virtually present, and then those who are in the order of log in thereafter. But allow, with your indulgence, allow the chair to, as usual, post the question from the public and the media. And this time would like to focus on the questions for the Philippine Medical Association or vaccine experts. So we'd like to acknowledge Dr. Lulu Bravo. Are you online, Dr. Bravo?
Yes, sir. I am here. Thank you very much for this
All right.
honor
Good.
and privilege.
Good. All right. Here's the question. If a person has been inoculated of the required dosage of a particular brand of vaccine, can he or she be vaccinated again of a different brand?
This is not recommended, Your Honor. Interchangeability, that is what we call it, is actually a no-no because no company will be willing to do a study on that kind of a process. So most of the results that we will get, if this were done, will not really be based on standard procedures. And as I said earlier, this is not a recommended procedure that you will interchange or use another vaccine after you have used another one before.
Yes, particularly if there is the required dosage is already given. Now, what about if the person has only been given one shot? And this is a question from the public also. Just one shot from 2 doses required, and then he or she will opt to be inoculated by a different brand. What is your comment on that? Can that be done?
So far, the only one that we have on record is that of Pfizer, which shows that at the first dose, we have about 50% efficacy if you just give one dose. I am not knowledgeable on the other vaccines that are on the market.
No,
Thank you,
the
Ria.
question is that let's say you're given one dose of Pfizer, and the person elects to be given a second dose from, say, Sinovac. That's not possible. Should not.
Well, as I said, there is no data that will really give the evidence of any efficacy on that matter. However, should this occur when a vaccine has been used previously and then you use another one, what happens is it could be recommended that you finish off with another second dose of that second vaccine that you use in order to complete the 2 doses of that second vaccine that you use. And that would give you obviously the same kind of efficacy for that second vaccine that you use.
All right, Dr. Bravo, please stay online. Just the Secretary of Duque would just like to give his comment on the question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, good morning in behalf of the IATF and the DOH. The practice, the protocol is really to give 2 doses of the same vaccine, and you would not want to toy with the idea of giving different vaccines for the simple reason that if an adverse event following immunization does happen, or an adverse event of special interest, we are going to struggle to identify which of these two different vaccines must have caused it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I think that's very clear. May I go on to another question, Dr. Bravo? What is your comment on the 50% efficacy rate of COVID-19 vaccine Sinovac, as mentioned? As a doctor, would you administer or prescribe a vaccine that has an efficacy rate of 50% to your patients?
Your Honor, that 50% efficacy was actually set by WHO long before, in the beginning of the pandemic. They even said that an efficacy of 50 to 70% would be already acceptable in the midst of a pandemic, because these efficacy rates are actually needed to be put in place when you have a severe pandemic, when the incidence is so high that a 50% efficacy would really be good enough to have that kind of protection, because no protection, of course, is worse than a partial protection. So I guess that would be a good efficacy rate should you be able to get that vaccine. But of course, our incidence in the Philippines, as I said, many vaccine experts are available in the Philippines, and not one opinion may be enough, because we do need to see the incidence at any one time. It could differ from a very high incidence in a place to a lower incidence where you would rather have a higher efficacy. It really depends on the various factors. It's not just safety and efficacy, but the incidence of COVID in that place that will matter most. Thank you.
Doctora, yeah, we get your point and we understand, but we were hoping to be able to see you while you were speaking. So can you click your start video so that the public also will see who Doctora Bravo is, if you don't mind. Click the start video below your laptop. Oh, there you go. All right, Doctora. Okay, now, let's go to the layman's language. Ito po yung tanong sa kalsada eh. Pag sinabi po bang 50% efficacy or palagay natin 90% efficacy, ang ibig sabihin po ba noon eh 50% lang effective yung bakuna na yun? Or 50% ng bibigyan ng bakuna ang makikinabang at yung 50% hindi sigurado?
Actually, Your Honor, efficacy has a range. In fact, it's not just one, because, for example, in the Pfizer's 94% efficacy, it means that severe infection, severe illness is prevented 94 to even 100%. But that we still do not know insofar as how much transmissibility efficacy is there. Because in the clinical trial, there are various ways and means to actually see what is the transmission. Is it prevented by the vaccine, or are you just preventing the symptoms? And it really depends from preventing all kinds of infection, or is it just preventing the severe infection and the hospitalization of a certain vaccine? And that will be seen and determined by the way the clinical trial is done, whether there was regular checking of the transmission, or it was just like, I think in the Moderna vaccine trial, they were just looking at the severity of the infection. So they were asked, the volunteers were asked to report any symptoms. In some trials, they really do weekly testing. So it's gonna be easier to determine whether there was transmission during the time of observation. So it's not easy to say, sir, that one figure will be enough to say whether you have prevention of transmission, prevention of hospitalization, or prevention of severe symptoms. I hope it is clear, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. So hindi tama yung interpretation na pag sinabing 90% efficacy rate, 9 out of 10 na bibigyan ng bakuna ay sigurado makikinabang at yung 10% hindi. Hindi sigurado.
If you
Hindi
say
ganun yun.
95%, sir, we would actually think that it means that illness is prevented. But as you know, more than 70% of illnesses are not symptomatic, meaning they don't have any symptoms, or they might just have mild symptoms, but they may have the disease and can be transmitted. Although this is quite rare that you will transmit if you are not symptomatic. This is something that we all know. Some are also asymptomatic but can spread the disease. So when the efficacy is determined, we do need to really look at all the angles and look at the clinical trials, look at how the various figures were computed.
Related to that, Senator Lacson, what is that your...
Kindly educate us further, Dr. Bravo. Before you even determine the vaccine efficacy, di ba dapat malaman muna natin yung RR, yung risk ratio? How do we compute risk ratio? Because I understand it is to compute or to determine vaccine efficacy, 1 minus risk ratio. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, sir. We call it R naught or R sub zero. It's the rate of transmission that you get. You'll have to compute it by the number of people at one time who have the illness, and then over a period of time, you are able to compute the rate of increase of your COVID. So if you will notice, it would vary when earlier last year, during the time of July, August, when the PMA or when the medical societies asked that we do another lockdown, we were already having a low R naught, okay, transmission. And then suddenly in July and August, from a below 1, we increased to almost 1.5. And there was a big high, there was an increase in the incidence of COVID.
Thank you. With the permission of the Senate President, tinanong ko po yun dahil may nakita kaming data from CDC regarding against Sinovac. Hindi naman natin pag-initan yung Sinovac, but it appears, and the source of the formula is CDC, and this came from the Brazil's clinical trials. Kindly pass that to the screen, yung computation. Lumalabas po yung 50.41 efficacy na sinasabing efficacy rate is not efficacy rate at all, but it is the risk ratio. And to come up with the computation of the vaccine efficacy rate, i-deduct natin yung 0.5041 from 1. So lumalabas po dito, ang vaccine efficacy ng Sinovac is only 49.58, which is below the threshold imposed by the World Health Organization. If you can see on the screen, Dr. Bravo, kindly validate lang if that's a correct computation or presentation. This is vital because I understand from Director General Domingo na nag-apply na yung Sinovac. And this may aid them when they decide whether or not to issue the EUA following the WHO standards. Ayan po yung computation. Your comment, please. And also FDA DG Domingo.
Well,
Go ahead, Doctora.
this is the standard. This is the standard computation, and I would say that well, first of all, sir, it would really need to see the whole clinical trial and the experts on mathematical computation would really be able to tell us based on this. But if this data is okay, I mean, it's what it is there. This is a standard calculation, and this would be. We just want to know whether this, as I said, serious, moderate cases, mild cases, these are all being classified, and it depends on what I think this is something like overall. But if you look at the symptomatic cases, if you just want to prevent the symptomatic cases, it might give you a different figure. Because
You
as
wanted
I
to
said,
comment,
not
FDA?
everyone,
Okay. Everyone is what?
not all. This vaccine efficacy is being calculated based on all the cases, and even the mild cases, I think, is being computed, and this is what is not, I think, seen in other vaccines. Only the one that we have are symptomatic cases. But this Sinovac is putting out everything from mild, serious, and even those that have been tested in terms of being asymptomatic. So I guess, as I said initially, there will be different figures in terms of efficacy. So it's not easy to compare one over the other unless you have all of these figures at hand. And that is what our vaccine expert panel are doing. And I am just not, the only one who can analyze this. We do need a lot of minds to look into all of this. As I said, it's not easy to just have one figure and say this is it. I'm not so sure
Right.
about, for example, the 95% of
Yes.
Pfizer and Moderna that was calculated based on symptomatic cases. But I'm not so sure whether they included all the others, the mild or those that were asymptomatic, when they looked for the positive COVID.
Mr. President, of course, it goes without saying that the test results may be different under Philippine setting. No, ito Brazil po
No,
ito eh. And that's
this
the
was
reason
done
probably
in the
why Brazil suspended the clinical trials. And under the Philippine setting, pwedeng iba yung maging resulta. And we'd like to hear from FDA Domingo his comment in this regard.
Salamat po. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Senator. Yun pong nasa board, generally po, yan naman po talaga ang ginagamit natin. So, magbabakuna po tayo, halimbawa ng 10,000 using the vaccine, tas 10,000 using the placebo. Tapos po, titingnan natin kung sino yung mga nagkaroon ngayon ng COVID. Tapos po, yung proportion or yung ratio ng mga nagka-COVID na placebo ang binigay, kukunin natin sa ratio ng nagka-COVID na binigyan ng actual bakuna. So yun po yung, doon po nila binibase yung efficacy ratio. Yung pong Sinovac, nagsubmit nga po sila ng application sa atin, pero ang nasubmit pa lang po nila yung phase 1 and phase 2 trial results nila. And of course, our evaluation is based on phase 3, clinical trial phase 3. So kung pong yung clinical trial phase 3 naman nila na interim results, makita po na less than 50% ang kanilang efficacy, hindi po papasa yun. Pag naman po nakita naman natin na acceptable naman po yung kanilang efficacy compared dun sa safety, doon naman po natin sila bibigyan ng EUA.
Ang nabigyan nyo na ng EUA at this point is Pfizer at saka ano yung isa?
Pfizer pa lamang po, Mr. President.
Pfizer
Pero yun
pa lang.
pong susunod na, yun pong ina-evaluate namin ngayon yung AstraZeneca.
At saka yung in-evaluate nyo AstraZeneca na the local government units are interested in. But nevertheless, we will go into that later because we would like to know kailan ang available ang Pfizer. And Pfizer is here. We will find out from them. And also AstraZeneca. But before that, just to wrap up with the expert, for the record, Dr. Bravo is a vaccine expert of the Philippine Medical Association. No? And so as an expert of the field of medicine, Doctora, particularly in immunization, what advice can you give our fellow Filipinos whose confidence in vaccines in general have diminished or who have no confidence at all, yung iba nating mga kababayan. Ano po masasabi niyo sa kanila?
Your Honor, this is something that we have been working on since the very beginning with the Philippine Foundation for Vaccination. We really have to explain and educate our masses and even doctors. You know, vaccinology has not been very much tackled in medical school. Even doctors are not really very knowledgeable on immunology, which is a very, very hard topic in medical school. And to relate it to vaccines is also a big topic for them. So we really need to rely on experts to tell us what to do next. In fact, even I've been working on vaccine trials for 35 years, on infectious diseases for 45 years. And it has not really been so easy for me to understand all the vaccines. Vaccines have been here for 222 years since the time of the smallpox, which is an inactivated vaccine. We have had the experience of inactivated vaccine for 222 years. The mRNA, 10 years, but this is the first time that it is going to be used in human trials. The other vaccines that we have, for example, the Astra vaccine, which is a combination of a adenovirus live vaccine over a protein unit of the virus, is, we can say, it's in the middle of vaccine development in terms of the 200 years of vaccine development. There have been many, many kinds. And as I said, we have to trust the experts because it is not easy to just come up with a number, say, okay, 50%, 80% efficacy, and not say what is the safety concern. The safety concern is paramount. We will never compromise the safety of our people. That is very important in the vaccine development. Any vaccine that shows any sign of safety concern is thrown away as soon as it is detected. And that's why for every 20 vaccine under development, and we now have more than 200 vaccines under development, for every 20, only one would be able to go into human trials. And for every human trial from phase 1 to phase 3 is another long process. You ask whether we did not, we had some compromise on the fastest, the rapidity that the mRNA vaccine was done. It has been done for 10 years over experimentation. But with the brightest mind in place, with the biggest resources, this vaccine came out really in a way. I was thinking that the reason it came out very fast was China actually gave out the genetic code for the mRNA a year ago. And that has made it really possible for the mRNA to be developed. It was in fact China who gave the genetic code way back in January. And that's the reason why the genetic code was able, it's like a key to developing another vaccine that will produce the protein subunit that we needed in order to produce the antibodies in your immune system. So I guess we should also say that we owe it to China for that genetic code that they came out in January. But we should always look at all the kinds of vaccines that we have. There are pros and cons for every vaccine that is under development.
Pero the genetic code, as you said, came from China.
That's right, sir.
Lahat ng ginagamit ngayon na genetic code doon galing.
No, sir. For the corona,
Yes, I mean for the coronavirus.
Yes.
The COVID,
For
COVID-19.
those that are using the genetic code, and the only one using it is Pfizer and Moderna.
I see. Okay, all right. Now, just again, one final comment or question. Between vaccination or a vaccine and a medicine that cures, what is your choice?
Since time immemorial.
Pag ininom mo, gagaling ka from COVID-19, hindi ka kailangan mag-vaccine. What is your choice?
Sir, we have always this old adage that prevention is better than cure, and that for vaccines, it is an investment in health. We have always taught our medical students and everybody else that a superior doctor prevents disease, an inferior doctor treats disease. And this is held up by health economics. We do have not so many health economic teachers here, but they will always need to compute for the cost of disease over the cost of vaccination. And this is what our experts will need to put into the equation when they start to recommend the vaccines that will be used. This is an important issue when you are introducing vaccines in the National Immunization Program. It's not just the burden of the disease, it's also the health delivery system, it's also the health economics, the risk benefit ratio, it's also the cost analysis that come into it. It is a very complicated procedure that I really hope that we can get our vaccine experts to put their minds together. I am not enough. I mean, I don't see myself as, when I am asked, what is your choice? In fact, sir, we debated long hours into the night which vaccine would be better for us. It's not easy, sir, to really debate on these many issues. But I think this should be in the realm of, scientists and experts doing it. And if you trust our experts, and sir, we are not lacking in vaccine experts in the Philippines. In fact, the Philippines was actually respected in the realm of clinical trials long before. In the last 30 years, we have been top among the countries in Asia Pacific chosen by many companies to do clinical trial research because of the quality performance that our scientists are doing. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Bravo. Very good. That at least perhaps that gives the confidence to our fellow men or our countrymen when it comes to vaccines. I was hoping for that. Yun po hinahanap sana namin para
Mr.
makatulong
President.
natin. Salamat sa inyo. Okay.
Mr.
Now,
President.
I go to Secretary Galvez again from one or two questions, but very specific. Would like you to specify again each brand of COVID-19 vaccine that the government have purchased or plans to purchase with the corresponding dates and arrival to the country.
Sir, our negotiations have centered on the 7 vaccines. The 7 vaccines.
All seven? All
Yes.
seven? Nakipag-usap
Yes, sir.
kayo sa all seven? Sige.
Yes, sir.
Again,
7 vaccines.
what are these?
Sir, these vaccines already been 3 of them have been approved by SRAs. We call the SRAs, Stringent Regulatory Authority in US, UK, and other countries. And the others are being used already for emergency use.
Yes, can you specify the brands, please?
The brand is Novavax. This is an American brand being produced by Serum Institute of India. We have already signed a term sheet with 30 million doses. We have already locked in, and that 30 million doses can be expanded to 10 million for the LGUs. And the indicative date of its possible on is Q3, third quarter of this year. Then next is AstraZeneca. Yesterday we have sealed a very monumental event in the private sector and also the LGU and the national government signed an agreement, tripartite agreement, with 17 million. We have two contract, 2.5 doses had been earlier procured by the business sector. Its indicative date is May. And the main bulk of possibly po, ang ano po natin indicative, meaning indicative, it's not definite. Meaning
AstraZeneca yan.
Yes, sir, AstraZeneca. And then also the indicative date for the remaining kasi dalawa po ito po, yung 17 million is divided on the first 2.5 and also the 14.5 that we have signed yesterday. So it's all more or less 17. And the indicative date of the 14 doses will be on the second semester. And then Pfizer, as Sir Andreas have said, we cannot divulge yet the indicative volumes, considering that is still in negotiation. So most likely, sir, ang ano namin, our target is we will have term sheet and the supply agreement within next week. Supposed to be this week, sir, but because of the Senate hearing, it was deferred.
Wait, yung binibigyan yung numbers na yan, is that as far as the private, that includes the private sector?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, sir, there are 300 private sector who signed the agreement, and also we have 39 LGUs. There are also 40 LGUs that have been lining up that can be accommodated by Novavax and AstraZeneca.
Therefore, that is at no cost to the government,
Yes, sir. No cost to the
to the
government.
national government.
Yes, sir. No cost to the national government. And the arrangement of the private sector is they will donate 50% of the doses, and it will be given to the poor and to those targeted by the government. While the another 50% will be dedicated for their low earned laborers and also frontliners. The idea for this is so that we can immediately recover the economy by having the essential workers to be inoculated, the frontliners. Then Pfizer, as I have said earlier, we have a positive, conclusive negotiation, and we have bigger volumes, but I cannot say.
Well, what about Sinovac? Sinovac.
Yes, sir. We have Sinovac also, sir. Basically, sir, ang ano po natin, sir, Johnson & Johnson's, Moderna, Gamaleya, and Sinovac.
Based on news articles, sino ba yung kino-quote sa inyo na sinasabi na available only in the country from February to June is Sinovac?
No, sir. Actually,
That's not true.
there's a portfolio of vaccine, and there are also indicative date of different dates. That's why the selections that we have made during our is also the early deployment, and the earliest deployment of the indicative date is Gamaleya and Sinovac, and also with the COVAX facility, we might have Pfizer as early deployed during the first quarter. Your Honor, ano po talaga pong acute ang supply. Considering most low-income countries, they will be having a hard time of the supplies during the first quarter and second quarter. Kaya po ang ginagawa po natin, tinitingnan po natin what are the possible options from the seven vaccines maker that we had. We are negotiating that there should be an early deployment. Most of the vaccines that had been with high demand, most of them will be available during Q3 and Q4.
But, Secretary Galvez, I hope instead of saying on behalf of the IATF or the ASCHAR, vaccine char, instead of saying we might, sana we will. We would rather hear that. We will secure from Pfizer or whatever, etc.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We will secure.
We might.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, ang natin, we have.
That does not give confidence to the public.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Now,
Agree, sir.
can you walk us through the process of procurement for private companies and LGUs? For example, the Senate wants to purchase for its employees COVID-19 vaccine. How do we go about it?
For the LGUs po, sir, they have to consolidate their orders to the province. We have already have a meeting with the ULAC and also the provincial governors and the League of Cities that they will consolidate all their orders to the province or to the regional heads. And then afterwards, it will be processed by the national task force. And then we will endorse this to the vaccine maker. We have potential vaccine maker that can, allow or explore for the tripartite agreement. And we have now, aside from AstraZeneca, Novavax is open, and maybe Moderna.
No. What about the private sector? Walk us through
The private sector.
how they went about it, because they've already done it, and how do the others would like to go about it? Paano po ang gagawin?
We have to, we have to three options. One is through PA conception. He consolidates all the orders. Second, and through DTI, through Secretary Mon Lopez. And for Moderna, it is through Sir Enrique Razon, because he's the one consolidating all the orders for Moderna.
Consolidate all the orders.
Mr. Chair, just an addition for the local
Yes,
government.
DILG. go ahead.
We've already agreed together with the League of Governors and of course our vaccine czar and the Department of Health that for purposes of local government procurement, the provinces will consolidate all procurements of component cities and municipalities if they wish to procure separately for themselves, and that of the cities, highly urbanized cities and independent component cities. So this is to put order in the procurement of vaccines from the local government units who wish to do so, Mr. President, Your Honor.
We have online Miss Josephine Romero of Go Negosyo. Can you hear me?
Sir Joey Concepcion.
Joey Concepcion is also here.
Yeah.
Can you
Yes,
tell
I'm
us, Mr. Concepcion, can you tell us how you went about it to procure vaccines for the private companies?
Well, as early as October last year, Tesicoson actually was in touch with AstraZeneca to find a program on how they can procure vaccines directly from them. And AstraZeneca, the CEO, Lottie Sumin, mentioned to her that they have a zero profit program. That is when Tesi called me and asked me to help bring this project to more companies. And we started negotiations with Lottie Sumin. And in fact, the first batch of orders were basically the bigger companies, no, the conglomerates. And being that said, because at that time, AstraZeneca did not have any MRH approval, which means that is the equivalent of their FDA in UK. So for us to secure the doses, we had to put a down payment. And it was very clear that if something went wrong with the approval process, there is a possibility that we may lose part of that deposit. But it was very imperative that the private sector secures this doses, because we feel that the vaccines are the ultimate solution to our economic problem. We spend so much in testing equipments. Antigen tests cost about 500 pesos. The AstraZeneca vaccine under the zero profit is about $10, which is about 480 pesos. So it's even cheaper than antigen test kit. And the antigen tests, you have to do that regularly. So many of the bigger companies joined forces with us and purchased the initial dose of 2.6, and we put that deposit in and secured that allocation. But that was not enough. No, we felt that there was so many companies in the waiting list. So the second order, we placed it actually right after MHRA approval was given to AstraZeneca. That was before New Year, actually, sometime December 29. So that next batch had no risk anymore in that deposit. This was about 300 plus companies, 320 companies. And there were a mix already of companies here. Small, medium enterprises were part of this batch. And this was signed yesterday in our event with Secretary Charlie Galvez. But let me reiterate that what is very instrumental in the private sector participation in this whole program is that tripartite agreement. If not for Secretary Charlie Galvez and the President agreeing to this tripartite agreement, I don't think our participation will be as aggressive. One very important component of the tripartite agreement was the liability protection. And it's very important to note that when vaccines are being developed and when the respective countries are still getting their FDA approval, there are risks involved. And definitely the pharma company and the donors wanted to be protected. The next feature of that tripartite agreement gave a very fair formula whereby at least whatever, since all countries, all governments of every country purchase the vaccines. So AstraZeneca will never sell those vaccines directly to the private sector. If we insisted, they would have aborted the plan. So it was a great win-win because the tripartite agreement allowed the national government to allow the private sector access to these vaccines for our regular and contractual employees, basically the frontliners that are exposed to this virus. So that, to me, is very important. I know many of you are wondering why the private sector can't buy directly. It's because countries are buying directly, all governments are buying directly, and pharmaceutical companies will not sell. So there must be a proper order of deployment of these vaccines. So the moment we pay these vaccines, they all go directly to the Department of Health. These vaccines will not touch any private sector hands. So after the private sector paved the way for this tripartite agreement, the LGUs then, because some LGUs were inquiring how the private sector were getting these vaccines, so we endorsed these LGUs to AstraZeneca, and AstraZeneca then agreed, why not include the LGUs? And Secretary Galvez brought this up to the President, and the President agreed that the LGUs can buy these vaccines. So it was a great effort on the part of the national government to be more inclusive and allowing the private sector and LGUs to take on and purchase these vaccines. Without the tripartite agreement, it will not happen.
So the LGUs followed the same procedure that you did.
That's right.
And that is the procedure that Secretary Galvez is being as a walkthrough.
That's right. That's correct. That's correct.
All right. At may mga nagtatanong, magkano bili nyo?
We spent $5 per dose, so that's about $10, 480 pesos. So that's far much cheaper than the other vaccines out there. And it allowed us the ability to donate half of that. I mean, we technically have to donate 100% to the government, but 50% of that will be allotted to our employees. So we felt that, I mean, 480 is basically the cost of a test kit. So we spend so much money in testing. So it was viable. And if it allowed access for us, then it was a win-win for the government because we are also helping the government with their frontliners. And that was also very important for us.
Approximately mga 500 pesos per dose.
About,
Ano,
500.
dalawang dose.
That's already two
500,
doses.
two doses.
Two doses.
Two doses. Oh, ba't ang private sector pwedeng sabihin magkano bili nila? Ang gobyerno ayaw sabihin.
I'm technically not allowed, but it's all over the papers already, So, and to be transparent about it, we are public companies, so we have to disclose all of this anyway.
Correct. All right. Thank you, Mr. Concepcion. Thank you also to Go Negocio. Thank you. Just one final question to Secretary Galvez.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator Gordon, go ahead.
Just one quick question, Mr. President. Of course, that is the basic cost. Did I hear you say right about 480 pesos, Mr. Concepcion?
Yes.
$5.
$5. But that doesn't include distribution costs, storage fees, etc.
No, that doesn't include.
In total, what would be the final cost if you're going to pass it on to the public or the government?
Actually, I don't know that part because the execution cost will be for the cost of the government. So all these doses will be safety by DOH, no? And I think on the implementation side, which is basically the storage, the logistics, and this will be handled by Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque.
Then maybe, sir, I will ask Secretary Galvez what would be the suggested cost of the medicine, assuming you get AstraZeneca, including distribution costs, including storage costs, handling costs.
Sir, for AstraZeneca, the price is very open. That it's selling $5. And when we asked on the possible supply agreement, it might cost us more, ranging from $1.5 to $2.5 for the supply agreement.
Oh, the
Thank you.
$1,500,000. Are you talking in total? I'm talking.
Sir,
what would be the retail cost if that's possible, including all the expenses of
Mr. Chair.
distribution?
Can I be
Secretary
recognized?
Duque, yes. Before,
Yes, sir.
yes.
The assumption, Your honors, is the Philippine government has set aside 82.5 billion pesos for our vaccine requirement of, say, about, for purposes of easier mathematical computation. We're talking about 150 million doses, no? So if you divide that, you'll get probably about 550 pesos per person. That's the cost to include the peripherals and the ancillary services, which you have correctly pointed out: distribution, logistics, cold chain requirement, etc. Thank you.
Right, that's where AstraZeneca, no? That's the answer of Mr. Concepcion, Secretary Duque. Perhaps later on, our colleagues will be asking you what about the other brands, no? So, right, let's proceed already with
Can I
those who
ask,
were not able to ask during the last hearing.
I just want to ask a clarificatory question, one short question, Mr.
Senator Villar?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
As I understand, yung tripartite, yung private sector, they pay for double what they have. Let's say I'm a private sector, I need 60,000. I buy 120,000, but the 60,000 will go to the private sector and the 60,000 will go to the government. It's not all of them going to the government.
Correct.
And the private sector will have the right to distribute it among the personnel, their personnel, and the families of their personnel. So hindi na makikialam ang government doon how it is distributed kasi nag-donate na sila ng 50% sa government to do what the government would want them to do. That's how I understand it. I just want it clarified.
Well, I cannot see any other answer except in the affirmative by Secretary Galvez. Because
Kasi parang sinabi ni...
sa government, hawak nila.
Oh, yung private.
They don't want to do with it. But the private sector, the 50%, ikaw ang bahala kung anong...
Oo, yeah. Kasi sabi ni Secretary Concepcion, pupunta daw lahat sa DOH. That's not how I understood it. The 50% of... Yeah.
Sir, yung sinasabi sir ni PA Concepcion is considering that administration will also be undertaken by the DOH because of the adverse effects monitoring. Because this is an EUA, the private sector should coordinate with the DOH and also with the LG
Will coordinate,
on the ma'am, in fairness, ma'am, the understanding is the company also understand that the administration and also the inoculation will be handled by the DOH, or else the company will not allow it.
O, teka, Senator Cynthia, sandali linawin natin, baba natin doon sa...
Because that is not how I understood it.
Baba natin sa maintindihan ng mga kababayan natin na iba nakikinig. Ganito, bumili yung private corporation ng 100,000 doses. All right? yung 50,000, yung 100,000 sa sinasabi ninyo, pupunta muna sa DOH.
That's
Di ba?
not.
Yan ang sinasabi nyo. Hawak muna ng DOH. Ganun ba? I-deliver sa DOH. Ganun
Mahirap
ba?
yun.
Yes, sir. I-deliver
So,
mo na
yung
po.
100,000.
Yes, sir. Tayo po ang mag-minister kasi yung vials, considering that is a strategic asset, it should be given to the DOH.
Yes, so correct. Oh,
Yes,
so
sir.
the answer is yes. Ngayon,
Yes,
ang
sir.
sinatanong ni Senator Villar, yung 50,000 sa gobyerno na yon, bahala kayo kung
Yes, sir.
paano paggagamitan yan. Gusto nyo gamitin to sa mga mahihirap.
Yes.
Okay, itong 50,000 ng private corporation, ano, na pag-aari ng private corporation na 50,000, sino magdi-distribute?
This will follow the DOH guideline on the prioritization, considering that the private sector should follow also the principle of
Why will they
equitable
follow?
access.
They bought it. They donated one half. So they have the right
That's
to
her point.
determine what
Yes,
they
yes,
will
Yes,
do
the
with
point,
the one
sila
half.
may-ari, sila
Sila
bumili.
may-ari.
Ang
Sila
sinasabi ni Senator
nag-donate na
Villar,
sila eh.
Sir,
Nag-donate na sila
hindi
eh.
niyang gamitin sa gusto niya.
The
Oo.
private sector, the AstraZeneca has a principle of equitable access and no privileged
But you
access.
paid for it. Why will you pay for it?
Basically, the principle that we have followed with the business sector and the LGU is they will follow the guidelines of the distribution and prioritization of the DOH.
So yung private corporation, kahit inalaw niyo na at kalahati kanila, kailangan ang pag-distribution nila dyan ay yung guidelines pa rin ninyo.
Yes, sir.
Na sinasabi, ang uunahin ay health workers, number 1.
Yes, sir.
Number 2, indigent seniors.
Yes, sir.
Yung pa rin, yung sequence na sinasabi nyo,
Yes,
ganun
sir.
pa rin ang gagawin ng private corporation.
Yes, sir.
Eh kung walang health workers yung private corporation, bababa ka na ron.
Yes, sir.
Wala naman silang indigent senior citizens.
Oh,
Baba sila ron. Punta
essential
na sila ron
workers.
sa senior citizens. And et cetera, ganon.
So they will follow the sequence of frontliners and essential workers.
Alright.
Low earning po sir,
Sirs.
like the drivers.
Oh, no.
We will be the one. Ang
Oh my
government pa rin
God.
gagastos sa logistics po.
That's what
Government
I'm
pa rin gagastos ng logistics.
Yes, sir.
Senator Villar?
As I understood it, the 50% will go to the private sector and they will give it to their families and employees and they will pay for the logistics but they have the right to give it to their employees. Bakit pa sila bumili kung hindi mabibigyan yung mga empleyado nila? Medyo mali yata yan kasi pumirma din kami dyan. That's how we understood it. Please answer, Mr. Joey Concepcion.
98% of the Filipinos will agree with Senator Villar.
Sus Maria Josep.
Eh, sila
Mr.
bumili
President.
para sa mga empleyado nila eh. Bakit hindi nila pwedeng ibigay sa mga
Nag-donate na
empleyado
sila
nila
ng
basta-basta?
50% so that will cover what
Sir,
they want to serve the government. But the 50% should go to their employees kasi pag hindi nila binigyan yung employees nila, hindi mapoprotect yun, hindi magbubukas ang economy.
Mr. President, a similar question is with the permission of the Senate President. Very quickly,
Yeah.
does this mean, therefore, that the purchases of the local governments will also first be forwarded to the DOH before it is eventually distributed?
Sir, there is a technical inspection first of the vials. There is a process. So meaning we have to take care of the warehousing first to keep it safe. So
Senate
that
President.
Mr. Senate
then later-
President, I convince our
Yes.
local government to buy with the intention that what they will buy will go to our local, to Las Piñas. Like Las Piñas bought 300,000 doses, so it will go to Las Piñas.
Yeah.
Why will they pay if it's not going to Las Piñas? What local government will pay if it will not go to Las Piñas or to Makati or to Quezon City? This is crazy.
Sige,
I hope you will clarify that.
I think
Can I-
Secretary Galvez, go ahead, you have the floor.
Sir, to clarify things, this is the procedure. We have to follow the procedures considering that this is a sensitive items. So once that the this will be the time of motion. I will discuss, Your Honor, the time of motion of the arrival. Once that it arrived in the airport, it is the DOH that will accept it for the purpose of administration and logistical recording. We have also processed 15 days inspection of the items because it is in the law that we have to check whether the vaccine that has been transferred to us is really the vaccine that we have procured. Next, if the LGU is the one who procured it, it will be fully deployed to the concerned LGU. So yung doses na binili nila para sa kanilang mga constituent will be given to them, and even the government will add it up, the procurement of the government, so that we can have some sort of 70% herd immunity for the certain geographical area. For the business sector, we have agreed on the contract that 50% of the procurement will be given to the government, so that the government will give it to the poor, and then the 50% will be for the employees. It will definitely go to the employees of the employees of the procuring corporation. What the DOH wanted is that it should follow the principle of equity of access and no privilege access, wherein we will give this for the prioritization given by the DOH.
All right.
Senate President, can I add?
Linawin natin, ha? Sandali lang, my colleagues, let's just pursue this particular point para then we will give the floor to you. Kalahati pupunta sa government muna, pero 100% from the airport hawak nyo, DOH. 50% will go to those to the corporation or the company or the GLGU that bought it. Okay? Yung 50% nila, susunod nila yung protocols. Kayo, ang sinasabi, yung government will give it to the poor. Ang ano ibig sabihin, hindi nyo susundin yung protocol nyo na frontliners muna? Susundin. O huwag nyo sabihin to the poor.
Sir, actually, sir, meron tayong allocation already for
Diba?
the frontliners.
Susundin nyo yung protocol ninyo.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay. Ngayon, ito ang private sector, kailangan din sundin nila yung protocol nyo.
Yes, sir.
Oh?
Prioritization, sir.
Hindi ba?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Ano?
May we ask Senator, Mr. Concepcion, Joey Concepcion of
Yes.
Go Negosyo. Is that
Yes,
the
so-
procedure that you're going to follow?
The procedure of AstraZeneca, because of equitable access, and that is really part of the agreement, is that technically speaking, we are donating 100% of the whole to the government. So they will take possession. But it is understood in the tripartite agreement of that 100%, 50% will be given to our employees, following the priority sector, again, the frontliners. Again, it was said to us by AstraZeneca under the privileged access that our families cannot be part of it. I'd like to make that clear. And that was made clear during all the meetings with the private sector companies. Yung mga may-ari hindi pwede. Yung mga executives namin hindi pwede. Yung pwede lang dito yung mga frontliners, merchandisers, security guards, lahat yan. So that is in the agreement. And,
Know that.
and that was explained. Now, and it's very clear also that on the execution part, hindi kami mag-execute, yung government ang mag-execute nito, yung DOH. Pero magbibigay sila ng, sasama rin dito yung ibang private sector na companies who are able to help the government execute. So that is a very strict rule na AstraZeneca has requested us to follow. Or else they might not continue with this program anymore under this zero profits. Sinusunod
alright.
lang namin itong programa nila.
AstraZeneca yan. What about the other vaccines? Ano mga procedure? Ganun din ang ano nila?
No, dito sa AstraZeneca, ganito lang yan kasi zero profit. The other vaccines, we are not negotiating with anybody as of this point in time yet. Si Sec Charlie ang is in charge of those other vaccines.
Secretary Galvez, what about yung sa LGUs? Puro AstraZeneca rin ang kinukuha nila?
Yes, yes, sir. For now, sir, AstraZeneca pa lang ang nag-o-offer ng definitive. We are only exploring to the others.
That's also because of the non-profit point or issue.
Sir, majority po ng ating nine-negotiate is no profit, no at cost lang po. So kung makikita po natin, yung 7 manufacturer, they follow the same rule because of the COVAX Gavi WHO directive that we should put a premium on equitable access to the poor.
Question, Mr. Senator, Mr. Senate President.
Yes, Senator Villar.
Pag
Yes,
ganyan
let's
na-
close this issue, Senator Villar, so we can proceed to the others. Go ahead.
Yeah. Pag halimbawa, ang kumpanya, bumili siya ng doses at hindi siya will not be allowed to use it to the employees of the company, ba't pa siya bibili? Ba't siya pa bibili? So, dapat bigyan na ng right yung mga companies to buy directly. Kasi pag ganito, pakikialam pa rin ng DOH kung sino bibigyan ng kumpanya. Siyempre, kung kumpanya ka, gusto mo, lahat ng empleyado mo, bigyan. Para nang sa ganon, matapos na yung problema at makabukas na kayo ng kumpanya. Kaya sila nagbabayad. And they're donating
I see the
1/2
point.
to the government. Why will they buy
Alright.
if they cannot give it to their employees?
All right.
Siyempre, hindi mo naman
Senator
pwede
Villar,
sabihin na tindera mo lang ang bibigyan mo, hindi mo bibigyan yung mga manager mo. Without the managers, who will manage the tindera? And who will manage the
Alright.
accounting? Who will manage the other work of the company? This is impractical.
I see the point of Senator Villar, but allow me to
AstraZeneca.
explain part of what I'm getting from you guys, the government side. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let us take the example of the Senate. All right, we will procure, let's say, 2,000 doses. All right, 2,000 doses. 1,000 is donated to the government, 1,000 to, or baka walang i-donate dahil government kami. O, palagay mo na, 2,000. Ang gusto ninyo, sundin namin yung protocol. Like for example, in the case of Las Piñas. Las Piñas will have bought 120,000. 60,000 sa gobyerno, 60,000 sila magsasabi. Di ba? Hawak nila yun. Di ba? Ngayon, yung 60,000 na gusto namin ng Las Piñas, pagpalagay mo, ang susundin lang nila yung protocol ninyo. Sundin lang, yun ang gusto nyo lang, na yung health workers muna nila ang bigyan nila. Susunod yung mga senior citizens. Susunod yung mga ganito. Ngayon, kung kukunti lang yun, di papunta na sa mga empleyado nila yon. Di ba? Ganun ang ibig nyo sabihin. So, ganun pa rin. Kaya lang, gusto nyo lang sundin yung protocol na mauna yung health workers. So, kung walang health workers, yung next in line. I think with that, if I'm wrong, am I correct or wrong? Secretary Dizon.
Mr. President, you're absolutely correct. Ganun po talaga yung sistema. Pero para lang po dun sa mga LGUs at sa mga government offices, halimbawa ang Senado o ang Kongreso, wala pong i-donate sa national government. Yung buong po yun, kung 100,000 doses po ang i-order ng isang LGU, 100,000 doses po ay sa LGU yan. Wala akong ibibigay sa national government.
So yung sa Las Piñas,
buo po yan.
Las Piñas government, LGU, or Pasig for that matter,
Pasig.
is already signed up with AstraZeneca, and Makati, buo yun.
Buo
Sa
po yan.
kanila yun. Pero susundin dapat yung protocol ninyo.
Tama po.
Alright?
Correct po yung
Secretary
pagpapaliwanag,
Galvez.
Mr. President.
Sir, the reason why we have prioritization is based on WHO regulation. First, we have to prioritize for those who are very vulnerable to preserve the healthcare institution. Nakita po natin, priority po ang health workers because they are the most vulnerable amongst the whole sector and they're the one who are fighting for the COVID-19. So we have to preserve that institution that will heal us in this pandemic. Secondly, we have to preserve, sir, yung institution that will implement the vaccination program. That's why yung sa nakita natin in terms of sa private sector, ano po ba ang pinaka frontliners nyo na you will recover you will recover we will recover the institution by having yung essential workers. And what are the essential workers? Yung tinatawag natin po sa nasa water, light, transportation, and also those life-saving essential workers and frontliners. That's why the imposition of the priority is not only imposed by us, but by the WHO. At the same time, imposed by the manufacturer who follows the imposition of the WHO.
All right, okay. I think some of those points are clear. Let's proceed with
Senator, I will just answer. When a
Yes.
company buys, it buys for everybody. So may priority, but it has a supply for everybody. Kasi pag in a company, you cannot just choose which you want to vaccinate. Magagalit yung mga empleyado mo. Dapat pag bumili ka, para sa lahat ng empleyado. So hindi mo pwedeng sabihin, mauuna lang siguro yung naka-frontline, but everybody will be vaccinated and you should be allowed to do that kasi ang binili mo, enough for everybody. When you're running a company,
you're allowed to do that.
yeah.
Senator Villar.
Yes.
You're allowed to do that. Sinasabi lang na unahin lang yung mga...
That's okay, but when we bought, it's
wala kang
for
health worker,
everybody.
diretso mo na agad sa mga empleyado mo.
I just want to clarify that kasi sinasabi nila na hindi daw pwede yun. Hindi pwede yun. I mean, if you're running a company, you buy for everybody or else your employees will get angry and they will not do their work.
I think that's clear enough. Now, let's go to those who were not able to ask last hearing para mapagbigyan naman natin sila. No? We start off with Senator Revilla. Senator Bong Revilla, you're recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, my questions for Secretary Galvez. The study made by Okta Research, composed of professors from the University of the Philippines, the University of Santo Tomas, and Providence College in the United States, has been mentioned last hearing. Sa research po na ito, sinasabi na marami sa ating mga kababayan ay unwilling magpabakuna at hindi pa desidido kung sila ay magpapabakuna. Kahit sinasabi na mayroong ligtas na epektibong bakuna, marami pa rin ang tila ayaw tumanggap nito, Mr. President. Hindi rin naman natin mayaalis sa ating mga kababayan ang pag-aalala sa posibleng magiging epekto ng bagong bakuna sa katawan ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya naman maganda na tinatalakay natin at dinidinig natin dito sa Senado ang National COVID-19 Vaccination Plan ng ating pamahalaan. But having said that, may I know, how will the vaccines be administered? Voluntary po ba ito o mandatory? Paano po ba gagawin ng pamahalaan? Halimbawang mayroong mga miyembro ng priority sectors na katulad ng frontliners o senior citizens na ayaw magpabakuna. So, Mr. Secretary, may you answer?
Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed to respond.
Go ahead, Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doon po sa unang katanungan, meron po tayong tinatawag na task group for demand generation, jointly led by the Philippine Information Agency at saka po ang inyong Department of Health. Sa kasalukuyan po, meron tayong campaign very actively para palakasin ang tinatawag natin demand generation sa pamamagitan po ng communication and community engagement, number 1. Number 2 po, yung social listening at crisis communication. At maliban po doon, meron po tayong sisiguraduhin na magkakaroon po ng sapat na supply ng mga ligtas at dekalidad, epektibong mga COVID-19 vaccines. At kami po ay sa kasalukuyan nakikipag-ugnayan sa mga malalaking mga asosasyon ng mga healthcare professionals, ang Philippine Medical Association, Philippine Nurses Association, the PAMET, Philippine Association of Medical Technologies, kasi sila po ang tutulong sa atin mag-advocate para po mapataas po natin ang tiwala at ang paniwala ng taong bayan na kasalukuyan meron ilan po na nagdududa pa. At kinakailangan po talagang lahat po tayo sa lipunan ay pagkaisahan po natin ito. Ang Senado po, malaki po ang influence ninyo na hanggat sa maaari po ay talagang pagkatiwalaan po ang ating mga bakuna at sinisiguro po naman ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Duterte na talaga pong dadaan ito sa proseso at sisiguraduhin ang kaligtasan at ang epektibo at pagiging dekalidad ng mga bakuna. Yung po pangalawang tugon sa inyo pong katanungan, hindi po ito mandatory vaccination program. Voluntary po ito at magkakaroon lang po yung mga magpapaturok. Meron po tayong kasangkapan o instrumento. Ito po yung tinatawag natin na consent form. Doon po sa consent form, nakalagay na po dyan ano po yung mga risk and benefit ng bakuna.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, meron ba kayong ginawang kahalintulad na survey sa particular na sektor tulad ng medical professionals, frontliners, elderly, uniformed personnel kung gusto o ayaw nilang magpabakuna? Meron po ba tayong, kumbaga ano po bang nasabing, kung may resulta na, ano po bang lumabas dito sa survey nito? How do this kind of surveys translate to the national level of people's acceptance of the vaccine? And did we factor in the results of the surveys in the procurement plan of COVID-19 vaccines?
Meron po mga iba't ibang mga survey results na lumalabas. May galing po sa Okta, may galing po sa Pulse Asia, may galing po sa Social Weather Station, at mga iba pa pong mga survey outfits. Kami nagpapasalamat sa kanila kasi dito po natutukoy natin kung ano po ba ang naging dahilan kung bakit may agam-agam o pag-aalinlangan ang mga ilan na sektor o grupo sa ating pong lipunan. At we will do a targeted campaign strategy for each of the sectors. No? So, yan po ang ginagawa natin at sana ang mga susunod na survey magpapakita ng mas maunlad na mas malaking bilang ng ating mga kababayan na naniniwala at magpapabakuna. Salamat po.
Okay, Secretary Duque, since ikaw naman yung sumasagot na, no? Kasama po sa posibleng miyembro ng vaccination campaign teams ay mga teachers. Sila ay maaaring tumulong sa health education at bilang documenter, recorder, and vital signs taking. Are we referring to all teachers o public school teachers lamang po?
Initially, mga public school teachers lang po muna, pero kung kinakailangan, dahil pagka dumami na po ang bakunang darating at hindi po sapat ang atin na yaman tao or human resource, no, na magko-complement doon po sa atin na gagawin na pagbabakuna. Pero tama po kayo, meron tayong mga bawat vaccination team, 6 na miyembro ng vaccination team. May 2, either a doktor o nurse o midwife para po sa screening and assessment. Isa pong allied professional or volunteer para sa health education. Diyan po papasok ang mga guro ng pampublikong mga paaralan. At meron po tayong for vaccination mismo, ang tuturok, meron po tayong either a physician, a nurse, a midwife. Lahat po ito ay ititrain. Magdi-develop po tayo ng cadre of competent healthcare and allied medical professionals to implement our vaccination rollout plan. At meron din po tayong 2 pa na either midwife, barangay health worker, or health staff volunteers from partner agencies para po doon sa sinasabi ninyo mag-document or recording and vital signs. No po. So, ayan po, meron po tayong total of 1,245 na atin pong mga healthcare workers na gagampanan po ang vaccination program. So, meron po tayong assessment sa kasalukuyan kung saan po nagkukulang at pinag-aandaan po natin, meron po tayong needs assessment. And eventually, fill in the gaps, yung mga puwag po na mga kinakailangan para po sa matagumpay na pagbabakuna. Salamat po.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, ukol sa mga public school teachers, ano po ang magiging basihan nito? Mga lugar kung saan kailangan ang tulong ng mga teachers bilang ng mga teachers na kakailanganin, magiging partisipasyon ng mga teachers, haba o tagal ng panahon na magiging partisipasyon ng mga teachers natin.
Ang tanong niyo po ba, Your Honor, is sa vaccination prioritization kung kailan sila mababakuna?
No. Ang tanong ko po ay, kumbaga ano po ang magiging basihan ng mga lugar kung saan kakailanganin ang tulong ng mga teachers bilang mga teachers na, kumbaga ang bilang kung ilan mga teachers ang kakailanganin, haba o tagal ng panahon na magiging partisipasyon ng bawat guro.
Aalamin ko pa lang po, Your Honor, yung atin pong assessment. Kasi sa kasalukuyan, kinukumpleto pa po natin ang assessment kung saan po pwedeng ipasok ang tulong ng mga guro sa atin pong rollout, vaccination rollout plan and implementation.
Yes. For clarification, the DOH presentation used term volunteers, which means that this is not mandatory for teachers. Tama po ba?
Tama po kayo. At madagdag ko lang, gaya po na nasabi ko kanina, pinakamaganda o angkop na papel kanila pong gagampanan ay sa health education para magabayan ang mga babakunahan kung ano po ang dapat nilang bantayan, ano po ang mga posibleng side effects at kung paano po ito i-report sa mga tamang kinakaukulan na otoridad. Ang gagawin po natin ito through the LGUs.
Okay. May karagdagan po bang sahod na matatanggap ang ating mga guro sa serbisyong gagawin nilang ito?
Dahil po voluntaryo ito ay wala pong matatanggap, pero hayaan po ninyo, titingnan po namin kung hanggat sa maaari kung pwede naman makapagbigay kahit na konting ayuda sa kanila ay amin pong pag-aaralan po ito at kami po ay magbibigay ng susunod na ulat patungkol po dito.
Okay, sinasabi ng ating mga opisyal na inaasahan sa February 20 sa darating na unang batch ng bakuna. Have we invited or listed the volunteers whom we need as part of the vaccination campaign teams?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, Secretary Galvez. Yes, sir. Nagagawa na po tayo ng tawag nating time in motion. Titingnan po natin yung preparation po ng ating mga LGUs at the same time yung mga vaccine centers. And doon po, na meron na po tayong mga tinalaga ng mga vaccinators in different rollout areas. And tinitingnan po natin sa time in motion kung we can assimilate na kaya natin per vaccinator is 100. Nag-ano po na tayo ng how we could possibly look na makakulangin dahil because of the vaccine that will be coming in February 20, titingnan po namin yung capacity po na how we will roll out this 50, and at the same time if we can magnify it on the second delivery for almost 1 million for one vaccine maker only, we can expand yung model. Ganun po ang ginagawa po natin, and mostly yung mga volunteers po natin is mga medical health workers. Kaya nga po kahapon, na-meet na po natin ang Philippine Medical Association at saka po bukas, magkakaroon po kami ng meeting sa Philippine Nurses Association so that we can make some volunteers in terms of the administration at saka yung tinatawag na to increase the public uptake.
Yes, will the volunteers receive any allowance or any form of remuneration for their participation in the vaccination program? At saan po manggagaling ang pondo na ito?
Sa ngayon po, ano po natin is because of we are encouraging on volunteerism and bayanan spirit. Sa ngayon po, ang ano po natin is we have not allocated for the volunteers. Only maybe donations for food at saka po yung maybe subsidy po sa food and transportation. But we will look at the possibility that we can if there is available fund, we can augment the services and also the honorarium of these volunteers.
Yes, will they be covered with insurance that will cover their medical hospitalization expenses in case they contract COVID-19 in the performance of their assignments?
Yes, sir. We will look into that, sir.
Okay, nabanggit nyo din po nung nakaraang pagdinig na magtatayo ng 4,512 vaccination sites na may 3 teams bawat isa. Ang isang team ay may kakayahang magbakuna ng 100 tao kada araw. Sa makatuwid, makapagbabakuna tayo ng 1,353,600 na katao kada araw. Tama po ba ito?
Sir, sa ano po natin, sa ating element ng lessons learned, nakikita po natin ang capacity po natin kung we will vaccinate more or less 50 million. Kailangan po natin ma-vaccinate every day is 150,000.
150,000. Kumbaga, kung ito'y gagawin ay tuloy-tuloy, wala po itong weekend breaks, no holidays, magtatagal ang ating vaccination program, himigit kumulang sa 1 buwan, ay 3 linggo. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. We are looking at the possibility that if the vaccines are available, we will have 24/7, 3 shifts, 24 hours po. So, ganun po ang gagawin natin. We might have that kind of situation so that we can ensure that the vaccine will be administered soon as possible time. Kasi po yung ano po natin, we have also some experiences also abroad. Nakita po natin ang Israel, ang record po nila is I believe 190,000 vaccination a day. Yun po ang pinaka po natin. That's why we are looking at the 50,000 that will be coming this February will be our rehearsal.
Okay. Mr. Secretary Galvez, can you again spread into the records ilan po ang vaccine na darating sa ating bansa sa February, March, April, May? Let's take that 50,000 or 80,000 na vaccines figure to better understand the vaccine rollout plan, no? Kung ano yung numero na nabanggit nyo kanina. Mag-walk through po tayo sa proseso, no? Una, meron na po ba tayong exact date of arrival nitong nasabing vaccines na kung ilan man ito?
Sa ngayon po, ang indicative date ng isang vaccine maker is February 20. Yung sa COVAX po is more or less in the middle of February. But the WHO and the Gavi have not fixed yet on the date. But indicatively, it will be in the middle of February. And then March, we might have more or less 1 million. And then April, we will have 2 million. And then the other vaccine makers cannot make a promise right now because the negotiation is still ongoing.
Now, pagdating sa Pilipinas ng vaccine, sinasabi niyo po ang DOH ang tatanggap at merong 15-day inspection period. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir. Yun po ang ano po natin, based dun sa regulation po natin, para at least makita po natin, magkakaroon po tayo ng sampling that the vaccine that we have ordered is the same vaccine that we will arrive. And also, we can also do inspection doon po to the site. We are planning to look at the possibility that we will go to the site so that we can see how our vaccines are being made and how this will be delivered on tranches. So that we will make sure that the timeline that we'll be having will be properly administered on time.
Okay, yung mga recipients ng vaccines, Mr. Secretary, informed na ba sila this early na sila yung unang babakunahan? Kasi pagka mabilis ito, di ba?
Yes, sir. Throughout the LGUs, we are communicating with the LGUs, and they are making what we call the master list. The master list indicated also the different priorities, and it will be further validated by the DOH, and we will finish this validation of those recipients this coming January 30. That will be our deadline. That the master list for the recipient, the master list for vaccination, and the master list for the resources that we will be using will be on January 30 po.
Yung ibang supplies na kailangan, Mr. Secretary, like PPEs, gloves, syringes, alcohol, naka-ready na po ba ito? O may sapat na po ba tayong supplies ng mga ito?
Naka-ready po tayo, pero kailangan din pa po natin dagdagan at fina-finalize lang po natin yung mga figures para nang sa ganun po ay maging matagumpay po ang ating rollout ng pagbabakuna. So lahat po yan, kasi ngayon po sa pagbabakunang ito, hindi po ito simpleng bakunahan dahil kinakailangan pa rin paigtingin or yung infection prevention and control in the context of pandemic. So kinakailangan ho na maging secured at safe ang ating pong mga mamamayan at ang ating pong mga vaccination team members. Kaya yung kanilang mga face shield, face mask, yung sanitation area, lahat po ito ay meron po tayo. Augmentation na lang po ang gagawin with the LGUs. Salamat po.
Okay, Mr. President, yun na lang po muna. Then, just like to thank Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque for answering my questions. At alam po natin na matinding pagsubok itong hinaharap natin. Kumbaga, konting tiis lang at makakaraos din tayo dito. Pati na rin sa ating mga kababayan. Yan, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bong Revilla. Next is Senator Nancy Binay. Senator Binay, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Siguro just to pursue yung point ni Senator Bong Revilla. Secretary Duque, nasabi niyo na may mga available na tayong syringes, PPEs. Good for ilan na ho yung ready na?
Ma'am, kukunin ko lang ho sa staff ko kung ilan. Hindi ko po memoryado yung actual figures. I'll just submit it to you, Madam Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary. And then for yung augmentation, more or less, ano yung need? And nasa na tayo dun sa proseso for the augmentation? Are we bidding it out already or binibilang pa natin kung ano yung need natin?
Yung ating po procurement ay sa kasalukuyan ay ongoing, Madam Senator. Lahat po ng ancillary supplies, gaya po ng akin mga nabanggit, yung mga karagdagan na PPEs, pero hindi naman full PPEs ito. Mga mask, face shields, alcohol, sanitation, chemicals, disinfectants. So yan po ay mabubuo na natin sa lalong madaling panahon.
So Secretary, ano yan? Na-bid out na?
Ongoing pa po eh. So pati yung bidding yan ay kasama sa proseso ng procurement at tutulungan din po tayo dito ng PSDBM para mas madali po natin na makuha o makamit itong mga kinakailangan na sapat na volume ng mga peripherals, para po sa ating mga ancillary services.
But Secretary, for 50,000 doses, we have sufficient supply. Like for example, syringes, bulak, meron naman po.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have about 30 million syringes, ma'am. 27 auto discharge syringes and about 3 million. So, ito po, ma'am, we can just submit it to you. Would you want me to read it out, Madam
No,
Senator?
Secretary, just for submission.
Yes, we will just submit, ma'am. Andito na po sa akin, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you pa. And then, pagdating naman ho din sa distribution and deployment, meron na ho ba tayong kinausap for the supply cold chain management?
Meron na po. In fact, out of the 18 companies that the DOH supply chain management team, andito po si Yusek Carol Tainyo, 18 na po yung nakausap at 4 po dito ang may kakayahan mag as a third-party logistics provider, kaya po nila yung iba-ibang temperature requirement. Kasi iba-ibang bakuna, iba-iba po ang temperature requirement. May iba po +2 to +8 degrees centigrade. Yung iba naman po negative 20 degrees centigrade. At may isa naman po dyan ay negative 70 degrees centigrade. So, 4 ang kumpanya na naghahayag na sila po ay kaya po nilang ma-accommodate itong mga iba't ibang klaseng mga bakuna. So meron po tayong 4 na companies na sa kasalukuyan ay atin pong kinakausap.
But at the moment, Secretary, may padating na ho tayo by February. At the moment, wala pa ho tayong kinakausap. Wala pa tayong ina-awardan for the supply cold chain management.
Madam Senator, meron ho tayong available na up to, I think, July. So kakayanin po ito at ito naman pong 4-hour negative, 4-hour +2 to +8, yung pong RITM natin, andyan na po yung mga regional warehouses and cold storage facilities po natin. So naka-inventaryo na po tayo lahat, Madam Senator. So kung ano man yung kulang, bandang mga July, August na ho. Pero aagahan po natin, tama po kayo, na dapat ay we have to be 10 steps ahead.
Okay.
Madam, I'll just add. Sa next week po, Madam, we will inspect the cold chain facilities in Metro Manila, including yung mga cold chain facilities natin sa mga major hospitals, just to check yung preparedness ng ating mga LGUs, at the same time yung ating mga healthcare facilities. So, bibisitahin po natin ng RITM as based dun sa report ni Secretary Duque po mo, ma'am. Meron po tayong cold freezer na nabili na ng DOH, and we will inspect it this coming week. So, yun po, ma'am, rest assured na yung supply chain requirements, particularly sa mga ultra cold, we have been negotiating since December 16. Nagkaroon po tayo ng logistic workshop with Swillig, Pharma, at Unilab, and also the different supply chain consortium with the different private companies. And we have already assured that the president that we can manage the supply chain, even the negative 80, negative 70, and negative 20 ultra cold facilities.
Pero Secretary Galvez, I saw sa news yung presidente ng cold chain groups, parang wala pa daw sa kanila nakikipag-usap from government. And I think invited ho ata natin sila ngayon. Can they confirm this?
Nandito po ang Swillig po at saka po ang Unilab.
Yeah. Madam Senator, meron po kami listahan ng mga nakausap na po. 18 na nga po ito. We will just submit to you the list, Madam Senator.
Madam Chairperson, with the permission of Senator Binay, just very quickly. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Binay. Can the inventory of all these cold chain equipment and itong mga ma-submit din sa atin so that we know exactly what the situation is? Yung inventory.
We will do.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, we will do immediately, Your Honor.
Okay. I think invited ho ata natin, Mr. President, I think si Mr. Dizon is part of the Association of Cold Chain. Tama po ba?
Yes, he's online. Would you like him to respond?
Yes, yes, please, Mr. President.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Senate President. Good morning, Madam Senator, and all the other members of the committee. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon na makilahok dito sa hearing na ito. Gusto po lang naming i-manifest at this point na baka ilang ulit na po kaming nakipag-usap sa gobyerno para ilahat ang aming kakayahan, our capabilities and our willingness to participate in this vaccine distribution program if we are called upon. Ko-confirm ko lang po yung binanggit ni Senador Nancy na nasa dyaryo po ngayon na sinabi ko kahapon na hindi pa po nakikipag-usap sa amin ang gobyerno. Kaya po hindi rin namin masimulan ang paggawa ng pangplano ng action plans na aming maaring kailanganing ipatupad dahil hanggang ngayon po wala kaming naririnig na malinaw na direksyon. Ang masakit pa po nito, as of yesterday, we have received unofficial information that the participation in the vaccine distribution program will also be subject to guidelines, restrictions, and terms of reference that may be provided by regulatory agencies. Lalo po kami hindi makakakilos dahil hindi po namin alam po yung mga guidelines na yon. Nevertheless, ang amin pong posisyon sa ngayon, handa pa rin po kami namang tumulong because we have been operating this industry for so many years under the guidelines of the regulatory agencies that pertain to food supply chain. Na sa palagay po naman namin, hindi naman napakalayo sa magiging guidelines for the handling of vaccines. Kailangan lamang po namin malaman kung kami kasali o hindi.
Mr.
Maraming salamat po. Yung kailangan po natin dito yung pharma grade cold chain. At gusto ko lang pong basahin ang mga kumpanyang amin na pong mga nakausap, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, yung pong Orca, yung pong Royal Cargo, Maersk, Jetcore, Diamond, Pharmaserve, Vantastic Incorporated, LBC, Distrifil, Metropack, Royal Cold Storage, Cool Air, Country Force, Fast Logistics, and Zwellig. So hindi po kami, tama po kayo, ang kinakausap po namin, diretso na dun sa mga providers. Pero ready naman po kami makipag-ugnayan dun sa inyong asosasyon. Kung meron pa po kayong mga pwedeng i-rekomenda, we will promptly look into this, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
At siguro, Secretary Duque, di ba mas maganda kung mas marami yung magagamit natin ng cold chain? Kasi ang naririnig ko, based dun sa mga interview sa inyo, kumbaga nakakahon tayo sa isang klase ng bakuna kasi ang limitation ay yung storage, yung cold storage. But kung mas marami makaka-provide, ibig sabihin mas marami tayong mapagpipilian na mas maiging bakuna, hindi po ba?
Madam Senator, actually, ma'am, ang pag-ano po namin ng pharma grade po kasi ang dalawin po natin there are two cold storage. Yung agricultural cold storage saka yung pharma. Ang kinakausap po natin yung pharma grade. Kasi po kailangan po ng training po yan at saka extensive experience. Kasi balita po natin talagang very sensitive po yung pag-handle po ng cold chain. So yung kinakausap po namin, ma'am, together with the LGU, actually sinabihan namin din ng LGU that they can connect directly sa mga cold chain pharma operator. And many LGU already are connecting with them, especially Manila. Gumagawa nga siya ng isang cold chain niya na can accommodate yung -70 at saka -20. So yun po ang mga preparation po natin na yung ang ginagawa po natin ngayon by areas, and even we are connecting with other big companies that can accommodate millions of dosage of vaccine sa -20 at -70, both dito lang sa Manila at saka dito sa major hubs, Visayas at saka po sa Mindanao, like in Cebu City, and also in Davao. So we are also exploring the spokes and hub strategy, wherein this ultra cold storage can be also be deployed in different areas, so that other people in the rural areas can access to our safe and effective vaccine. So yun po, para wala pong discrimination sa ano po natin, sa ating pagbabakbak po.
Yes, kaya nga Secretary Galvez, napakahalaga na kinakausap na natin itong grupo ng cold change groups, di ba? Kasi what if meron sa kanila na willing naman to shift to pharma grade? Di ba? Kaya kailangan ngayon pa lang nag-uusap na eh. Dahil base dun sa statement nyo during the Monday hearing, kumbaga, ito na naman, mas may access yung nandito sa NCR or dun sa mga cities kasi sila lang yung may facility dun sa mas okay na bakuna. Tapos ibibigay natin dun sa probinsya yung hindi ganong taas yung efficacy kasi yung handling niya mas kaya nila. So parang meron na namang inequality pagdating dun sa distribution. Yun lang naman po, Secretary Galvez. So siguro maganda na pag-usapan at tignan natin kung paano pa natin may expand itong pharma grade cold chain supply management natin. Moving on to another topic dun sa distribution and deployment. Meron na ho ba tayong IT program na gagamitin for this vaccination program?
Meron po tayong IT support para dito. Halimbawa, yung QR code system for registration ng ating po mga babakunahan. Pero syempre, ma'am, ito po ay combination pa rin ng IT and in areas na medyo mahina ang internet connectivity, hindi maiwasan. Gagamit pa rin tayo ng manual system.
Yes, no, but Secretary, ang sinasabi ko hong IT program or IT platform is, do we have a war room kung saan, parang siguro may call center doon na may software tayo na pag kunyari may nagkaroon ng adverse effect sa Cebu, itatype lang nila yung code or whatever, mag-a-appear na doon na okay, yung batch na yan, dito galing yan, ang nag-distribute niyan, ganito, yung handling niyan, meron na ho ba tayo? Because for me, napaka-importante ho ng paggamit natin ng technology. This is such a massive operation. Hindi ho pwede dito yung di kamay at isusulat natin, yung recording natin, sa papel. Hindi ho pwede. Kailangan may pagka-high-tech yung operation din ho natin. So, meron na ho ba tayong ganong platform?
Yes, ma'am. Ito po ay sa kasalukuyan pinangunlad natin yung COVID Electronic Immunization Registry at saka ito po kasama ang Department of Information, Communications Technology or DICT at saka po ang Knowledge Management Information Technology Service ng the Department of Health.
So meron na po. For example, pag tinanong ho namin sa inyo pag roll out ng bakuna, saan dinala yung Sinovac? Saan dinala yung Pfizer? Ilan ang nabakunahan? Kung tapos na ba yung first shot nila? June na ba sila for their second shot? Ma-access nyo ba yan lahat through that IT program?
Meron po tayong dashboard na isa-set up para ma-monitor natin lahat from the entire distribution, yung end-to-end supply chain system at yung pong mga babakunahan from registration to counseling to screening to actual vaccination and post vaccination monitoring and surveillance and reporting. This will all be supported with an IT capacities, existing capacities. But we will continue to enhance.
Yeah, but Secretary, at the moment, that setup is not available. Am I correct?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So wala pa ho. Magda-dry run tayo next week na hindi natin matitest yung setup in terms of the
Meron na po tayo.
technology.
No, ma'am, we will do the dry run. Kasama na po yan. Next week, I understand, maybe Sec Galvez can give a more detailed...
Ma'am, yung ano po, yung command and control system natin, yung war room, has been established since November 16. So nasa Aguinaldo po yan. So we set up the command system there, and then also we will ano po yan, naka-cascade po yan sa regional, and also with the provincial. Yung ating pong National Task Force on COVID-19 as being chief implementer, naka-set up na po yan since since March. And yun po ang gagamitin natin po na tinatawag nating communication structure. Nandun na po yung mga dashboard at saka yung tinatawag po natin na communication lines, na parang at least mabilis po yung natin yung reaction po natin. The whole first floor of the Armed Forces of the Philippines clubhouse has been occupied po ng po yan ng NTF. So we have an extensive command and control war room na nandun po sa Aguinaldo.
So sa dry run nyo ho, by I think next week yun sa Pasig, paano ba yun? May computer na doon, tapos i-input nyo kung sino yung kunyaring babakunahan, yung database, ganun ho ba yung magiging setup natin? Or sulat kamay muna?
Yes, ma'am, pakikita po namin next week.
Okay, siguro Secretary will just wait for that. And then, sige, balikan ko ho yung Secretary dun sa vaccine procurement. Well, at the moment, lahat po ng vaccines worldwide, EUA pa lang ho ang permit. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
And meron na ho bang nag-apply for commercial in other countries?
Ma'am, maybe...
baka si DG Domingo would know.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Madam Senator, wala pa po. Lahat po ongoing phase 3 trials pa and all EUAs.
So wala pa ho. And so more or less, DG Domingo, kailan natin makikita tong commercial authorization for the vaccines?
Yung full completion of phase 3 trials, mga 1 to 2 years. At sa ngayon, medyo matatapos na po yung first year. Ang pinakamaaga po siguro end of 2021 or mga hanggang middle of 2022.
Okay, thank you. And then, balik ko tayo kay Secretary Galvez. I think dun sa isang interview nyo ho, nabanggit nyo din na mukhang mas mauuna itong Pfizer kesa sa Sinovac. Tama po ba?
Kung ma-approvean, ma'am, yung aming appeal with COVAX, there is a possibility, ma'am. And also, we are negotiating diplomatically for AstraZeneca.
And when will we know that?
It will be in February po, ma'am. Indicative date.
Yeah, pero kailan nyo mako-confirm na padating na yung Pfizer?
The inspection will be there will be an evaluation by Gavi and COVAX this coming 18 to 29 January. So the result of that will indicate when the COVAX will be ready to deploy. So sa ngayon, ma'am, hindi po natin po alam kung ano po ang decision po dun sa Gavi, kung anong pong time ang po natin. Maybe we can ask Sir Jimmy, considering that Sir Jimmy knows yung Jimmy yung sa Gavi at sa COVAX.
Your Honors, the vaccines actually are being evaluated as the period was specified by Secretary Galvez. After we predict that after the January 29, they will be issuing the approval to the countries who complied with the requirements of the set by the COVAX facility. And of course, this will be incumbent on the issue. Of course, the EUA has already been issued by the FDA, by the Philippine FDA. So that has already been satisfied. So we expect that the process would be fast. And once the permits have been issued and the vaccines arrive through the normal process of inspection, this will be made available to the target populations as prescribed by the Department of Health.
And then, Dr. Montoya, more or less, ilan ho yung dadating by February? And sure na ho ba na Pfizer yung dadating? Kasi di ba sa COVAX facility, it's a mix of different vaccines.
Madam Sen, Your Honor, Dr. Atoy is the official part of the negotiating team. So,
Mr. Chair? Apo. Opo, Mr. Chair, the available vaccine that is in COVAX that will be available for the Philippines are the Pfizer vaccines.
Okay, and more or less po, ilang doses yung dadating? Initial? By February?
Mr. Chair, wala pong commitment ang COVAX at the moment, but they could only ship actually probably 50,000 in one shipping, 50,000 doses.
Okay, and then, kunyari ho na ma-approve na itong through COVAX facility, may listahan na ho ba tayo na bibigyan natin? I mean, do you have 50,000 names?
Yung unahin po muna yung institution po, Madam, yung mga hospital po natin.
And na-inform na ho sila na they will be receiving the Pfizer vaccines.
Yes.
They've been informed na Pfizer ho yung makukuha nila at hindi ibang at hindi
Yung last
Sinovac.
presentation po natin last last Monday, we indicated that the possible COVAX vaccine that will be coming is Pfizer. And based on our priority, the priority will be the hospital institution.
And ilan ho yung mako-cover netong hospital institutions? More or less, ilan ho tong frontliners na ito?
More or less 25,000 po, ma'am. Kung if the first shipment will be 50,000, 25,000, ma'am, because of 2 doses.
Okay. So 25,000 frontliners ho yung mabibigyan.
Ma'am, I would like to clarify na ongoing pa ma'am yung negotiation natin. It is not yet so we cannot speculate how much because the decision is not yet.
Pero kasi Secretary, di ba, parang nabanggit ni Doktora, they can only ship 50,000 doses at a given time. So
Yes, ma'am. Kasi ma'am, we have to wait for the decision of the COVAX and Gavi. What will be the indicative volumes that will be coming in, and from there, we will really look at our prioritization matrix, and we will see how many will be given with the vaccine. But for now, we don't have the figures and we don't have the indicative date. There's still uncertainty, ma'am.
Hindi, pero kasi, Secretary, hindi ba ho dapat, I think sa UK ata yun yung mga babakunahan nila, nagsisend out na sila ng primer ata about the vaccine na ituturok sa kanila. Wala ho ba tayong ganung programa na kung saan i-inform natin yung mga health workers natin na ito yung mga possible vaccines na i-injection sa inyo? For example, Pfizer, Sinovac, Novavax, and may preference ba kayo kung ano yung i-inject sa inyo? Wala ho ba tayong ganong information dissemination, lalong-lalo na for our frontliners? Ngayon pa lang, kahit wala pa ho yung bakuna?
They have actually, ma'am, I believe last week nagkaroon po ng meeting si Yusek Kaputahe with the different hospitals in NCR and also our regional directors. I believe sir na ma'am na we have already the prioritization. But we will
actually, Secretary, it's not about prioritization. It's about informing them kung ano yung ituturok natin sa kanila. Meron ho bang ganung effort? I think Mr. President, meron ho ata tayong invited from the Nurses Association. Meron na ho bang ganong effort on the part of government to inform our frontliners kung ano ba yung vaccine na pwedeng iturok sa kanila?
Madam Senator.
Yes, ma'am. We have a town hall meeting with the doctors and associations and also the nurses. Yesterday, I have talked with them, and also we have some information drive during our meeting last yesterday. I already informed them what are the vaccines that will be coming in, and even our vaccine expert panel, Ma'am Nani Gulyani, had specified the different characteristics of these vaccines. And tomorrow, we will be having the meeting, town hall meeting with the Philippine Nurses Association.
And
it will be.
And Secretary, ano
Yes.
yung mga pinapresent yung bakuna na pwedeng igamit sa kanila? In your
Actually, we have the
presentation.
we have the 7 portfolio. We informed them that we have a portfolio of 7 vaccines, and I presented them that the first the indicative date of the probability that Pfizer and also Sinovac will be the first and maybe AstraZeneca will be the first 2-3 vaccines that will be coming in the Philippines.
And
But
what was the
date is
feedback?
not yet. Yung
Ano ang feedback? Because, well, naririnig ho natin kasi, Secretary, di ba, lalong-lalo na dito sa Sinovac, may dadating na 50,000, pero kung wala naman magpapaturok, masasayang yung vaccine. Hindi ho ba, we want to avoid that?
Yeah, there are many feedbacks that many of our healthcare workers are something averse on some vaccine. But we told them that the selection that we are making is based on science and based on the evaluation of vaccine experts. And I believe because of some sort of perceptions and also coming from the media that there are certain misconceptions on certain products. So they have that perception. But for now,
Kasi Secretary Galvez, di ba, kayo na rin nagsabi, based on science. Paano naman ho kayo nakapag-desisyon na bilhin yung Sinovac kung based on science when technically wala pa ho publication itong Sinovac?
Ma'am, I hear the vaccine expert ranking during our initial preparation for the evaluation and selection and also in negotiation. They submitted to me the list of the different vaccines with the different platforms. So they listed that the inactivated platform, which have been used for almost 260 years, is the safest among all the platforms. And next is the protein subunit. And after that, the virus.
Pero Secretary Galvez, di ba, in terms of use and yung advanced stage, hindi ba mas logical na dapat AstraZeneca yung prioritize natin sa pag-procure ng bakuna?
Actually, ma'am, sila nga po ang nauna natin sinainan. If you will remember that we have a tripartite agreement
Pero that was not government money. That was private sector money.
Yes, actually, ma'am, ang nauna naming negotiate is Pfizer and AstraZeneca.
Pero yung Pfizer nga ho, through COVAX pa hindi pa diretso sa Pfizer, di ba?
No. Our financing is self-financing. We have para maintindihan po ng mga tao, dalawa pong financing po ang COVAX. Tinatawag natin COVAX financing at saka yung tinatawag na pool financing at saka yung self-financing. What we are doing is a bilateral self-financing. So basically, yung arrangement natin is a bilateral arrangement with the vaccine company.
Pero Secretary, balikan lang ho natin yung sa Sinovac at sa AstraZeneca. Well, technically, sa AstraZeneca ho, walang national government funds ang ginamit natin to procure the 17 million. Tama po ba?
Ang ano po natin, ang arrangement po ng ang arrangement po natin sa sa AstraZeneca is the vaccine will be procured by the business and then
Hindi, Secretary,
LGUs.
simple lang naman ho yung tanong ko eh. Was national government money used to procure AstraZeneca vaccine? Yes or no?
No.
None. Unlike sa Sinovac ho, na kahapon lang or the other day lang nag-apply ng EUA, we are using national government money. Tama po ba?
Ma'am, we have to look at the perspective of a portfolio.
Hindi nga,
Ninenegotiate po natin yan.
Pero Secretary, kasi nga, di ba in the interest of speed, kasi nga gusto natin mabakunahan kaagad, di ba? Yung AstraZeneca ho, ang tagal na, nag-apply na to, I think last December pa ng EUA nila. Maraming bansa na ang gumagamit netong AstraZeneca. Pero hindi natin to ginastusan ng national government money. Unlike yung Sinovac po, na wala pang kaka-apply lang ng EUA, hindi yung mababa yung efficacy. Kasi nga, well, technically, hindi pa nga tapos yung ano nila, kaya wala pang publication about the vaccine. Ito, ginastusan na natin ng pera ng national government.
Wala pa po, ma'am. Wala pa po, ma'am, wala pa po tayong ginagastos sa lahat
Pero
ng mga vaccines.
may commitment na kayo.
It's only advanced market commitment. Ma'am, to make the
Pero
record
Secretary,
straight.
yung commitment ba na yan, pwede nyo pang tanggalin?
Ma'am, the model now on the procurement of all vaccines is advanced market commitment. If tatanggalin po natin ang
advanced market commitment is considered goods sold already? Kumbaga, done deal na yan, wala nang atrasan.
No. Ma'am, ito para po malaman niyo po sa kontrata, may tatlong party po yan. Una, yung pong tinatawag nating CDA. Yung CDA is an agreement na kumaga sa po yung non-disclosure of tinatawag nating yung secrets of the trade. Second is yung tinatawag na term sheet. Yung term sheet is yung general terms, parang framework to lock the supply. And then yung supply agreement, nandun po yung terms of payment at saka yung terms of ano po tayo. So ang sa atin pa lang po ngayon, we are dealing with the term sheet. Considering we have to lock and so that they can already make production. So sa ngayon po, wala pa pong government fund tayong naibibigay.
So technically, Secretary, pwedeng hindi pa rin tayo bumili ng Sinovac?
Yeah, yes.
And shift
your-
that fund to
your-
another vaccine?
Senator Binay, please wrap up. Your 10 minutes is up.
Yes, po.
Go ahead,
Can-
answer.
Mr. President.
Maybe siya po, sir.
Yes, go ahead, Secretary Dizon.
Madam Senator, if I may just try to summarize for the process of selection. No? The
Senate
process of
President,
selection.
can the resource person just answer kung pwede pa bang hindi natin bilhin yung Sinovac? Yun lang naman po yung tanong ko, Senate President.
Ma'am, the answer to that is yes. If the vaccine expert panel does not recommend a certain vaccine, then the Philippine government will not purchase and will not administer the vaccine.
Okay.
The choice of vaccine is heavily reliant on what the vaccine expert panel recommends. What Secretary Galvez is trying to say is that in the initial review of the vaccine expert panel, they recommended 7 vaccines. This is why the vaccine cluster has included them in the portfolio for possible purchase and to administer the vaccine. And these are the vaccines enumerated by Secretary Galvez earlier, which initially includes Sinovac. But hindi pa po final ito. So hihintayin po natin ang vaccine expert panel final recommendation based on the phase 3 clinical trials and also the FDA issuance of the emergency use authority. Thank you, ma'am.
Siguro to wrap up lang, Mr. President, ang apila ko lang naman po kay La Secretary Galvez at dun sa decision makers natin when it comes to the use of kung anong bakuna yung gagamitin. Sana isipin nyo na magulang kayo ng bayan. Kasi, di ba ho, Secretary, pag isa kang magulang, you would always pick yung what's best for your children. Lalong-lalo na pagdating dun sa health nila eh. Sana ganun yung mindset natin dun sa pipiliin natin, kung ano yung ituturok natin sa ating mga kababayan. Yun lang naman po, Mr. President, and maraming salamat.
Mr. President, just a quick manifestation.
Sir,
Let him
to answer
answer
Madam Senator, ma'am, kung ano po ang recommendation ng vaccine expert po natin, science-based, and if it will be passed to the FDA, kung ano po ang unang vaccine na pupunta po dito, I'm willing to have that and with my family.
Mr. President, just a quick
Senator Pangilinan, go ahead.
Yes, just a quick manifestation on the point raised by Senator Binay. Mr. President, Secretary Galvez was quoted in the media saying that Sinovac was already purchased or was already Singapore has decided to use Sinovac, and therefore if they used it, then therefore it's safe. Just to clarify, Mr. President, because the news reports from the Singapore Straits Times yesterday reported that the Ministry of Health said after the release of the efficacy of 50.4% from the Brazil trials, the Minister of Health of Singapore said they will still scrutinize the Sinovac vaccine and it has not been approved. Just for the record, Mr. President, because the good Secretary Galvez said it is already okay for Singapore and therefore it should be okay for the Philippines. That is not the case, Mr. President.
Sir, can I qualify?
Yes, go ahead.
I can qualify that. Ang inano lang natin na Sir Senator, na sinasabi natin na parang kung ang ginawa po ng Singapore is to wait for the EUA, ganun din po ang gagawin po natin, sir. Kung ano po ang proseso ang gagawin ng Singapore, we will also do that. Kaya nga po yung Sinovac, they are waiting for the clinical trial in Turkey and Brazil and also Indonesia. Ang sinasabi ko lang po ay kung ang Indonesia, yung presidente po ng Indonesia is always he already take the job of Sinovac. Pagka po nag-apply po sa atin ng Sinovac at na-approvean po ng EUA, I will also willing to take that.
All right, thank you. The Medical Professionals Alliance Against COVID-19 is present, and they were invited, particularly by the office of Senator Pia Cayetano, but they have to stay until 1 o'clock. So we would like to allow them to make their manifestation. Dr. Antonio Dance. Dr. Dance, please.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Can you see the slide po?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. And yeah, thank you. I'm Dr. Antonio Dance. I'm an internist from the Philippine General Hospital and one of the conveners of the Healthcare Professionals Alliance Against COVID-19. We are the alliance that called for a timeout last August 1 when our emergency rooms were filling up with patients who could not be admitted. Together with me today here with me today is Dr. Eileen Espina, who is a specialist in public health, and Dr. Anna Ong Lim, who is a specialist in infectious diseases. So thank you, Mr. President, and honorable senators for hearing our manifestation today. I just presenting 2 slides. The first is to give the background of our manifestation. You've all talked about this already, research and development on vaccine development, which begins with phase 1, 2, and 3 trials. And after marketing approval, there is post-marketing surveillance. The twist with the current vaccine crisis is that, or with the current vaccine assessment, is that there are a lot of, we only have preliminary data and not yet the final data. Ordinarily, based on final trial results, the FDA will issue a certificate of product registration, which puts the vaccine in the open market for everyone to avail of. But since there is preliminary data, the executive order last December allowed the FDA to issue an EUA, so emergency use authorization, where now procurement will have to be done through the Department of Health, which we think is proper since there is the issue of prioritization, and it is only through national government that we can conduct this. The usual step, final step before procurement is quote-unquote authorization by the Health Technology Assessment Council. It's quote-unquote because the wording in RA 11223 is that they need to give a positive recommendation, and any procurement by PhilHealth or DOH must be based on that positive recommendation. So with that recommendation, then the DOH can implement procurement, delivery, storage, transport, distribution, and of course, monitoring, which is very important. The organizations that help within DOH that oversee these are the National Immunization Technical Advisory Group. And when it comes to monitoring, the National Adverse Events Following Immunization Committee, which is very important, and as was pointed out by Senator Binay, and we're happy to hear from Secretary Duque that they are engaging in active surveillance, hindi lang po passive surveillance where you will only monitor those who report something wrong, but you will actually have QR codes that track everyone who received the vaccine. And of course, the vaccine expert panel has been cited frequently. Technically, they are assigned to research and development. So deciding what trials can proceed here, what trials to fund. So they're in research and development rather than in assessment after the trials come out. So these are the core agencies involved in processing of the vaccine. And these are the core processes which we think should be protected. And the core values that these core agencies and processes protect are assessment of safety and effectiveness, mainly FDA, but not exclusively, of course, but that's the first approval will come from them. The Health Technology Assessment Council assesses cost efficiency, and of course the Department of Health, which will be implementing, will be assessing equitable distribution and feasibility distribution of vaccines, depending on what is technically feasible in the area where it will be distributed. There are some, special mention po. HTAC is the only one where there is a specific mandate in law to address conflicts of interest, to make sure that political and commercial interests do not go into the decisions on which vaccine to use. It's just, is it safe, is it effective, and is it cost efficient? Should be the main reasons for approval. Now, there were some kinks. Before that, these processes are ably supported by expert panels and through public hearings, which are going on right now. And we are so happy to hear that the IATF vaccine cluster is giving ample support. Vaccine evaluation and selection, which is a huge task, needs some support. And the unique thing about the vaccination process is that negotiation needs to begin even before we are certain about the vaccine data. And it's also great to hear from Secretary Dizon and Galvez that we are still waiting for final data or for more data and published data before we actually pay for these vaccines. There were some kinks. For example, HTA authorization through a positive recommendation needed phase 4 trials, and Bayanihan 2 correctly exempted them from that, so they could base it on phase 3 trials. But there's still a remaining kink because they still need CPR and final data to give authorization. So we are hoping that the kind senators can consider passing some act Bayanihan 3 might take too long, but some act which will authorize HTA to provide authorization based on preliminary data, and perhaps give some more detail on the EUA that was provided in the executive order of President Duterte. Now, based on these core processes and the core agencies and the values we try to protect through them, we have the following manifestations. So while waiting for results of trials and information from early users, about millions have received it before us. We will find out more about durability of protection, like when is the next booster dose. This will be valuable information, and we may have as early as February some of this information on when is the next booster. No? What if we pour all our resources on the first doses only to find out we need another one soon? Effectiveness against new variants, we're optimistic that they will be effective, but the final proof will be follow-up of those who are vaccinated. Because more and more patients will be vaccinated, we will find out about rare side effects and even some information on comparative effectiveness of different vaccines. I believe there are negotiations on head-to-head comparisons, but this will take a long time to materialize and have results. And find out about effectiveness in special groups such as the elderly, pregnant women, and children. And of course, most important, the impact on herd immunity. Can we roll this out fast enough? And are they effective enough to lead to herd immunity? And all eyes on the US to find out how well they manage the pandemic in the coming years or in the coming months with millions being vaccinated. Our key manifestations, Mr. President, to end, for the vaccine accepting public, we manifest that people must have access as soon as possible. For the vaccine hesitant, we think that this must be accessed soon, but they must be safe and effective. And for the indigents and the poor, the vaccine access should be made. The vaccine should be made accessible regardless of race, religion, and most important and relevant to your discussions, regardless of ability to pay. We must protect the core processes and values in the vaccination program because this is our only way to guarantee to the people that commercial and other interests have not influenced this choice. And distribution must be equitable and not become a battle of purchasing power. And we really appreciate Secretary Galvez's insistence on the national government's right to make crucial decisions and on distribution, and the DOH as well. Meanwhile, other preventive measures, this is our message to the public, other preventive measures must continue even after vaccination, no? Because it does not confer 100% protection, and it must continue even before the vaccines arrive, because the stricter we are with protective measures, the lower our reproductive factor will be, and the less we will need to vaccinate before herd immunity is attained. If we maintain the protective measures right now at, I think, an R of about 1.2, then maybe vaccinating 50% will be enough to attain herd immunity. So apat dapat is at paying attention to air ventilation and circulation, physical distancing, 2 meter if possible, always wear face shield and mask, and yung duration of interactions. Keep to less than 15 minutes if possible, 30 minutes maximum. So yun lang po, Mr. President. Thank you very much for allowing HPAC to give its manifestations.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, if
Yeah.
I may, because I just one question, Mr. President. I thought they are leaving na po yata at 1 o'clock.
Yes,
We
Senator
can extend po.
Yes, thank you, Acting Chair Senator Lacson. Just one question, sir. First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Dance, for being here. Thank you to the Health Professional Alliance against COVID-19. We really appreciate what you have been doing in the past 10, 11 months, and we appreciate it. Sir, just one question. You talk about the importance of achieving the herd community, no? And it was mentioned last hearing that the target is to vaccinate 50 to 70 million Filipinos. Ang target din po is to get 148 million doses this year. So with that in mind, my only question is that, one, are we ready for this? How many healthcare workers would be actively needed for this? Because I remember the past few months, we were trying to get as many health workers as possible. Nagkaroon tayo ng emergency hiring, etc. Again, if you look at the 148 million doses in 2021, and you divide 148 million to the remaining 351 days, it would mean we will be having 421,652 doses per day to hit the target. So my question is this realistic? If we can do this, kaya ba ng healthcare workers natin ito? Sapat ba? Meron po bang adequate tayong healthcare workers to roll this out? Yun lang po yung tanong ko, sir.
Yes, kindly respond. You're on mute.
Unmute.
Paki-unmute.
Dr. Ong Lim is manifesting to respond to the question. Were you on?
Good afternoon po, Senator. So I'm also, although I'm with HPAC, I'm also working with the National Immunization Technical Advisory Group. And currently, the setup is that the COVID vaccination program will utilize the existing platform that provides immunization services through the NIP. So that is in place, but I think it's good to realize that we are serving a different patient base because our NIP serves children and the elderly. And so we now have a whole entirely new population that will probably also need for healthcare, human resources to be augmented. Thank you po.
Are you satisfied with the response, Senator Joel?
No, sir. I'm sorry, Senator Lacson. I'm not really satisfied because I wanted to find out if we really have enough healthcare workers, because I remember last time they were asking for a timeout. Ito ho, ngayon, I wanted to know if it is realistic, if we can actually do 421,000 doses a day, if we are to reach the target of 148 million doses here in the year 2021. So I just wanted to find out, and we are not even talking about the issue made mention by Dr. Dance, which is the needed for the monitoring of the effects of the vaccination. So do we have all of that, Mr. Chair?
Would like to respond? Yes, please. The one raising your hand.
This is Dr. Eileen Espina po. I'm a public health specialist, and in response to the question of the Honorable Senator Villanueva, the vaccines po will be delivered in an interval of several weeks. So we will have to factor in po na it's like 50 million in the first round. Then we will have another round. Based on the sinabi ni Secretary Galvez earlier, they have computed it at 100 doses per vaccinator per day. So 50 million divided by 100, we will be needing 500,000, for example. And then if you're going to divide it po in, let's say, a period of, kasi may schedule po siya pa tayong dapat gawin. That's why very important po talaga dun sa National Vaccine Immunization Program, yung Gantt chart, how this will be rolled out. And then we take into consideration po the absorptive capacity of every area. That's why it's very important that we look into the population distribution, the priority list, and then we look into the health human resource available kasi hindi lang naman po doktor ang pwedeng magbakuna. So kailangan po natin dito siguro ng special law that would allow other healthcare professionals like nurses, midwives, even pharmacists and medical technologists to be trained on vaccine technology so that they can be jobbers. And then probably we can also include po in the simulation exercise areas where we can do the mass vaccination and then put that into a very good plan. And I think that is what the good Secretary Galvez was saying about having a simulation exercise po. I hope we
Thank
were
you.
able
Right.
to answer the
Yes,
question.
that's what I'm saying.
Senator De La Rosa is now recognized. Senator Bato.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission of Senator Bato, baka umalis kasi yung doctors eh. Mr. Chairman.
Sige, Senator Pimentel.
Yes, one question.
You're actually next to Senator De La Rosa, so you can have your 10 minutes now.
Is it okay with Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Bato?
Chair.
The alliance might, alliance members might leave. So, Dr. Dance, kayo po yung humingi ng time out, di ba? Because of the number of COVID patients yata nung time na yon. Can you now tell us the situation right now? Kumusta ang mga COVID beds po natin? Critical ba lahat? Puno ba? Or manageable?
The latest data show a 33% occupancy nationally. So maluwag ho ngayon. But at the same time, we are noticing a change in decline. Since August 1, meron tayong halos linear decline in the number of cases. But starting January, it sloped off. And in the past week, it has been seeming to go up. So there's a clear increase in the reproductive factor. We're now at 1.2. And we're after the religious holidays and the recent celebration of the Traslación, we're expecting the worst, which is a surge in a week or two. So we need to be prepared for that. Pero mukhang may elbow room naman ho tayo because of 33% occupancy at present. And we hope and pray hard that we are wrong, that the surge does not take place.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Chairman, is it my turn? Did Senator Bato give
Yes, your time has already started.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Anyway, I just want to organize my data or my information. Can I ask Secretary Galvez again some questions? Secretary Galvez enumerated the 7 kinds of vaccines or 7 manufacturers of vaccines from where the Philippines might or is interested to secure vaccines, no? But the Senate President earlier asked the number of doses that we are planning to order from each one, Mr. Secretary. But my notes say that state that you answered only Novavax is 30 million plus 10 million, AstraZeneca 17 million, and then you did not mention anymore the number of doses from the 5 other manufacturers. Can you complete the information, sir?
Secretary Galvez is not in the hall, so Secretary Dizon will respond to your question. Yes.
Thank you very much, Senator. If I may lang po answer for Secretary Galvez while he is out. Secretary Galvez mentioned 2 companies with the specific orders. Since those 2 companies have already concluded the negotiation phase and have already signed either term sheets or supply agreements, namely Novavax and AstraZeneca. However, the other 5 are still ongoing negotiations. So unfortunately, Secretary Galvez is bound by his confidentiality agreements with these 5 companies and cannot at this moment disclose the volumes under negotiation, Mr. Senator. My apologies for that, but Secretary Galvez assures the committee and the Honorable Senator that once these negotiations have been concluded, then he can then disclose these volumes. Thank you po.
Okay, so there will come a time na malalaman din po natin. But from his presentation, I think meron yatang overall plan to secure X million doses. What is that number, Secretary Dizon? Somewhere
Sir,
around
it's
140 million doses ba yun?
100, the target for 2021 po is 148 million doses. Sir, Secretary Galvez just arrived again. Maybe he can add to that. Thank you.
Did you get the question, Secretary Galvez?
Sir, we are collecting from the seven manufacturers 148 million for this year.
Okay. Oo nga. So, basta ang suma total ng pito na yan, when you now provide us with the numbers or the figures, more or less 148 million ang total nila. But we should add the eighth source. Tama ba yun, Secretary? We should add the COVAX facility as the eighth source of vaccines?
Sir, hindi po included po yun kasi yun po ang ginagawa po nating buffer. Because as I have said earlier, limited po ang supply natin and we don't know yet. Yan ang negotiation po natin. But definitely, realistically, there are some shortfalls on the delivery. So, ang pampuno po natin yung sa COVAX. Meaning kung isasama po natin ang COVAX, more or less we have 190 million.
Ano sir? 100?
If we will include the COVAX facility po, sir, considering that it will inoculate more or less 22 million people times 2, mga 44. So more or less ano po natin 192 million.
Yeah, 192 million doses plus the COVAX of 44 million. Para po klaro, no, COVAX is not free, di ba, Mr. Secretary? We are going to pay. But I think this facility, because of economies of scale, ang sabi nila, we will be getting the vaccines at a reasonable or better price if we acted alone. Ganun po yata yon. So, do we have already an amount committed to the COVAX facility?
Sir, the good thing is Gavi and COVAX provided the population with an equitable access. This is free. The 22 million, the 44 million doses will be given to us free.
Given to us free?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I've been reading up on COVAX. Ang alam ko, magbabayad. So,
yung po ang commitment po ng WHO for low-income countries and middle-income countries like us to have equitable access.
So, free po.
At least 20%. At least 20% of the population.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hindi po loan, ha? Free talaga.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sige, very good. That's good news. Okay. Ngayon,
how many doses will be given for free?
This will be good for 22 million people, 44 million. That is the computation of the COVAX. 20% of our population.
Para sa Pilipinas yun?
Yes, sir. We have 36 countries who are applying for this, and we are included.
Okay, Mr. Secretary. Okay.
Senator Coco, I pwede lang pa-follow up lang. It's the same question you're asking.
Okay, go ahead,
Like
ma'am.
you, if it's okay, thank you. I never heard also that it was free. So is it free? I thought discounted at cost. So maybe we can just clarify that, no? Tama ba, Senator Coco? Ikaw din, you're saying that you also were under...
That's correct. That's correct. Ang pag-alam ko, economies of scale, mas mura, or talagang not-for-profit transaction. Pero kung free, nagulat din ako.
The WHO, Mr. Chair, the WHO is online. Maybe we can ask the WHO representative, Mr. Chairman.
Before we recognize the WHO official, Secretary Dizon would like to...
Yes, but just to clarify po, as explained earlier, the COVAX facility is a facility of several countries, and the COVAX facility will be buying vaccines to distribute to the developing countries throughout the world at lower rates, below market rates, and these will be distributed for free to developing countries, maximum 20% of their populations.
Okay, so good. So,
Sorry.
meron palang...
We are receiving it for free.
We are receiving it for free.
Or receiving. Because then we were getting technical, Senator Ping and I, so it's the distribution expense that is free. No, so we will receive it for free. Okay, I think that's kind of new to most of us, no?
Yes. Ma'am, we will...
cost. So
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, the vaccines from COVAX will be for free for 22 million Filipinos. However, other costs of distribution and administering the vaccine will be shouldered by the Philippine government.
So after the 44 million dose, babayad na tayo.
Hindi po. Hindi po tayo pwedeng lumampas sa 20% allocation po natin sa COVAX facility.
Go ahead, Senator Coco.
Yes, maybe just
Maybe
confirm,
from
Mr.
the
Chairman,
WHO official
kay
first,
Dr.
Senator
Rabi.
Coco.
Okay.
Yes,
WHO.
Dr. Rabi.
Thank you, your chair, and good afternoon, senators. What has been stated can be confirmed. The COVAX facility is a joint initiative between Gavi, WHO, and the CEPI, and it was basically set up to ensure that the poorer countries are provided access in an equitable manner to minimize the impact of the pandemic. So we confirm what was already stated. In addition, I may add that we have already finalized agreements. I mean, COVAX has finalized agreements with AstraZeneca and with Janssen for quantities that could potentially arrive towards the end of the first quarter and the second quarter, early second quarter of this year. In addition to that, more recently, COVAX and WHO have negotiated a dose-sharing agreement from rich countries, particularly in the European Union and North America, who had already paid for Pfizer-BioNTech vaccines. Under this agreement, these countries have agreed to share what we understand at this point is up to 1 million doses for this early rollout, which we are potentially looking that Philippines will be eligible based on the disease transmission trends in the country and the impact of the pandemic. And this is what Secretary Galvez was referring to about the early rollout of COVAX vaccines. This early rollout donation is fully funded by those donor countries since they have fully paid for the vaccines. And that quantity we expect Philippines is selected as we believe it will be, could arrive in the Philippines as early as the second week of February. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, Senator Pimentel, you may continue.
Mr. Chairman, because the sound was garbled. So did the WHO confirm that it's free? It will be free? Was it confirmed?
Yes,
The
he
44
just
million will
confirmed
be
it.
free. Okay, very good. And we should thank the WHO, I think the European Union, and I think even France, I think, because the COVAX facility is the brainchild of these three entities. So maraming salamat po on behalf of the Filipino nation for the 44 million free vaccine doses. Mr. Secretary, I read in your statement kasi that the goal is to vaccinate all Filipinos, or dapat bang goal natin to vaccinate a sufficient number of Filipinos? Kasi hindi yata natin kaya i-vaccinate lahat because hindi yata dapat i-vaccinate yung 16 and below or below 16. Can you correct me? Can you give me the more scientific statement, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir. Sa ngayon po, yun po ang sinabi ng ating mga expert na for now, considering that we don't have enough trial for 17 and below, we will concentrate on the 18 and 59 above, considering that the vaccination should have a consent. So meaning the range that the DOH have given is 18 to 59. But the president said in his guidance that he wanted as much as possible so that we can ensure a herd immunity and also to protect our people. Our plan is really to inoculate the whole Filipino people 110. That's why we program for that. And in the future, maybe in 22, that's why our immunization program is 3 years. 3 years for the immunization of all Filipinos.
Yan ba ang definition ng herd immunity, 100%? Or ang hindi
No,
yata,
no, sir.
ang
No, sir.
definition yata ng herd immunity, sufficient number so that there is herd immunity. Di ba? Parang gano'n.
Excuse me, the WHO official is raising his hand. Can we yield to... Yes, please, Dr. Avi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you again. Let me clarify what we are doing at this point is primarily aimed at reducing the endemic impact of the pandemic by trying to reduce the deaths of among the most vulnerable and ensuring continuity of services through protecting the most vulnerable health workers, and of course trying to facilitate economic revival by protecting those economic people engaged in the economic sectors. It is for this purpose that WHO has granted the emergency use listing. While some phase 3 trials are still ongoing, as countries roll out the vaccines, we will get a clearer understanding of their full efficacies and their safeties. And over the next 2 years, probably, we will be in a better position to say whether the vaccines are safe enough for children under 16 years. So we have to take it in a phased manner, but eventually we could, according to what the academic and research sector say, we could achieve herd immunity if we can ensure that up to 70% of the population are protected. Taking this beyond will definitely help further strengthen and the population level protection levels. But at this point of time, based on currently available evidence and acknowledging the fact that the vaccines currently talked about are being used only under emergency use listing, we don't have enough evidence on safety for those products to be used in children. We believe that that will be generated over the next few months when we will be in a better position to articulate what is the evidence-based position. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Senator Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think you're targeting your numbers in your targets, Secretary Galvez, are exactly 70%. So because we are 110 million Filipinos, 30% would be, siguro ilagay na natin, yun na yung below 18. So 77 million yun. Yung doses na target mo pala is 148 million divided by 2, good for 74, more or less. More or less, nandun ka na sa 70% target, which is I think the scientific threshold to be able to claim that there is a possibility of herd immunity. So if you can really carry this out, Mr. Secretary, for 1 year, for this year, then I think you have achieved, you will be able to achieve herd immunity. But
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, sir, yung presentation nga po, Mr. Your Honor, ng ETSTAG ni Secretary Dance, we should immediately immunize with the safe and effective vaccine, and as soon as possible makuha po natin ng herd immunity. That's what yun ang immediate target po namin. Our vision is to, our vision with the PRD's vision is really to have all the population to be vaccinated. But our immediate target for this year is to have the herd immunity. That's why our target is 148 million plus yung COVAX pa po, sir. So we have more than enough for Dino. So that's our target. So that if we will achieve that, the 148 doses, we are on track.
Ito lang para klaro po. The WHO standard is 16 and below do not inoculate. Pero here in the Philippines, tayo below 18, we will not recommend that they be inoculated. Tama pa ba yun, Mr. Secretary?
Sir, it depends on the vaccine. At saka po, sir, kasi yung legal po ng indemnification. Kasi po yung po natin na there should be a consent. So I think the age of consent is 18. And then also, I would like to clarify that 18 and above po ang priority area po natin. Maybe maybe si ano po, because yung
Secretary, ito hypothetical lang. The parents want the 15-year-old son to be vaccinated. Papayagan natin kahit na 16 and below, sabi ng WHO, wag.
Sir, may I clarify po? I'm Dr. Ana Ong Lim. I'm a pediatric infectious disease specialist.
Go ahead, Dr. Lim.
So currently po, Senator, wala pa pong mga clinical trials that will support the use of this vaccine in children. So hindi po natin pwede evidence of safety and efficacy. So although we recognize ang mga magulang gusto po nilang protektado ang kanilang mga anak, hindi po rin gawin sa ngayon dahil hindi po natin safety ng vaccine for other age groups. Thank you po.
Sayang, Doctor, na naputol-putol po yung ano nyo, audio.
Would you like to repeat po?
Yes, Ana, please.
Okay. So I was just saying, sir, that currently there are no use of this vaccine in pediatric populations. So dahil po ganun po ang ating status ngayon, hindi roll out doon sa children and particularly even below 18 kasi hindi pa po sapat yung datos. Thank you po.
Okay, I think we get your main point. Pero at least, Secretary Galvez, agree tayo doon, ano? So nagtugma na naman kayo ni Dr. Ong Lim na not recommended below 18. Tama, Secretary Galvez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so wag tayong malito kasi sa international level yata below 16. Okay, anyway, we are free to impose our own.
Sir, can we clarify why 18? We have Yusek Mark Joven to explain.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So other than the scientific basis to prohibit inoculation to people below 16 years old, in response to your question of a parent representing a child to exercise a waiver, it would still be open to challenge until the child reaches 18 years old and up to a period of, I think, 4 years. So in contrast, the supplier will ask for a bulletproof indemnity waiver. So we need to reconcile these 2 points. So to be safe, it should be 18, at least in our case, if you meld the scientific and the legal aspect of the problem. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just making it very clear by letting the vaccine czar state the rule. Basta yun ang rule natin para po klaro. Si Secretary Galvez, you are bound by your non-disclosure agreements. Nagtataka lang ako, how come kasama ang presyo sa terms ng non-disclosure? Siguro ang non-disclosure, di ba, yung mga proprietary information nila, yung mga intellectual property nila. Pero bakit pati presyo po hindi po natin pwedeng masabi in public? Kaya tuloy, Secretary Galvez, tignan niyo yung sa may mga, I don't know kung disinformation campaign yan or basta merong mga kumakalat na kasi ng mga information na bakit daw sa ibang bansa ganitong presyo, dito sa Pilipinas ito ang presyo. Ito po ay resulta nga sa lack of information dito sa atin on how much the different vaccines cost or will cost us.
Sir, nasabi na po kanina, even yung one of the vaccine maker, ang Pfizer, nasabi po na all the prices except cost, no profit. Ang ano po natin, dahil kasi po yung sa CDA, which yung terms and conditions which might be prejudicial sa both parties, ay talaga po nating inano po natin. Kasi ongoing pa po ang negotiation. And there are times, nandun po sa disclosure agreement, that the information will become public domain. And it will be revealed.
Okay. Tama pala. Secretary Vince also mentioned that there will come a time when all of this will be revealed. Okay, so para po lumakas ang kumpiyansa ng taong bayan sa mga COVID vaccines, dapat reputable yung sources ng ating mga vaccines. And you have intentionally limited our source of the vaccines to 7 manufacturers. Tama po ba yun? Ito, binanggit nyo na eh. Novavax,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Sinovac, J&J, Moderna, and Gamaleya. Dapat reputable po ito sila sa larangan ng medisina or vaccines. So, pwede nyo bang sabihin sa amin, ano naman ang mga claim to fame ng mga manufacturers na ito at bakit mo sila na-consider? For example, si Pfizer, anong pinakakilala niyang produkto? Para malaman natin kung pwede pagkatiwalaan ng taong bayan. Pwede natin isa-isahin po, Secretary?
Sir, number one po.
Can I move to strike out Mr. Chairman, can I move to strike out the intervention of Senator Marcos? Ano yun, Senator Amy? Joke lang po yun. Secretary Calvez, go ahead.
May I answer the question of the Honorable...
Go ahead, Secretary Calvez.
Number one po, sir, ang mga basis po na ginawa po ng vaccine expert sa pag-identify at pag-select ng ating mga vaccines ay napakatibay po. Including po yung tinatawag natin na yung profile ng company at saka yung kanyang existence on the field of vaccine. So, pati rin po yung platform, kasi importante po yung platform kasi ni-range po nila ang platform kung ano yung pinaka-safest at saka yung mga classical at saka yung tinatawag natin mga new technology. Sa Novavax po, ang Novavax, according to them and also according to my research, the Novavax is doing a lot of vaccine. Isa po ito na primary na parang biotech company from US na napakaganda po yung kanyang in terms of yung kanyang experience and profile on vaccines. Maganda po ang kanyang track record. Secondly, ang ginagamit niya po subprotein. Based on the analysis po ng ating vaccine expert, ang pinaka-safest po na platform is inactivated subprotein and then virus vector. And then next is yung tinatawag natin yung mRNA and then DNA. Yun po ang hierarchy. Second, yung AstraZeneca, alam po natin na
Secretary, ikat kita. No, you're discussing Novavax, from which we are planning to get 30M plus 10M, so a total of 40M doses of vaccines. Question, sa market ngayon, anong gamot o vaccine brand na kilala ang Novavax? Kasi nag-research din ako eh. Marami silang 3-9 na vaccine pero wala ang resulta ng research ko walang pumasa. Ebola, SARS. So, can you now tell me kung merong sikat na brand na gawa nila, then at least malalaman ng taong bayan.
Yes, sir. Yung Novavax po, sir, will be made sa Serum Institute. Yung Serum Institute is the biggest pharmaceutical manufacturing in the world right now po, sir. Then,
yan yung gagawa.
Yes,
pero yung precisely, ano yung track record nga nung company, yung intellectual property right holder na company na gagawa nitong vaccine sa COVID-19, ano ang kanyang track record sa past vaccines man or medicine? Meron ba? If meron, just give us the brand, sir, para ma-research ng taong bayan sa market kung kilala ba ito.
Sir, I will submit the report, sir.
Sige. And then yung mga iba, sir, sa Pfizer, sikat na yan. AstraZeneca, yung J&J, sikat yun as a brand name or a corporate name. Pero sa larangan ba ng pharmaceuticals? Medicine,
yung Johnson & Johnson po, sir, yan lang po ang company na pumasa sa FDA, ng US FDA sa viral vector. And also, it is also producing Ebola vaccines.
Recognized na po yung Ebola vaccines?
Yes, actually, sir, Johnson & Johnson is very knowledgeable on the vaccine, and also it has a good track record. That's why we know. Ang magandang potential po nito is it is only one shot. It simplifies everything.
Mr. President, Dr. Dance is raising his hand. Do you want to recognize him, sir?
Yes, Dr. Dance, and perhaps you can wrap up afterwards. Your time is up. Dr. Dance,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Mr. President. Just quickly po, when we do health technology assessment of vaccines, the reputation of the manufacturer is of secondary importance because kuminsan no, swerte-swerte yan eh. If they chose a good product, then they'll be successful. Kung malas sila, they will not be so successful. But we look at more, the final proof of the pudding is what did the trial results show? And was the trial conducted well? And by siguro, at that point, we also look at the credibility of the trialists sometimes. But mainly, maganda ba yung design ng study at maganda ba yung lumabas na results? Yun lang po. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, just a quick intervention. Kasi
Go ahead, Senator Lacson.
kay Dr. Dance. Kanina, he pointed out an important issue, ano? Na kung yung clinical trials pasado na sa ibang countries, and in fact, ginagamit na doon, why do we have to undertake a series of other trials?
Okay. May I respond, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Yes, yeah. No, we don't need to repeat the trials, no? Pero we need to reassess them because, for example, we need to look at subgroup effects. We need to look at ilan ba ang Asians in their subgroups. We've seen so far mga 5% Asians and sa dami naman ng sa laki ng trials, this may be enough to assure safety or efficacy in Asians. The documents submitted to FDA and HTAC are really thick and can be thousands of pages. And so this need to be reviewed. And sometimes our decisions may be different from the decisions of other countries.
Mr. Chair,
So we don't
FDA.
Opo. Mr. Chair, it's not required for a clinical trial to be done here. For example po, yung Pfizer, hindi naman po sila nagawa dito. But I do require when they submit their trial results, na i-segregate po nila yung data ng racially similar to us, mga Asians, Pacific Islanders, so we can see kung meron pong pagkakaiba. Katapos po, during the rollout, that's when we, of course, we monitor and to see kung wala talagang problema.
Okay, go ahead. Senator Pimentel, you want to wrap up?
There's another Dr. SP who is raising her hand, Dr. Eileen, if you want to recognize her, sir. Dr. Espina.
Oh, go ahead.
Just to add lang po, kaya po importante na magkaroon po ng pagsusuri na gagawin dito po sa sarili nating bansa because each race, yung genetic component po kasi natin as a people, as a race, may pagkakaiba-iba po. At itong genetic na differences po natin can lead to differences in our immunologic response, yung response po ng katawan natin to a vaccine or to a new product. Kaya po, very important that our country will conduct its own independent study based on the clinical trials that have been conducted by the manufacturer. So yun lang po yun. Kaya po dadaan po siya ng pagsusuri sa sarili nating FDA, and then after the FDA finds it to be acceptable, they will then issue the EUA, which we hope magiging basis na po ng HTAC. Yun lang po, sir. Yun lang po yung process.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, last question na, kung pwede.
Go ahead.
Since the FDA is present, to Director General Domingo, since he's the present there, dapat siguro ang FDA ang mag-announce ng efficacy rate na papaniwalaan natin. Kasi ang daming ina-announce na 50% yung isa. May nakita rin ako na study na 78 to 79% naman ang efficacy rate ng Sinovac. So kung pwede sana to guide us, and then we will trust now the pronouncement of the FDA kung ano yung findings nila sa efficacy rate based on studies submitted to them and their own studies and research efforts. So, is that possible, Director General Domingo?
Yeah, Mr. Senator, yes. In fact po, tulad po ng kahapon, pag up-downs namin ng EUA na granting sa Pfizer, we announced yung kung ano po yung kanyang efficacy rate na nakita naman ng ating mga expert na corroborate naman po doon sa data nila, which is 95%. So we do plan that every time we issue an EUA and we announce the EUA, kasama po doon ang product, kung ano po yung dosage na gagamitin niya, and kung ano po yung kanyang known efficacy, at kasama po rin lahat ng mga possible side effects.
Okay, so thank you for that answer, Director Domingo. At least kayo na yung aming expert, kayo ng authority, paniniwalaan namin. So thank you, Mr. Senate President. Thank you for the time given to me.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Pimentel. We now go to before the officers, we go to those officially present, physically present, I should say. Senator Pia Cayetano, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll start with some follow-up questions to earlier discussions we already had. Regarding the purchase by private parties, DOH said that they will handle logistics and administration. So may I just ask Secretary Duque to clarify, because I don't want there to be any confusion that it is your intention to have your DOH personnel actually handle this alone, or did you really mean that there would also be an accreditation process so that you can make use of private sector? So for example, in Taguig City, where there is St. Luke's and there are also a lot of private practitioners, could not the private companies there tie up with them and have it administered by them? So maybe you can just clarify that so that it lessens the confusion again, because in my mind, if it's purely DOH, hindi na natin ginamit yung private sector partners natin na magagaling naman, di ba? Mga private hospitals and clinics. So can you just clarify quickly?
Well, you're right, ma'am. We need to tap on the private sector. The underlying principle in our COVID response is really the whole of government and whole of society approach, where I think we need to mine the private sector capacity. And in this regard, we have private hospitals who will help us vaccinate our frontline healthcare workers. They're not just limited to the public sector, but to the private sector as well. So kasama po ang private sector. And we will just deputize, or we will make sure that the guidelines, the protocols are followed in the actual rollout of the vaccination plan.
Okay, so may I just recommend that this be the communication of this aspect be made more clear so that they are properly guided, and I would assume that the training and the coordination is already ongoing. So I think that's very important to let people know that, because even in the areas, the provinces, there are a lot of small private practitioners who can ably handle it with their nurses, etc., etc. Okay?
Ma'am, yung mga clinics po, lahat sa baba, isasama po natin as
Yes, okay.
vaccinating sites.
Lang, kasi even
Yes.
in the hearing last week and in the answer today, I didn't think it was very clear, although I kind of assumed that that was your plan. So let's make that very clear. Next point, and this is directed to well, let me just jump since I already have you, Secretary Duque, on vaccination, on the actual administration of the vaccines. I read that in the US, they are already considering or actually training dentists, retired doctors, and students to help roll out the vaccination, no? Because obviously they have access to a lot, so they can roll it out immediately if they have the right people. And I also noted that Dr. Eileen mentioned that we should consider the Congress should consider a law that would allow, because I do recall now that only doctors are allowed to vaccinate, correct? So tama ba yun? Kasi that's the purpose of our committee, no? We need to know what legislation has to be in place. I remember we amended the Nursing Act to allow nurses yata, or midwives. I can't really recall. Please refresh my memory and let us know if there's legislation that is required.
You're right, Madam Senator. The more people who can actually effectively help in inoculating our people, the better. But right now, we have allowed of course, the doctors, the nurses, the midwives, and the pharmacists. So if your
By way of DOH administrative order?
no,
When you say we allowed, by law or by executive intervention? Because by law, I'm not allowed. I'm not sure. That's why I said refresh my memory.
ma'am, I am told that the pharmacist allowed by law,
By
by
law.
their pharmacy law.
All kinds? Sige, maybe we need to research that, no? Kasi there might
Yes.
be limitation. Because I remember before, when I chaired the Committee on Health, we had to especially consider allowing midwives, specifically for the interventions to help mothers who were bleeding. So there might be limitations there. So, please maybe have someone do the research and then so we can help you.
Yes,
And
yes,
try
ma'am.
to do things properly. So if it requires a law, let's try to do that. No, that's our job naman eh. Yun lang naman, Secretary.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay. My next point is again going back to the earlier discussion on LGU also purchasing, and this is directed to Secretary Galvez. I briefly brought this up last week, but I said I'll leave the point because I had other things to discuss. It's still not clear to me how much you expect the LGUs to spend. And if you will say nasa sa kanila yon, I think that should be made very clear because number one, they will always want to provide for their constituents. But not many can afford. We all know that, no, iba-iba yon. So even LGUs in Metro Manila that can afford, and it's public knowledge that my brother is one of the mayors in Taguig City, hindi clear kung hanggang saan yung national support at hanggang saan yung kanila. So I just would like you to make that clear, whether now or at a later date, so that so hindi nila malaman kung uubusin nila yung pondo nila dun sa AstraZeneca na lumalapit, or meron naman talagang assured that you will take care of X% of their population. And as I mentioned last hearing, there are also private hospitals who are now securing for their own. No, I don't know if doon sa group of private companies may kasamang medical groups doon. I wouldn't know. But I do know that there are private hospitals that are trying to secure their own supply. So that means they don't have that level of confidence na mapaprioritize sila, di ba? So I just really want that clarified.
Sir, Madam Senator, may I allow the President of the ILG?
Mr. President, can we...
The ILG, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, Madam Senator, we agreed that the general policy is still the national government is supposed to do the whole vaccination program to the entire populace. However, we also agreed that the local government units, if they can afford, can also procure vaccination requirements of their local government units. But in the advisory that we will be releasing next week, local government units may procure up to 50% of their requirement in the LGU. So for instance, the population of the LGU for inoculation purposes is 100,000. The local government unit may procure up to 50% or 50,000. The rest will still be provided for by the national government, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's your instruction. Those are the guidelines you gave them na up to 50 you will cover. So bahala sila if they can manage the 50. Obviously, the poorer ones
Opo,
will ask
hindi
for
po
more.
sila required talaga kung gusto lang po nila.
Okay.
Madam, can I add? Ma'am, I'm talking with the different organizations of the LGUs, the League of Provincial Governors and League of Mayors, and also the League of officials of different leaders. And I told them that it is not really necessary for them to really to buy, considering that the government will provide the necessary vaccines that they will be needing based on the priority. But considering that most of these cities wanted to regain and to recover their economy, they wanted that they initiated that they should buy the vaccines, and they also made a pronouncement that they want to help the government, the national government. So this is voluntary on the part of the LGU, especially the LGUs in Metro Manila.
I note that, Secretary, but they also have, there are many ways that they can revive their economy. There are many ways that they need to support their constituents. They could be providing subsidy for the jeepney and tricycle drivers para social distancing pa rin ang lagari nila. So they do not necessarily have to put the funding to improve their economy into the vaccines if the national government will commit to paying for the vaccines. You see my point, Mr. Secretary? That's why I'm just saying that it should be clear so that they know how to allocate their very limited resources. Kasi marami pa silang ibang paggagamitan. So I'm sure they would all say they want to help and they will help, but that should be very clear on how you expect them. If hindi nyo talaga kakayanin to pay for the vaccines, then they will have to take that out of other funding requirements, most of which is actually still being directed at COVID at this point, no? So, I mean, even putting up, ensuring that the quarantine center na baka never nagamitin sana dahil naayos na to, they still have to have those, they still have to maintain those. So, I just want to be sure that my point is clear, no? Na it's not just the vaccine that they have to spend for. That's why it has to be clear. When you say that willing naman sila, willing sila, pero marami silang gagastusin. So, kailangan clear na clear sa kanila kung nangangailangan kayo ng tulong nila sa larangan na yon, sa vaccine itself. Hindi nyo kayang i-procure so that they can decide how they will use their valuable resources. Yun
With the
lang naman.
permission of Senator Cayetano.
Mr. President, can I just ask a question in relation to that question of Senator Cayetano? Just one, if I can be permitted. Yes, Mr. President, in relation to that question of Senator Pia, can I ask Secretary Galvez, who decides who will get the 50% vaccines which will be donated by the private sector pursuant to the tripartite agreement which you signed with Astra? Informed that under the tripartite agreement with Astra, allocation to the government. My question is that allocation of 50% in that set with AstraZeneca.
There is a technical problem again from the minority leader. Your question was in and out. But I think the point you were raising is that who will decide how the donation of 50% will be used? Secretary Galvez, you can answer that. You answered that earlier.
Yes, sir. We answered earlier, Your Honor, that the prioritization that will be used by the private sector will be on the DOH prioritization.
I'm sorry, sir.
So the question is, what about the national government, yung 50% na national government?
So this will be the prioritization of the DOH. For example, considering there is a limited supply, the prioritization of the DOH will be followed on the other half that will be given to the government.
All right. Senator Cayetano, na lang. I'm sorry. Senator Lacson wanted a stress a point.
Yeah, para lang sa DILG. Why do we have to put a cap na 50% sa amount na pwede lang i-spend?
Mr. President,
The point that I want to pursue is, di ba dapat mag-encourage pa tayo mag-big brother role sila do sa mga poor municipalities if they want to adapt and spend their money for the poorer LGUs? Di ba dapat ganun pa? Instead of, limiting their capacity to 50% or their ability to purchase vaccines?
Yeah, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, the original agreement was there's no limitation on those who can afford. Based on the statement a while ago by Senator Cayetano, that was precisely the reason, so that they can reallocate their resources for other anti-COVID activities rather than limiting itself to the vaccine. The 50% cap is also, again, with the assumption that it's supposed to be the national government who's supposed to procure in behalf of all the local governments. It's just some of the local governments who can afford can just advance the payments of the procurement so that they can get the vaccine ahead of the others. And primarily because the ones who are procuring ahead are those local government units, not only who can afford, but or the center or the who are in the epicenter of the COVID infection, which is particularly Metro Manila in the highly urbanized cities. That's why in our meeting yesterday with the League of Governors, many of them, if not all of them, have decided not to procure as a province, but will just serve as consolidator for all those municipalities and component cities who would set aside funds for the procurement of all their local government units, because they were very clear that it's supposed to be the national government who shall procure the vaccines in behalf of all local government units or the entire populace.
All right. There are local government officials here, but the chairman of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Tolentino, will be next, Senator Pia Cayetano. So let's allow Senator Pia Cayetano to finish her points first. Senator Cayetano, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I direct my question to Dr. Tony Dance and his team. Earlier, Dr. Tony ended by emphasizing the importance of respecting the process. And I think this had to do, I'd just like him to explain it a little bit more, because I think it's very important for us to understand what is this process that he's referring to. We hear it from DOH, we hear it from FDA, but I think it's important that these third-party professionals and experts also explain what this process is and what are the dangers if we don't respect this process, if we try to expedite it, if we try to shortcut it, what happens? And I'll just add my second question to that. Kindly also give us a little bit more explanation. Again, Dr. Domingo of FDA and Secretary Duque also explained quickly on efficacy, that it can mean different things. And I think, sorry, Dr. Bravo also of PMA. But can you also explain that? Because again, when we listen to the experts, if we train ourselves to listen to the experts, then we can be less reactive, to numbers that are thrown out there. So, being one of the experts, kindly explain again how this efficacy can be used in different, how it's meant to be used very specifically, and how it can be subject to a lot of confusion. And then the term respect the process.
May I respond, Mr. President?
Go ahead, Dr. Dance.
Yes. Yeah, this is I guess just to point out key aspects of this process that we need to keep in mind. One is that are unique to the vaccines in COVID, that we are looking at partial results with only 3 months follow-up. And so there's some uncertainty. And that's why EUA is very important. And because of that, some procedures need to be refined. For example, allowing HTAC to give a provisional authorization or a positive recommendation for procurement based on preliminary data, because technically the submissions to FDA are all preliminary data. No one has received a certificate of product registration anywhere in the world, and no vaccine manufacturers have submitted final data. So it is very crucial to allow our agencies, FDA, HTA, and the DOH, to act on the basis of preliminary data. So that's one key point that's unique to the vaccine, COVID vaccines at the present time. The other is,
Mr. President, before Dr. Tony goes to the next point, I just want to state that in my own words, layman. No, I'm not a doctor. There's no one in the Senate that's a doctor. So what you're saying here, and I'll relate it to Section 12. Now, I made this statement last week. In Section 12, we waived Phase 4 trials. But what I said also was that we did not foresee that here we are making decisions pala on Phase 3 ongoing. So we don't even have final Phase 3 trials. Is that correct?
Yes.
Final results of phase 3 trials, right? We don't have.
Yes. Yes, Senator. We
And I
don't
think
have any final.
Dr. Domingo of FDA said that the earliest that would be available might be end of the year. And that's the time that if ever we can make a decision now based on the results of phase 3 trial, because we allowed you to waive phase 4, but we have not allowed you effectively to make decisions based on ongoing phase 3. Therefore, may EUA lang. That's all you can give. And
Yes.
Dr. FDA G is nodding his head, but I wanted the third party also. So can both of you just make a quick statement?
Yes, ma'am. So the FDA has been authorized by the EO 121 to make decisions in the middle of phase 3. But it does not, of course, authorize the HTA to make recommendation in the middle of phase 3.
Yes,
Talaga pong
STAC has no authority
FDA
also. In other words, we did not cloak them with authority to do their job because we did not foresee na in the middle of phase 3, kailangan na palang magdesisyon. I think that's very important because what was floating here last Monday was that, hindi, meron ng phase 3, go signal. No, what happened was, decisions were made around the country by professionals just like you, based on ongoing because they felt they had no choice. But it doesn't mean that those phase 3 trials were terminated, correct?
Yes.
Can we get a verbal, kasi...
Yes, Madam Senator. The phase 3 trials are ongoing and we have early results from the phase 3 trials.
Yes, okay. Sige, Dr. Dance, can you just continue?
Yes. The second unique thing for EUA for vaccines, and DG Domingo can confirm this if I'm right, is that it can only be given by the manufacturers to the Department of Health because it is their sole prerogative to prioritize distribution of these vaccines. And so the LGUs and private companies can only purchase these vaccines through the DOH and abide by their rules on distribution. And we are worried, the Healthcare Professional Alliance is worried that micro distribution will lead to inequities. For example, even if we say we give it to LGUs that are willing to buy it, and they will follow the prioritization within that LGU, still you are leaving behind LGUs that cannot afford it. So we hope that there will be a transparent process that will show how these vaccines are distributed, making sure that people receive them regardless of religion, race, or ability to pay. So we are very happy, as we said earlier, that Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque are protecting their authority to prioritize distribution of this vaccine. So that's the second most important thing I think that we can see in this process, because we really need to protect safety, effectiveness, and cost efficiency, but of course also equitable distribution. Then the last po is addressing conflicts of interest. So there are many conflicting interests, especially pertaining to the distribution of the vaccine. And HTAC is mandated by law to address and be transparent about these conflicts of interest so that the distribution and then assessment of effectiveness and efficiency is affected only by what is best for the people, that rather than what is best for political or financial interests. I leave the floor to Anna and Eileen if they want to add anything to what I said.
If I may just add one point regarding the prioritization. Although we understand that different areas have their different concerns, we also have to consider that our main goal is actually to be able to bring the entire country forward. And this can only be done with a cohesive prioritization that targets specific sectors so that we achieve herd immunity in the fastest possible way. I cannot imagine that being achieved piecemeal when we have different LGUs, for example, or different sectors prioritizing their own interests and maybe not aligning with that of the national program. Thank you po.
Yes, that's one of the points that I hope to touch on, that obviously those who can afford would purchase, but even if national government assures that those who cannot afford will not be left behind, what signal does it send? No, I emphasized that already. What signal does it send to those in cities or provinces that are not as economically like kakapublish lang ng mga rich provinces and rich cities, no? So if you're not there, ayokong nervyusin kasi confidence is also very important. So Mr. Chair, I'm going to wrap up. I'll just make one statement and then pose one more question to WHO. So my statement lang for IATF is that we really are able to take advantage of these experts that we have. Dr. Dance mentioned the different agencies or organizations, all created by law, no, from FDA to HTAC to what were the other names? NITAG, VEP, the vaccine experts. I think you should really utilize them in explaining so that people get used to hearing the experts. They get used to blocking out the noise because there is so much noise. And no less than WHO says communication is so important. So with all due respect, Secretary Galvez and Secretary Dizon, you know how much respect I have for you. You already know that. I think I've established a very professional relationship with you, also with DOH, Secretary Duque. But you need these experts to take the floor and explain so that people black out the news. No, what do the experts say? What does the vaccine experts say? On conflict of interest, let HTAC do the talking. You introduce them, let them be your mouthpiece. Para wala nang paligoy-ligoy because even well-meaning politicians, well-meaning members of Congress can get confused and they need to reassure their people, hindi kami papayag na ganyan. But the messaging should come from you. So my last point is on a lighter note. It does not concern the Philippines, but by analogy, it might. I think I will direct this to WHO. First question, is Indonesia a member of COVAX? Did they participate in the COVAX program? If so, I am sure you've all read about Indonesia taking a different route. They will prioritize the vaccination now of their youth because it's the youth that go out. So may I know if that is therefore in violation of COVAX rules, and will they be will they still be a recipient if they are taking a different route? I mean, with all due respect, it sounds like it's very interesting. I'm just saying we're very strict about complying with these internationally set rules, pero can another country just change it? So that's all. Thank you very much for my time, Mr. President, and to our resource persons. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. President, that was directed to WHO.
Yes, WHO, please respond.
Thank you, sir.
If
And
he's not
if I may,
there.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. In response to the question, sir, WHO's prioritization is particularly aimed at minimizing the impact of the pandemic, as I said, so to reduce the deaths, to ensure that healthcare services continue for the affected, and to bring back the economy in vital sectors as quickly as possible. Now, Indonesia, we heard, has decided to use a different prioritization, but that is not using vaccines coming through the COVAX initiative. That's vaccines that they have opted to purchase using their own funds. We believe that there is a risk in this approach because these vaccines are emergency use listed vaccines and not for market authorization. But that's up to each individual country to decide whether they want to do this. I believe our officers in Indonesia, which is not a Western Pacific regional country, actually belongs to WHO Southeast Asia region, are in negotiation with them regarding this prioritization that they are planning to adopt.
All right. Thank you, Senator Cayetano. We now recognize Senator Francis Tolentino. You have 10 minutes.
Just a quick response to the position paper submitted by FDA. Take note, FDA, parang mali ito. Ano sinabi nyo dito? Republic Act 327 3720 was amended by Executive Order number 175. It's wrong. No executive order can amend a law. That should be the first precept. You ask your legal team. I proceed to my questions, Mr. President. Is the Patent Office here present?
Yes, they were invited. They're here.
Thank you, Mr. President. Patent, FDA, you can answer successively, simultaneously, jointly, Mr. President. To the Patent Office, tinanong ko kayo ng budget hearing, mali yung sagot nyo, nandito sa records ko, sabi nyo, yung manufacturing process, hindi pwedeng i-patent, that's wrong. Patent Office, what comes first? An FDA authority or a patent given by the Patent Office? Patent, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr.
Can you
President.
identify your...
Director
Good
Medrano of the IPO, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senate President. Good afternoon, honorable senators. I am Director Lolibeth Medrano. I am the Bureau Director of the Bureau of Patents, sir.
Can you answer my question?
To answer your question, sir, in the case of drugs and medicines, the patent protection usually comes first before the marketing approval. If I may just clarify that what we grant patents over would be chemical structures or chemical compositions and chemical substances, and which may or may not result to a drug or medicine. So between the R&D stage, patent protection comes first, and then if it's been fully developed and it's been approved according to the if it passes the different stages of clinical trial, then that's the time that they would get marketing approval from the FDA, sir. That's the normal process of R&D, sir.
So patent comes first. I'm referring now to the patent of Moderna, US patent 107037889, and Moderna mRNA 1273. The reason why I'm raising this is that Moderna is very lax lenient on their patent, while Pfizer is very strict. Pfizer will not give up the patent right. So pwede pong mangyari ganito. Maari pong pumasok si Moderna, maaring maunang nagpa-register si Pfizer, at maaring kontrahin ng isa through an infringement violation dun sa states na ipagbawalang ibenta rito kasi nauna silang nag-register ng patent. Pwede kaya mangyari yon, Madam IPO?
Sir, may I just clarify that the nature of patent laws is territorial, meaning, sir, that
naunang halimbawa po, ngayon wala pa nagpapa-register ng patent. First come, first serve yan eh. Kung nauna magpa-patent dito si Moderna ahead of Pfizer, ano po mangyayari? 20 years exclusivity?
Sir, if we are talking about patent applications filed in the Philippines and granted, the first one who would get the patent would have the exclusivity, sir.
It's 20 years.
20 years from the filing date, yes, sir.
So, application, hindi na po kagaya ito ng emergency use authorization, ng pag-aaralan pa, upon application, approve agad kayo.
No, sir. It has to undergo substantive examination. So, by rule of thumb, sir, the patent process usually takes 4 years because the first 18 months of that would be the confidentiality period, in which case there is no disclosure of the information that is submitted to the patent office. And
do we have an orange book? Do we have an orange book?
Sir, may I ask the pertinent regulatory approval agency to answer that, because in the patent process we do not look at the orange book when we assess the novelty, inventive step, and industrial applicability of patent applications.
Before FDA answers, kaya ko po sinasabi yan, there is such a thing as emergency compulsory licensing under the TRIPS. Mai-invoke ba natin to? Kasi nandito si Unilab. Ang ibig ko pong sabihin, yung gaya po nung ginagawa ng ibang bansa, kagaya ng Thailand, kagaya nung Singapore, nililipat nila yung production, yung manufacturing sa kanilang bansa even without a patent. even without a patent because of a compulsory licensing. Kaya po ba yan, Madam IPO?
Sir, let me just clarify that a patent would grant the patent holder the right to exclude others from manufacturing, using, selling, offering, importing, or offering to sell. In the case of these potential vaccine candidates or the vaccine candidates, the Patent Office has not issued any patent over any of this. So therefore, sir,
Kasi nga po, wala pa nag-a-apply.
well, sir, there could be two sources of patent applications. It could be filed with us directly, in which case we have not received any local application. And it could also be filed through the Patent Cooperation Treaty administered by the World Intellectual Property Organization. And in which
Ma'am, meron na po ba nag-apply ng patent sa opisina niyo?
sir,
Para sa COVID
as I-
vaccine?
Sir, as I have mentioned, hindi pa ho namin alam kasi ho may 18 months na confidentiality period. So only after 18 months will the patent applications be internationally published, and it's only upon that time that we will be able to see
What
if a
about
patent is
what
valid.
about the compulsory licensing provision of TRIPS?
Yes, sir. As
Paano po natin i-invoke yan? And I'm reminding Secretary Duque that you have this power. Section 9 of our law provides that Madam IPO, upon written recommendation of the Secretary of Health, shall, upon filing of a petition, grant a special compulsory license for the importation of patented drugs and medicine. Automatic po yun. Nag-file na po ba sa inyo, Secretary Duque?
Sir, may I just mention that since we have not issued any patent, the application of compulsory license will not be applicable because there is no exclusivity. Compulsory license and other TRIPS flexibilities such as parallel importation will only be applicable if a patent has been issued. Because there is no patent that has been issued, there is no exclusivity, and therefore anybody can manufacture, use, import, or sell any of these drugs because the Patent Office has not issued any patent over any of these
Thank you, ma'am.
vaccines.
Pfizer is listening. Can the president of Pfizer answer this? Have you filed or do you intend to file a patent application before the IPO of the Philippines? Mr. Pfizer?
Yes. So
He's
sorry.
Mr. Question.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. So at this point of time, I don't have information locally about that specific question.
Do you intend to file a patent application?
I am sharing again that at this point of time, I do not have the knowledge to answer this question, and we also want to reiterate.
Thank you. I think you have to call your international headquarters in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. My next question is addressed to Secretary Galvez. Secretary, hawak ko po ngayon yung isang IATF resolution, and I hope Foreign Affairs is listening. IATF resolution number 39, nakalagay po dito, merong recommendation, the recommendation of the DOST on the participation of the Philippines in the clinical trials for COVID-19 vaccines are hereby approved. The details of which are as follows. The collaborating organizations include Adimyon Corporation. Gusto ko po malaman, para ipaliwanag sa committee ito, ano po nangyari dito sa Adimyon Corporation? And for the information of the committee, Mr. President, Adimyon Corporation is one of the top vaccine corporations of Taiwan. Apparently, it is being backstopped by the National Taiwan University, and it is based in Taichung, Taiwan. Nagpo-produce na po sila, palapit na ng vaccine sa Taiwan. Ang unang pong pinasukang collaboration ng IATF, May 22, 2020, is Adimyon. Aside from Adimyon, you have Medigen. And I'll be asking the FA, ano pong epekto nito sa ating One China policy? Pwede ba tayo makipag-collaborate sa Taiwan? Ano na po nangyari sa proyekto ito? Secretary Galvez, you have the floor.
May I request Dr. Jimmy Montoya from DOST to answer?
Honorable Chair, Your Honors, I'd just like to update you on the events that transpired from the initial communication sent by Adimyon Corporation to the Council regarding their interest to conduct clinical trials. On August 11, 2020, the CDA, which was actually signed by yours truly, because we are actually the ones designated to sign on behalf of the Philippines, as we actually oversee the vaccine expert panel, which has to have a CDA before they can actually review the technical data about the vaccine, was sent to TECO, the cultural office, via email for transmittal and signature of Adimune. And the original copies of the signed CDA were, of course, made and transmitted to TECO by 24 August 2020. And the original was signed and transmitted to the TECO office for onward transmittal to Adimune. However, on the 25th of September 2020, the sub-TWG on vaccine development through the DOST, which was then named, now it's called the task group, provided the Taiwan Economic and Cultural Office a copy of the process flow for the COVID-19 vaccine trial approval for Adimune's reference. And the department also asked TECO's assistance to facilitate the signing of the CDA between yours truly, our council, and Academia Sinica, Adimune, sorry. And on the 5th of January of this year, the task group on vaccine evaluation and selection to the DOST provided the TECO, our cultural office, of the newly issued FDA guidance requirements for emergency use authorization. The latest communication is a clarification on the requirements for a stringent regulatory authority, which has to be provided for by the Adimune Corporation, because Taiwan is actually under, because of the One China policy, they cannot have their FDA, their own country FDA, to actually issue the certification, but rather they're asking, or we are being asked to define the requirements for such a certification, whether it will be coming from China or from the local office.
Salamat,
Thank you.
Dr. Montoya. Kababayan pa naman kita sa Cavite. Pero nung huling hearing ng Lunes, tanong ako ng tanong tungkol dito. Nandiyan naman kayo ni Secretary De La Peña. Alam niyo na siguro yung sagot doon. Hindi kayo sumagot. Tinatanong ko yung tungkol sa Taiwan. Is there a reason for that? Is there a CDA here?
I apologize, Your Honor. I did not quite get the...
I asked the same question last Monday. So having said that, Secretary Galvez, yung sa Taiwan ba, wala tayong plano na i-engage din sila? Kasi dalawa na yung vaccine manufacturer nila and apparently may IATF resolution. And the next question ko sa DFA, pwede ba ito kahit may one China policy? Secretary Galvez?
Will differ from the DFA.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. The department appreciates this opportunity to convey this manifestation today. Regarding the two issues, we believe that the Senator raised previously. One is on the One China policy and the other is the ASEAN Fund. And on the first one, the One China policy at its core commits the Philippines to recognize the People's Republic of China as the sole government of China and Taiwan to be an integral part of China, and considers any high-level engagement, political engagement or military engagement to be contrary to such policy. Be that as it may, it is also our position that the One China policy does not and cannot bar other forms of engagement between the Philippines and Taiwan, which are long-standing, mutually beneficial, and are particularly active in the economic arena and other functional areas such as economic, people-to-people, trade, science and technology, health, and cultural relations. And these are able to take place at working levels, even between government agencies, albeit, as mentioned by Dr. Montoya, facilitated and mediated under the Manila Economic and Cultural Office and Taipei Economic and Cultural Office framework in order to mitigate against perceptions of full government-to-government engagement.
In short, discounting your diplomatic language, pwedeng bumili sa Taiwan.
Yes, sir. Pwede po.
Siguro Secretary Galvez is scribbling down some notes. I go to Secretary Duque. Sandali lang po ito, Secretary Duque. Ano po, sinabi ni Secretary Concepcion, PA Concepcion, 480 yung halaga ng vaccine. Habang nagsasalita siya, nag-google ako, ang halaga naman po ng Heringuilla is 817. So lahat naman po siguro ito na pagtama-tama na. And then you mentioned meron kayong 30 million supplies of syringes. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor. We can submit to you the inventory of peripherals for our vaccination.
Thank you, Secretary. Ilang bagay siguro gusto malaman ng ating mga kababayan. Moderna came out with a statement. Yung kanilang vaccine, 1 year effectivity. Meaning to say, after 1 year, kailangan magpatrok ulit. Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson has a press release today. You can find that in one of our leading broadsheets. Sabi ni Johnson & Johnson, yung kanilang vaccine na lalabas na, mag-i-issuehan na ng emergency use authorization ng American FDA, 1 dose instead of 2. Mas matipid. So hindi natin naisip yun na isang saksakan na lang kaysa gawin natin dalawa. We have Pfizer and Sinovac. Ito yung dalawang two jobs. So are we not taking this all into consideration? Baka mas matipid yung isang saksakan na lang. Yes, Secretary Galvez.
That's why it is included in our portfolio. Johnson & Johnson and Moderna are included. Johnson & Johnson and Moderna are included in our negotiation. And then our negotiation is very conclusive. We are now in the final stages of determining the dosages. We are already waiting for the response.
Kasi in terms of efficiency, mas matipid siguro isang saksakan na lang. Can I revert back to Secretary Du? Ang Pfizer, ang largest manufacturing plant nila is based in Kalamazoo, Michigan, 1,300. The state of Michigan issued a checklist of the things that you should answer or undertake before you go into the job. Hear me if I'm wrong or if I'm correct. Adults of any age with the following conditions are at an increased risk of severe illnesses from the virus that causes COVID-19. Ibig sabihin, itong mga babanggitin ko, ang mungkahi ng State of Michigan, kung saan nakabase ang Pfizer, wag munang magpaturok. Yes or no lang, Sir, Secretary Duque?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 1, buntis, pregnant women. Wala naman pregnant men, pregnant.
Pfizer. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Yung pong iba-ibang bakuna, may mga indications po other than, of course, providing protection against COVID, but the more specific indication, pati edad, iba-iba. Like,
Ito muna, sir. Ito muna ang buntis.
Buntis. Pwede naman.
Ang sabi po ng Pfizer sa Michigan, ang buntis, wag mo nang turukan.
Yes. Hindi pwede, Mr. Chairman.
Sa pag-aaral ninyo, kasama na po ba yung pag-aaral? Kasi lumabas po sa records ninyo, bago lang po ito lumabas sa pahayagan, ayon din sa PAPCOM at UP Institute of UP Population Institute, UN, United Nations Organization, 2 million Filipinas got pregnant during this lockdown. Paano na yan? Hindi na natin injectionan yan. Bawas na yan.
Yes, we need more time to make an assessment later on. But again, the prioritization must be observed.
So, kung ima-minus mo yon, may 2 million na na-minus sa buntis, o baka may magbubuntis pa, araw-araw, ang daming pinapanganak na Pilipino. Number 2, smokers.
That's not part of the exclusion criteria.
Nakalagay po. Pwede pong ibigay sa inyo to. And now, we're talking of 17.3 million Filipinos. 14.6 are males, 2.8 are females. Nakalagay po dito, pag heavy smokers daw, wag mo nang magpabakuna. Tama po ba yan? Ano lang, sir?
Kung heavy smokers, I would say yes.
Immunocompromised state, meaning to say weakened immune system from solid organ transplantee.
We cannot.
So the answer is no.
Yes.
So you have to devise a mechanism to find ways kung sino talaga yung nagkaroon ng organ transplant.
Yes.
Hanggang barangayan.
We have a registry of that with the NKTI.
Chronic kidney disease. Marami mag-iinom na Pilipino.
Pwede yan. Oh, well, yung kaya nga gagawa po tayo ng health profiling, yung mga doktor din ng mga taong mabakunahan ay mahalaga po na may impormasyon tayo sa mga underlying illnesses or medical conditions.
Paano po sir kung hindi umamin sa mga barangay, sa mga malalayong lalawigan?
Yeah. So, meron kami mga listahan dito.
Oh, sir, isa-isahin ko nga. Ang Pilipinong meron diabetes, may 5 milyon. Paano na yun?
Pwede naman yun.
Or no?
Yes.
Pwedeng turukan? So you're now against this Pfizer Michigan guidelines. We proceed. Cancer diagnosis.
Depends on the state or extent of the cancer.
Sino po mag-aaral yan? Sino po magbibigay ng advice na sa mga taong barangay?
Meron naman tayo mga city health officers sa mga LGUs.
Kaya nila yung cancer detection?
Usually naman pagka may record na cancer yung kanilang mga kababayan dun sa mga barangay, usually meron naman silang evidence or meron silang dokumento na nagpatingin sila sa doktor sa mga public hospitals. We can get the data.
COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
Kasi dito po, ang mga comorbidity sa mga sakit na kasama ay actually kinukonsidera po in our provision. Kasama sila sa master listing ng mga local government units. So, babantayan po natin itong mga ito, but we will ascertain given the indications or contra-indications po na nakalagay sa mga information sheet for each of the vaccines. As much as possible, susundin po natin.
Pag ito po at increased risk ang naturukan, yung mga binanggit ko, ano po mangyayari?
Increased risk for adverse reaction. Babantayan po natin, meron tayong AFI, adverse events following immunization. Meron po tayong teams. Meron po tayong National AFI Committee, meron tayong regional, bawat region ng DOH ay may nakabuo o bubuuin, na mga adverse events following immunization committees to monitor post-vaccination surveillance, safety surveillance, and reporting mechanisms.
Ang hirap po ng trabaho, Secretary Doc.
Sobrang hirap po.
We'll have to involve the LGUs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa LGUs, following up the question of Senator Lacson, bakit 50%? Anong basis ng 50%? Yusek Densik.
Mr. President, Mr. Senator, ang basis lang po namin dyan is ang dapat kasi lahat 100% kukunin ni national government, but because meron silang pera, gusto namin kahit ma-afford nila, yung at least 50% i-cover na nila, then the national government will cover the other 50%, at least for those LGUs who can afford, Mr. Chair.
Ibig sabihin, walang basis. I'm saying this because next year, come budget to 2022, yung Mandanas ruling apply na. Ibibigay na yung budget sa local governments. Kung tayo po ay mangungutang uli ng $800 million ba iutangin para sa vaccine, palagay ko kayang masalo ng bulk ng LGUs gamit yung pera nila sa Mandanas ruling, yung pagbili ng bakuna for next.
Mr. Chair, initial lang naman po yan. Binabanggit nga po namin the national policy on procurement that it will be from the national government and not to that to disallow the local government is not a policy cast in stone. Eventually, moving forward, based on some discussions we had at the ITF, there's a leaning that later on the LG will have to procure directly themselves later on. But at the moment, it's still national government po. So that organized po yung procurement process on the vaccines.
Last question, Mr. President, addressed to DTOF.
Yes, just in time. The time is up. Go ahead.
Lumabas po ata hindi. Dali lang tawag ka muna umalis. I saw him a while ago, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I think he just went to the restroom, Mr. President.
Well, you can pose the question and perhaps. Yes, go ahead.
Kahapon po, Mr. President, nag-hearing kami ng Committee on Foreign Relations at meron pong isang tratado na makakatulong sana sa atin. Ito po yung gustong ipa-approve kahapon sa committee ni Senator Pimentel. Natabunan ko lang ho dito kasi sobrang dami na nitong notes ko. Convention on Temporary Admission. Ito na po ata yung ulitin ko yung tanong ko. Kahapon, nagkaroon kami ng committee hearing sa Committee on Foreign Affairs. Ang diniscuss po dito, yung Convention on Temporary Admission. Ito po sana ay ma-approve kahapon. Ang nag-object po ay Department of Finance. Ito pong convention na ito sana, i-allow makapasok yung mga freezer for 6 months. Pwede natin gamitin. Pwedeng gamitin na lagyan ng bakuna. And after 6 months, pwedeng i-re-export ulit. Ang purpose sana nito sa mga trade exhibits, pero pasok yung requirement natin na magkaroon ng cold chain facilities nang walang gagastusin. Dadalhin dito ng Pfizer, dadalhin dito ng manufacturer. Pero si Department of Finance nag-object, kaya madidelay itong approval nitong treaty. Nasa plenary na sana ng Senate. So, may I know the real reason why you are objecting to this? Ito sana yung makakatulong sa pag-stockpile natin ng mga bakuna.
So,
Payag po yung Bureau of Customs, ang nag-object lang is the DOF.
Mr. Chair, I guess the issue is where should the exemption from customs duties be in? Should it be in a convention or should we, consolidate everything and place it in the CMTA? So I guess by agreeing to a convention. Sorry, I'm not that familiar with what the convention says or what
The convention is the Convention on Temporary Admission. The purpose is to admit goods like refrigerators, freezers, without taxing them. Because eventually, after 6 months, they will be re-exported. And 6 months is a good period for 2 doses of the vaccine. So nag-object si DOF.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, is it limited to freezers or all equipment?
Several equipments listed. There are several annexes. And one of them would include the refrigeration equipment.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, actually, I think that's already in the CMTA, provided that you put in a bond of 100% of the customs duties, then you can conditionally free import equipment with the condition that it be re-exported within a 6-month period. But probably that's the reason why.
Yes, it is part of the Tariff and Customs Code. So sana wag na kayo mag-object para makatulong din kina Secretary Galvez. Kailangan natin ng mga freezer. Yun lamang po, Mr. President, mahaba pa sana ito pero marami pang magtatanong. I'd like to thank Secretary Duque, Secretary Galvez, FDA, and DOF. Napakahirap po nung trabaho ninyo pero pag pinagtulungan ng lahat, palagay ko po ay makakaraos tayo rito. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
All right. No, the Central Luzon is giving way first to the officers. The officer, Senator Zubiri, you are recognized, as well as Senator Villanueva, who's now physically present. Let's
Thank you,
listen to
Mr.
the
President.
officers first.
Akala ko, Mr. President, mauna si Senator Recto.
You log in first, but it's okay if you want to give in to Senator Recto. We can call in Senator Recto.
I could give
Senator
it to
Marcoleta
Senator
was
Recto first.
recognized.
Yes,
The
thank you. Thank you.
President Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Senate President. To the majority leader, I have no problem being ahead of you, if that is your wish. Your wish is my command, majority leader. But I will be quick, Mr. President. I think most of the questions have been raised already. But just a few more items, Mr. President, and a few observations, and maybe even a suggestion. No? First, let me make a comment. Yung dahilan kung bakit yung private sector pumasok to begin with and then later on to be followed by the LGU is that palagay ko nababagalan yung private sector to LGU. And it would appear that in the beginning, it was the private sector who still had the contacts with the pharmaceutical companies as mentioned earlier. No? And if you include now the budget of the national government as we provided for in the GAA Bayanihan to the private sector now, gagastos na rin, pati yung LGU, doble-doble din yung gastos natin. No? Senator Pio was correct that if there is an assurance coming from the national government to the LGUs that the national government will cover the cost of the vaccines, then the LGUs can use their own resources for other purposes related also to COVID. That is correct. So let me agree with that manifestation. And that's a very important issue because it will still take time before we are able to inoculate and achieve herd immunity. Matagal pa to, palagay ko. No? So kailangan pa rin i-continue yung mga programa ng LGU, yung dagdag ayuda, pagsuporta for their constituents. No? So let me put that on record. No? Okay. Second, but because of this hearing nga pala, it has become more transparent. Nakikita ng publiko ngayon, pati ng LGU, ng pribado, that the national government, I suppose, is doing its best. And now it is transparent what the government plan intends to do. Okay? So again, I thank Secretary Galvez, Secretary Duque for making all these presentations, Secretary Vince for being here with us today as well. No? So just a few more items, Mr. President. Secretary Galvez, you mentioned that roughly you have 140 million doses plus planned for the year, purchases of 140 million doses. Then, with the COVAX facility, there's another 40 million roughly na libre. So that's roughly 180 to roughly 190 million doses. Is that correct? Now, we expect, or at least in our plan, by 2021, you will receive anywhere from 140 to 190 million doses. Is that correct, Secretary?
Yes, sir. If the production will push through with the manufacturer.
What is your level of comfort there? Mahirap yung maraming if eh. So from, could you say, halimbawa, 70 million to 180 million?
Sir, kaya po yung planning natin, meron tayong tinatawag na contingency, considering that the EUAs of those manufacturing vaccine is still on deliberation. There are only three manufacturers who have stringent regulatory approval. And with that, we expect that some delays on the delivery of the supply. That's why they are giving only indicative.
Correct.
That's why
I understand that. Pero anong tansya ninyo? Of all the indicatives, I suppose in our planning, dapat meron tayong best case scenario, worst case scenario, most likely scenario.
Yes, sir.
The best case is 180 to 190 million doses. Is that correct? Best case yan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The best case is that we will have initial dosage on the second quarter, and main bulk of the volumes will be in the third and fourth quarter.
Correct. Which is 190 million doses for the entire year.
Second.
Di ba?
For the entire year, we are expecting 148, sir, for the procurement, and then also additional for the COVAX.
Okay. What is your worst case scenario sa tingin ninyo?
Just in case that the manufacturer was not able to deliver on time, considering that the indicative delivery is by quarter. For example, if the delivery will will be delayed for 2 to 3 months. The worst case scenario is the inoculation will be moved to first quarter of 2022. That's the worst case
No,
scenario.
I'm not talking about the inoculation muna, doses lang. So our best case is 148 million plus 40 COVAX more or less. What is your worst case scenario sa tansya ninyo? 70 million?
Our worst case scenario is more or less 100 million by 2021.
Okay, so 100 million by the end of 2021, di ba? December. Vaccine
Yes,
doses.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, next question. Okay. Have we paid for any of these vaccines already? May nagastos na ba yung gobyerno?
Sa ngayon po sir, we are only having the advance market commitment, meaning the payment will be after they have already undergone the EUA, sir. So wala pa po, sir.
So wala pa tayong ginagastos. Do we have a problem with funding? Halimbawa, many of these in the budget are under unprogram. And I understand na marami dito utangin natin sa ADB, multilateral agencies. Have we perfected any agreement with a multilateral agency already?
Sir, can we request the representative from DOF, Yusek Mark Coben, to answer because he is the one in charge
Yes,
of the
please.
multilateral arrangement with ADB?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, so we took a two-pronged approach on this. So while we were negotiating, in parallel, we were also processing the loan.
Yes.
Now for the loan, for both the potentially the World Bank and the ADB loan, we asked for a change in scope on existing DOH projects to allow us to draw from the facility, which is already done for the World Bank and about to be completed for the ADB. And as a next stage, we will seek ADB and World Bank approval for the loan for the additional financing.
So the short answer is that we have no perfected agreement yet with the World Bank, the ADB, or any other multilateral financial institution. Wala pa.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, actually we have. As I said earlier, the change in scope of the World Bank loan was already approved. So that constitutes a perfected and enforceable
So
contract.
meron na. Okay? So there is available resources, available immediately.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So Secretary Galvez, none of your suppliers are asking for a down payment? Or kailangan na ba natin magbayad ng down payment?
Mr. Chair, basically just to pursue the original discussion by Sec Galvez, basically the contract structure is a three-stage contract structure. First is the non-disclosure agreement or confidentiality agreement, then the term sheet, then the supply agreement. So the first installment will only come in for all suppliers, will only come in at that point upon the signing or after the signing of the supply agreement.
Okay. So so there is no worry about delays in funding or financing. Di dapat tayo mabahala. And
Mr. Chair,
based on our suppliers, based on the discussion with our suppliers, no one is asking for a down payment. Because I'm receiving reports na nade-delay tayo dahil wala pa tayong down payment. Wala namang ganon.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so at this point, hindi pa possible magkaroon ng down payment because yung supply agreements for most, if not all of the suppliers have not yet been executed.
Okay.
So but
is the
then,
delay with
prepared for this contingency.
is the delay with the negotiation? Secretary Galvez? Secretary Galvez, are you present? Yes. Would you respond to that?
So, Mr. Chair, if I can respond to the question of the Honorable Senator.
Okay,
So,
please do so. I was asking Secretary Galvez because you already answered my question. Sabi niyo,
yes, thank you.
di ba? Secretary Galvez.
Actually, sir, the lead negotiator of this, sir, is Yusek Mark. He is the lead negotiator of the negotiation that we had. He is our legal at the same time. He's the multilateral.
Okay. So he's with the Department of Finance also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're using the finance in all the negotiations.
In order
Okay.
to have some sort of a synchronization with the DOF and
Understood,
also with the
understood.
multilateral.
Okay,
So
understood.
CSEC Mark Owen is the one leading the negotiation link.
Understood. Okay, I get it. Understood. Because I'm receiving reports that the reason for the delay in securing these supplies is hindi pa tayo nakakapag-down payment. But let me set it aside. Let's go back now to the 180 million doses, no? Which is planned for the year. And you're saying that the minimum, worst case, 100 million doses. Okay? Now, if you have those many doses, whether it's 100 to 180 million, so best case 180 million, worst case 100 million, how many do we expect to inoculate this year? Iba yung doses, iba yung actual jobs, as we can see in many other countries today. Yung iba dyan,
Sir, we
na-deliver
expect
na.
that.
Na-deliver na yung
expect for-
doses. But it takes time to job the patient, di ba? So how many do you expect to inoculate this year?
Mr. Senator, we expect best case scenario is 70, worst case scenario 50. So we included in our plan 50 to 70 million this year.
Okay. So best case scenario, in effect, when you say 70 million, that's roughly 100% of the population that you need to job. Meaning to say, the difference of the 40 million, isn't it that the 40 million is, di ba, 110 million population natin? Okay? 70 million is 18 and above. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you say inoculate 70 million, in effect, you're inoculating 100% of those that need to be inoculated. Diba? Is that correct?
Agree, sir. Agree, sir. Agree, sir.
Okay. Agree. Very good. And at 50 million, actually may herd immunity na rin yun. So your worst case scenario is 50 million for the year. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir.
And when you say 50 million, you're talking about persons, right?
Yes, sir.
But those persons will come back twice. Kasi 2 jobs eh.
Agree.
So it's 100
Agree,
million
sir.
jobs. Tama? Okay?
Yes, sir. Except for the Johnson & Johnson, sir, there's only one job.
Correct. Okay. Now, that's 100 million jobs to do. And I know that you have priority areas and then, of course, priority sectors. And chances are you will start in Metro Manila because these are where the cases are. Right? Geographical, no?
Agree,
And
sir.
then if you're talking about the economy, Metro Manila, Region 4, Region 3, na marami naman ng COVID din dito, and then maybe 7 and 10. That is 80% of the economy na siguro, di ba?
Agree, sir.
Okay. So very good, no? Now, I heard also earlier in the earlier testimony of Dr. Dance and the others with him that without them saying it clearly, and in the other discussions, parang kulang ang manpower natin. What will be the manpower requirement to do the 100 million jobs to 140 million jobs? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking into my notes.
Yes. How many do you have right now? Yes, yes. Go ahead, please.
Roughly, Mr. Chairman, we would be needing, if we conduct vaccination campaigns simultaneously nationwide with the goal of just a benchmark, vaccinating 24.6 million individuals, we will need about 35,240 vaccinators, which consists of either a doctor, a nurse, or an RHU midwife. And an additional 176,200 personnel as part of the vaccination team to handle registration, health education, and screening. And this may compose of other than doctors and nurses and midwives, barangay health workers, of which you have more than enough, allied health professionals, counselors, teachers, social workers, and medical students.
Okay, so ilan
Yung
yan?
pong 24,
Yeah, so how many? More than 200,000, 300,000?
thereabouts, 35 plus 176 would be about close to about 200, a little over 200,000.
So 200,000 personnel ang kailangan. So think of it like an election, di ba? During election, so saan natin gagawin ito? Sa mga eskwelahan?
Gagawin po natin ito sa 4,504 vaccination sites consisting of 1,912 public and private hospitals and about 2,592 rural health units.
Okay.
So yan po ang mga implementing units natin. Yan po yung mga vaccination sites. We will finish 24.
Yeah.
Sir, Senator,
yes.
Assuming we will vaccinate 24.6 million individuals, first shot with the following assumptions: 4,504 vaccination sites, and vaccinating about 300, or there will be 3 vaccination sites per hospital, and 100 individuals per day. We will need 18 days to finish 24.6 million individuals.
Okay. So I don't know. I think about it better, no? Masyado maliit yung sites ninyo, and 18 days for 24 million. Why don't you look at it like an election? Although we can, para hindi siksikan, unlike the election. Hindi ginagamit ngayon yung mga eskwelahan natin. Walang face-to-face contact. Okay? You could have you have 45,000 schools. Okay? And you know, as a suggestion, halimbawa, health workers, di ba yun yung uunahin natin? Yung health workers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how many of our health workers, how many do we have? 100,000?
It's about 1.7 million, Your Honor.
Okay. So, 1.7 million. Okay. So, kung 1.7 million, assuming, and that's too much, assuming, in one day, assuming sabay-sabay natin gagawin yon, you could probably do 1.7 million in one day. Okay, if you're going to use the schools. Okay? Wala pa siksikan, if at all, or maybe just the hospitals. If you want to do that in 2 days, then you can start with male or female first, the next day male. Para hindi siksikan. Because we see it in America.
Mr. President.
Siksikan sila.
Mr. President.
Yeah. Yes.
With the permission of the Senate President Pro Tem, I would just like to pursue the numbers, yung in relation to inoculation. Ano ba universe talaga? Ilan lahat ang target? Whether it's this year, hanggang sa matapos, ilan lahat yung i-inoculate natin?
For my
70 million?
70 million, yes.
Okay, 70 million. Now, ang responsibilidad na lang ng national government pagdating sa gastos, nasa 32.5. Why? Yung COVAX magpo-provide ng 44 million vaccines or doses. 39 LGUs, 14 million doses. Private sector, 2.5 plus 14.5, 17 million. So, ang total nito is 75 million doses, vaccines. Divided by 2, that's 37.5 million Filipinos. Hindi ito sagot ng national government. Ang naiwanan na lang nagagastos ng national government, 70 million minus 37.5 is 32.5 million. So how much would the national government need to inoculate 32.5 million Filipinos?
Anybody can answer. Sir, we are computing that that computation is based that our supply is enough. Okay? That computation, I agree with you, sir, that the computation is in the assumption that the supply of doses is enough.
I'm not talking about the supply.
Yes,
Kasi sabi ko, sinagot ng COVAX ang 44 million.
yes, sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Sagot ng LGUs ang 14 million. 39 LGUs. Ang private sector, 17 million. So total, 75 million. Divided by 2 doses, so that's 37.5.
Agree, sir.
Kung ang universe is 70 million, ang gagastusin lamang ng national government is for 32.5 million Filipinos. 70 minus 37.5 eh. So ang tanong, magkano yung 32.5 times 2 na vaccines? Para malaman kasi nag-appropriate kami ng 70 billion sa program appropriation.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Merong 2.5 para sa logistics lahat. Ano? May 10 billion pa sa bayanihan. So ang total nito, 82.5. I heard Secretary Duque, no? 82.5.
Right.
So kulang pa ba yun o sobra yun to inoculate 32.5 million Filipinos?
Based on your figures, Mr. Chairman, kung i-inoculate natin 32.5 billion.
Hindi naman po, yung hindi inoculate kasi 70 million na total eh.
Sorry.
Ang sasagutin lang ng national government, yung pondo, good for 32.5 million Filipinos.
32.5 million
Filipinos.
Oho.
Inalis natin yung mga hindi gagastusin ng national government eh. So ang tanong sa DOF, magkano na bang nautang natin? Domestic, foreign, multilateral, bilateral?
Mr. Chair, so can I answer? So basically, the answer is two-step, no. On the financing side, our maximum amount to be financed, and more or less we've secured them in the process of getting the board approval of the various MDBs, is around or near 70 billion pesos, which is the unprogrammed budget. Okay. Now from the demand side, from the price of the vaccines, iba-iba ko kasi ang presyo ng vaccine.
No, I know that. But i-average natin eh.
So our composite price is near $10 based on our orders. Kasi per
Yung average is $10 per
dose.
Per dose.
Yes.
All right. So that's 500 pesos
Yes.
per dose.
Yes.
Yeah.
So 1,200. Yun yung lumabas doon sa
Computation.
yung non-disclosure ninyo, di ba? Na sinabi rin ni Secretary Dominguez nung na-interview ng media. Ang computation niya is 1,200 per person.
Per person.
All in yung figure ho niya. Kasi if you, di ba, $10 times 2 is
Yes,
$20.
yes.
So
Sa 50 na lang natin compute, wag na 48
Okay.
pesos. So,
yes.
total, sa 32.5 million Filipinos at 2 doses each Filipino, magkano kailangan?
Parang lumalabas ho na mga between 7 to 800 million, all inclusive, including supply and supply logistics, etc. That would cost
Hindi
between...
na, meron ng pondo yung supply, nasa GAA eh, regular budget eh. So, it's 2.5 billion.
Standalone should be around $700 million if the composite price is $10 per dose.
Yes, Secretary Duque, please.
39 billion. Oh.
Based on your figures,
To help answer the question of Senator Lacson, no? Kung ang sinasabi ni Senator Lacson kasi, magbabayad ng LG, magbabayad ng private sector, ang matitira na lang 32.5 million from the 70. Yun ang sinasabi ni Senator Lacson. At 1-2 each, di 39 billion. So sapat yung budget natin na 82.5. That is the point. Is that correct, Senator Lacson? Oo. Diba?
Sobra pa.
Oo, sobra pa.
Sobra pa tayo.
But I suspect here, Senator Lacson, I suspect that once the LGUs find out that, like I said in the beginning, the reason why the private sector went in and the LGU went in is because tingin nila ng national government mabagal masyado. Kaya pumasok ang pribado. Tapos nung una, ayaw inoculate yung marami. Konti lang. Remember the budget when we were discussing this was only 2.5 billion. Okay? In October, the private sector went to the government. TESIC went to Joey Concepcion, kausap na yung AstraZeneca. Di ba? In fact, the national government, wala pang down payment, pero ang private sector, nag-down payment na. Is that correct, Secretary Galvez?
Sir, I agree, sir, that mabilis po yung sa private sector considering that they don't have the regulatory requirement like the ADB
Okay.
and the World Bank.
So, is that correct na ang private sector may down payment na? Nagbayad na yung private sector. Is that correct?
I believe yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So, kaya ako tinatanong. So, at national government, wala pa. Ang private sector, meron na. Ang LGU, nag-down payment na ba? Ang
Wala
LGU?
po, sir, dahil kasi merong regulatory period na 30 days.
Okay, okay. So, mauuna ba ang local government kaysa sa national government?
Basically, sir, yung pinrocure natin. Sir, I want really to have a proper context na,
Okay.
sir, na hindi sa mabagal, sir. Sir, actually, sir, nung nagkaroon, sir, ng clamor yung business sector na magtulong din sa government, it's not because na mabagal, sir. Ang nila, sir, i-expand yung tinatawag natin
I said both earlier.
Yung coverage.
Correct. I said both kanina. Mabagal na plus expand the coverage. Di ba?
Sir, actually, sir, sir, yes, sir. Actually, sir, yung process, why we allow yung tripartite because
no, we understand that already. You don't have to explain that to me. Naintindihan na I only have 10 minutes eh.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if I may continue, no? So anyway, we've discussed all of that already. I was making a suggestion. We're talking about now, how many will we inoculate, di ba? We were discussing kanina 140 to 180 million doses. Best case scenario. Worst case, 100 million doses. Okay? Now, to jab the individual, how many individuals are we going to jab? 70 million, best case. Worst case this year, 50 million. Very good. Okay? And we said 2 doses yan. So that's 100 million jabs. Then I asked, how many people do we have? And how many sites? And the reply was roughly 200,000 people ang requirement. And 4,000 sites. Lahat yan, mga private public hospitals and RHUs. And I'm making a suggestion for you to consider. It's up to you. Okay? Now, why not think about using also your public schools? Walang tao ngayon dyan eh. Para hindi siksikan. Because in America today, kita mo yung pila. Okay? So, ayaw natin din yun dito. We have to plan it properly. So, what you can do as a suggestion, di ba, unahin natin health worker. Okay, kung ayaw mo malaking pila at 1.7 million, you can have it male and female. Let's say this day, para hindi magulo. O, on the first day, health worker tayo lahat muna. O, lahat ng female na health worker muna. The next day, lahat male. Halimbawa, example lang ha. Oh, after that, you want seniors, di ba? How many do we have 60 and above? What is the population for 60 and above?
It's probably about 8 to 9 million.
8 to 9 million. If you have it in 2 days, female muna. O di kalahati na lang yun, 4 million. And then the next day, 4 million male. I mean,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Oh, are you considering?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, it's a very good suggestion, excellent suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
But I agree with you that we probably need more sites beyond what we have already identified.
Yes.
And the schools may be good to augment our total sites because we're going to do this in the context of a pandemic. So which means physical distancing has to be considered and all of the minimum public health standards.
Correct.
So that more sites should actually be will be very good for the cost of this vaccination.
So, and then it's easier, hindi siksikan pa kung gagawin mo, let's say female muna and then male. So 6 and above. Okay. And then next 40 to 60. How many is in the population is 40 to 60? Unahin natin yung babae muna, tapos lalaki. Down the line until you get to 20 to 40. Or 18 to 40 or 18 to 30. Just take a look at the statistics. And then female muna bago male. Okay? Now, let me also point out, if we want to, of course, we're all doing this so that we save lives, okay, and livelihood so that we can open the economy. Okay? My suggestion, health workers, of course, the senior citizens, and if this is a third category, our teachers. Let me emphasize that. I think they're the most important, essential service providers also in the public sector. If you want to open the schools, pwede natin unahin na rin yung mga teacher natin. Pwede female muna bago male also. As a suggestion. Okay? So maybe you can incorporate that. Yes. Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you please wrap up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will. One last question. One last question, since my time is up, Mr. President. And I thank the Secretary for looking at this suggestion. No? Okay, so finally, alam mo yung reklamo ng taong bayan ngayon, natatakot sila dun sa effectiveness ng Sinovac. Kasi below 50% nga as presented kanina by Senator Lacson. No? Now, I understand that in the healthcare law, we put there yung HTAC, right? Yung Health Technology Assessment Council. These are the professionals. Do we have a representative from HTAC here? I think many of you are part of the HTAC, no? Yung neurologists natin and all of that. So meron ba tayong HTAC representative here? Isn't it that their job, sila yung pipili nung anong vaccine ang pwedeng bilhin at gamitin? Sila yung nag-a-advise sa DOH, sa PhilHealth, dapat at sa FDA kung ano yung vaccine ang pwedeng gamitin. Nandito ba yung HTAC? One last question. Any representative?
Secretary Duque?
Hindi ko makita yung mga tao kung sino sa kanila doon yung
We have none identified logged in, but there might be one.
HTAC under the law, UHC law, tama po kayo. Kailangan padaanin din sa kanila ito.
Correct. Sila
we
yung
have
determine.
2, 4, about 10 members.
Correct.
And they're going to make an assessment using the parameters that are outside of those already used as a basis for endorsing which vaccines are to be given to FDA for approval and for possible EUA.
They are our scientists and the expert panel. Is that correct? Okay.
Mr. Chair, can just explain. So pag po ang FDA nagbigay na ng EUA, the HTAC will study it and look at the cost efficiency.
Correct.
And then if it's a cost-efficient vaccine, they will then recommend it to the Department of Health.
Okay.
For consideration.
Yes, I understand the process. I understand the process. Isn't it that they are our scientists and medical experts? The HTAC. Diba sila?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr. Anna Lim is, I think, a member of that, if she's still online.
Is she online? Yeah, I just have one last question on this. Yes.
Yeah, she is. Go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Lim. Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Lim. You're a member of the HTAC.
I'm sorry, I'm not po.
You're not.
I'm with NITAC po. I'm sorry, I'm not with the HTAC.
Okay. So is Dr. Dance a member of the HTAC? He was here earlier, unless nakalis na.
No, he's also not a member of the HTAC, but I'm sorry, I didn't follow the question. I may be able to give some answers.
No, this is the point, no? Okay, so you will be the ones to determine what can be purchased under the law, diba? In fact, you are our scientists and our medical experts, yung HTAC. Okay, am I correct, Dr. Lim, no?
Correct po.
Okay, now, I just wanted to get the assurance for the public, okay, that there will be no political interference. Meaning to say, that's why we have this body. You're the objective people, especially during the pandemic, okay, pati cost efficiency na rin of what to purchase. And we just wanted to get the assurance from the HTAC members present, if they are here, that they promise us in the Senate that you will not allow any political interference from anyone saying that we must use this for either politically or business-wise. Na kayo we want that assurance para alam ng publiko na hindi pwede sino man magsabi, we have to buy a Chinese vaccine, a Russian vaccine, or a vaccine from this company. Kailangan dumaan yan sa masusing pag-aaral ng HTAC. Is that correct?
So thank you for raising that point, Senator Recto. That was precisely the presentation that the HPAC team was making earlier, that for as long as the processes are followed, that everybody should be reassured that the basis for making these decisions will have sound scientific evidence and will be backed up by evidence.
Correct. Correct. So that's why we wanted that assurance in this hearing from HTAC today. Wala bang representative dito, HTAC? Na kayo yung pinaka-importante dito, kayo magsasabi eh.
So thank you, sir, for recognizing that po, because that's actually the point we were also trying to make earlier. Si HTAC po kasi, sila po yung nagbibigay ng positive recommendation based on their assessment of the trials kung ang isang bakuna, no, in this case, is actually cost efficient,
safe,
and
effective,
the government, yes, of course,
diba?
yes.
Oo,
And
yun ang trabaho.
the funding coming from the government will be rightly spent on this particular product.
Okay, so thank you very much. So we want that assurance. If we're going to have another hearing, we want HTAC to be present and to tell us that we assure you, walang mamumulitika dito, walang business interest dito, na we will do it by science.
Okay, sir. With or without the hearing, we
Yes,
will
we'll get that commitment from them.
get that assurance.
Yes.
Mr. President.
We will secure that assurance.
Mr.
Yes,
President.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator President. Maraming salamat.
Very quickly, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Recto.
Very quickly, Mr.
President.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Sir, can I make a manifestation, sir?
We cannot hear you, Senator Pangilinan. You are muted.
Sorry, our vaccine SAR, Mr. President, is right there. Can he give us the assurance that we will get the endorsement or the recommendation of the HTAC before we decide on which vaccines we are going to be purchasing for our citizens?
Yes, he was seeking the floor. Go ahead.
Sir, rest assured that the procurement of the vaccine is not based on any political interest or financial interest. In fact, the procurement of the vaccine for polio was based on the recommendation of the vaccine expert panel headed by Dr. Nina Gloriani. And then we also meet the HTAC pertaining. I asked them to make a recommendation, but they said that considering that their mandate is only for cost efficiency, and also that they cannot recommend on the terms of EUA. That's why the recommendation of the vaccine expert panel is being upheld. So all of the vaccines that we are purchasing is based on the parameters that set forth by the vaccine expert panel headed by also with the DOST. Maybe we can have Sir Jaime.
Before any, Mr. Just to follow up on that point, but that is not what the the presentation earlier was saying, that it has to go through HTAC because that is the procedure. Now the IATF vaccine SAR is saying there are some limitations to that, and therefore we will just go through the vaccine experts. Ganun ba yun? What does the law say? And does it require, as earlier manifested by Senator Recto and confirmed by one of the expert doctors, that it has to go through HTAC?
Yes, you're right, Mr. Chairman. The HTAC, the HTAC kasi is a mandate under the Universal Healthcare Law. And the vaccines will have to be assessed by the HTAC in terms of its cost efficiency. But they can only do that once the FDA has already made a pass of those vaccines. Meaning kung meron na po silang EUA, then the HTAC will also make an assessment just to ensure that all bases are covered.
Yes, correct. And the reason for that is we're using government money. Right? And sila yung scientists, sila din yung medical experts natin na sigurado safe, effective, at cost efficient.
And therefore, can we reiterate the point earlier raised and the question raised? If that is the manifestation of the Secretary of Health, that they will have to pass through HTAC, can we get the assurance from the IATF vaccine SAR that we will we will have HTAC pass through or come up with its recommendations on the vaccines in terms of cost efficiency and other concerns?
Go ahead, Secretary Valdez.
Sir, actually, sir, wala tayong sir. Actually, during the time that we are selecting the vaccine, we request the HTAC because we follow the procedures. That the HTAC has a hand on the recommendations of the vaccines. That's why the BEP and the HTAC have presented all the vaccine that have been presented, that I have presented, and it's been clear to them. But if the HTAC will recommend after the EUA has been published by FDA, we will be in the tail end. That's why we decided that the recommendation of the BEP, being the vaccine expert panel, had been withheld, had been hold. Maybe Sir Jimmy can attest to that.
Mr. President, my suggestion is that, your expert panel sa vaccine, chances are may mga miyembro dyan din na HTAC, palagay ko eh. Just let them all work together with FDA. Diba? That's the point eh. Okay? Para hindi mangyari ulit yung Devaxia, kaya natin nilagay sa batas yan eh. Okay? At the same time, free from political interference dapat yan. Diba?
Yeah, that's right, sir. That's right. So maybe we can have Chef Jimmy Montoya to explain everything that had transpired during the meeting.
Dr. Montoya, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Honors. Just to reiterate what has already been mentioned, the normal process really is for the HTAC to review a technology before it can be bought by using government funds. It has to give a positive approval after the issuance of the FDA of the required approval. Now, in this particular event, because of the public health emergency under the EUA setting, Secretary Galvez already agreed that we have to have the two groups meet so that even if, strictly speaking, the reviews will only be done once the EUA is issued, they've already been given prior papers so that they can already start the review process for the cost, so that when the BEP issues a recommendation, it's like the recommendation of the HTAC is also there.
Correct.
Thank you.
So final lang on this issue lang, okay. I'll put it this way. Remember, the reason why I brought this up is, as I mentioned kanina, the vaccine now is being politicized kasi people are thinking, uy, pinipilit yung Chinese vaccine kahit below 50% yung effective rate niya. Okay? Pero pag sinabi ng HTAC na okay yan, palagay ko, maniniwala yung taong bayan. Okay? Basta free from political interference yan. Because they are our medical experts and our scientists. Okay? That's the point. and it protects the executive and the national government. So that's the point I'm trying to raise, manifesting. Okay? Basta't nandyan yung H-stock, mas maliwanag. Can you imagine a situation, Mr. President? Bumili tayo ng vaccine. Gusto natin inoculate 70 million. Okay? Tapos sabi ng H-stock, hindi dapat ginamit yung brand na yan. Eh di kagulo. Eh kung lahat sila nagsabi tama yan, eh di walang problema. Mabuti pinag-uusapan natin ngayon yan para dumating ang panahon, nandiyan na yung vaccine, walang magre-reklamong scientist, medical expert na sasabihin sa tao, wag niyong gagamitin yan. So that's the manifestation, the final remarks that I make.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
And it's
President.
very clear, Secretary Galvez. Just say yes and do it.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir,
You don't have to
doing it.
explain. The manifestation of the President pro tem is clear.
Yes, sir,
And,
absolutely.
there is a reason that hearings like this will aid us in doing this better. All right?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, we are doing it during our deliberation for the vaccine before we will procure it. I called Yusek Bergere that we have to meet with the staff because timing is in the essence. So we will meet so that the recommendation of the BEP will be deliberated by the staff because I know the importance of the staff in terms of the universal healthcare system.
All right.
And then the recommendation of the Senator Recto is well taken, sir. We are doing it already, sir.
Very good. And then inform the people right away. All right? The
Mr.
public is worried.
Ano lang po, just some update. I was told by the HTAC that they are actually already studying yung Pfizer since lumabas na yung EUA, and they will be coming up with the recommendations by Wednesday. And then as the vaccines come out, magka-EUA, lahat po i-assess nila.
All right. All right. Kaya inuna nila. They're asking why inuna raw yung Pfizer because sila yung may EUA na. Ang ibig nyo sabihin kanina is kung sino may EUA na, yun yung iniitang na HTAC. Correct?
Opo, kasi useless naman sila mag-assess ng walang EUA.
Wala naman kayong approval.
Opo.
Ganon. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Recto. We now proceed to recognize Senator Drilon, the minority leader. You have 10 minutes.
Mr. President, what happened to my slot?
You gave it up earlier to Senator Recto.
No, Mr. President, kasi under the hierarchy, Mr. President, of officers, the Senate President is above the majority floor leader and then the minority floor leader. Yan po yung nasa listahan ko po, Mr. Senate President. Nagulat ako.
No. Actually, in my list, you're number one because you logged in ahead. But you gave it up to Senator Recto, and then I thought you were going to give it up to the minority leader before I recognize you. But if you want to be recognized now, you
Yes,
are.
sir. It's only going to take 5 minutes, Mr. President. Yeah, it's only going to take 5
All right,
minutes.
go ahead, Senator Zubiri. The majority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The minority leader.
Mr. President.
Sorry, the minority. In contrast to what Senator Blackson is saying right now, that the minority leader is above the majority leader. That's not true. It's majority leader is recognized. Senator Zubiri.
Thank you. Although I defer many times to the minority floor leader because of his wisdom and his experience. Mr. President.
But not this time.
No, mine is very quick, Mr. President, because it's very, very important. I think at the end of the meeting, something can come out of it. Mr. President, I will no longer discuss the issues on efficacy. It's been discussed thoroughly on the first hearing as well as this hearing, and I'm glad that everyone, including Secretary Galvez and all our panel of experts, including Secretary Duque, has already agreed that we will wait for the final emergency use authorization given by the FDA before they actually purchase, buy, or order these particular items, these vaccines. So we thank them for that. And I'd like to also congratulate the FDA. I messaged Dr. Domingo last night and I said thank you for the quick action on Pfizer. And according to him, there are 2 more in the pipeline, which is AstraZeneca and Gamaleya of Russia. So hopefully those will also be able to get emergency use authority as well. So we could set that aside. We'll just wait for the expert panel to decide which one would be the best for our Filipino brothers and sisters. Yung akin lang siguro, Mr. President, this is on the LGU procurement. May I direct my question to Secretary Galvez? Secretary Galvez, yesterday I had a chance to speak to the British ambassador, Ambassador Bruce, and we were able to find out that, of course, the British government is also assisting in the deployment of AstraZeneca all over the world. And he confirmed, no, we discussed two topics, Secretary, that are close to your heart. One was, of course, the vaccines, and the other was about Bangsamoro, but that's another story. On the issue of the vaccines, he mentioned that, yes, because of the worldwide demand of AstraZeneca, medyo matatagalan po ang pagbigay ng AstraZeneca sa atin dito sa bansa, lalong-lalo na sa LGUs as well as those in the third round of negotiations with the private sector. He said that it could take as long as the third quarter to the fourth quarter. Could you confirm this, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir. Because of the demand, more or less 2.8 billion for this year of the AstraZeneca. The first delivery will be on May for the 2.6 million that we have ordered, and the next will be on the second semester, third quarter or fourth quarter this year.
So medyo matagalan pa. Ang worry ko dyan, Secretary, ay baka sa sobrang tagal, lalo na sa bagong variant, apparently, it was able to sneak in the country. Hopefully it's contained. Now, I do not know if we can last another 8 months before we actually get these other vaccines, particularly AstraZeneca online. Is that the same for the other vaccines, Mr. Secretary? Will we also be looking at third quarter to fourth quarter for the maximum rollout of these vaccines?
Sir, yung importante po yung portfolio so that we can also look at the first delivery of the vaccine. The two vaccines that can deliver at the earlier first quarter will be Gamaleya and Sinovac. And they have a specific dosages in every month. That's the only fixed vaccine. The other vaccines like the US vaccines will be having their delivery by third quarter and fourth quarter also. But we are also making arrangement with SSI, with the Serum Institute of India, considering that also they are producing AstraZeneca and also Novavax. We are making some diplomatic arrangement with Prime Minister Modi on how we could accelerate the deployment of AstraZeneca and Novavax for our health workers and our frontliners.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The other day I spoke to you on the line, and also this morning you mentioned that there are alternatives to AstraZeneca for our LGU procurement program. Could you name some of the alternatives that are willing to go to a tripartite agreement with the LGUs aside from AstraZeneca?
We have talked to the manufacturers, and the two possible that we can explore is Novavax and also Moderna through our private sector, also with Moderna. Ambassador Romualdez and myself, and also Mr. Rick Reson are coordinating with Moderna so that it could be purchased also through the tripartite agreement with the private sector.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Secretary, because as I mentioned, I called you the other night for the province of Bukidnon and some other provinces here in Mindanao, as well as those that I've spoken to from the Visayas, would like to also avail of this tripartite agreement to assist their constituents. Pero yun nga, natatagalan nga daw sila sa timeline na ibinibigay ng AstraZeneca. If there are other candidates that they can also use, it would be a welcome development, Mr. Secretary. Could you assist these provincial governments when the time comes on the alternatives?
Yes, sir. We will be having a meeting this coming Sunday.
Oh, thank you, Secretary. Now, I'd just like to ask what the process is. I saw earlier the League of Governors President, Governor Velasco, but I think he had to leave. He's not online. But we have with us Governor Dax Kua. would Governor Dax-Kua know if there are already there's our dear friend Governor Velasco. Sir, blessed good afternoon. Can I ask lang po, Governor, kung meron na pong mga, dahil po yung probinsya namin sa Bukidnon at iba pang mga probinsya ay gusto din po makipag coordinate sa inyo at sa gobyerno para sa vaccination program. Meron na ba po kayo na umpisa na proseso for the provinces, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead, the Governor Velasco.
Mr. Senator, and with the permission of the President, we sent a survey form to all the governors to indicate how much money they want to allocate for the vaccines that we can purchase for them. And at the same time, we requested them to state the vaccine which they prefer. So we are now in the process of getting this info or data from the governors, and we will collate it and per agreement with the NTF, of course, with Secretary Charlie Galvez and Secretary Duque. We will collate all these things, and then we will go into the tripartite agreement, because the LGUs cannot just enter into purchase agreements with the suppliers. So that's the situation right now. We are now gathering data regarding the requirements of the different provincial governments, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Governor. Sana we could, if you can let us know what the secretariat number is so that we can help. Many governors have called me to ask this question today. Maybe they haven't received yet the notice. So maybe a little bit later, I'll get in touch with you, Governor, para mapasa ko din sa kanila yung secretariat number para they can participate.
Of course.
Thank you. Going back to, thank you, sir.
Majority Leader, would you like Governor Kua or Mayor Bing also of the League of Cities to respond?
May we
also to
recognize
your,
my Kasimanwa, Mayor Bing, and of course Governor Dax, my dear friend from the Red Cross as well. Maybe we can give them some time, Mr. President, hopefully not counted to me to make a short opening remark, Mr. President.
No, it's not counted to you.
Thank you, sir.
The counter is stopped every time you are not talking. Yes,
Thank you,
Governor Dax. Let's start with your with your kababayan, Mayor, my compadre, Mayor Bing Leonardia of Bacolod. Go ahead.
They're in mute.
You're muted. You're muted. Please unmute.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Senate President. Good afternoon to all the senators and, of course, my colleagues. May I just get into the picture in as much as Governor Presby had mentioned that they are going to have a meeting with the governors very soon. And in as much as earlier during the discussions, the matter of the cities being part of the province as and then to be included in this discussion, may I just point out that this should not include the highly urbanized cities. If whatever the decision of the governors will be, it should not include the highly urbanized cities, please. Thank you.
President.
I believe Governor
Mr.
Dax,
President.
Governor yes. May we recognize Governor Velasco, Mr. President? He wants to be recognized afterwards.
Yes,
Governor
Governor Velasco, go ahead, your response.
Senator Subiri, we just want to clarify, I forgot to state that the agreement really is that the provincial governors will take care only of the LGUs within the provincial territory, with the exception of the highly urbanized cities. That is the agreement actually with Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque. Thank you, Mayor Bing, for pointing that out. Thank you, Mr.
I just wanted to have that very clear, in as much as many of us, especially the highly urbanized cities, had already signed and that agreement, the tripartite agreement with AstraZeneca. Thank you very much.
Very good. Correct.
Yes, sir. Senator Subiri, would you like Governor?
Yes, Governor Dax, I think Governor Dax is with ULAP, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you po, Mr. President. Senator Migs,
I like your hairstyle. Just wanted to contribute a little bit to what Mayor Bing and Governor Velasco said that yes, indeed, that is the emerging policy in coordination with NTF and Secretary Galvez and USEC Tensing and the DOH na yung sa mga component cities at yung mga municipalities lang po ang makikipag-collaborate with the provincial governments. And the provincial governments and the independent and highly urbanized cities will directly coordinate with the NTF and the DOH and the pharmas. Senator Mix, on Tuesday, we will start a series of dialogues with DOH. So ula po, kasama po dyan ng si Mayor Bing at si Gov. Presby, LCP, LPP, LMP, will all discuss the rollout procedures, yung cold chain, lahat po ng pinag-usapan nyo, hopefully in much greater detail po with the LGUs. And then secondly, Senator Mix, included in that, magpapatawag kami together with DOH and NTF ng mga different pharmas who would like to offer their products to LGUs. Para may hand-holding with DOH together with the experts para explain to us the different characteristics and features of these vaccines that are being offered. And then hopefully, under the guidance of Secretary Charlie Galvez, mabigyan ng direction yung tripartite agreement with the pharma. So that will be starting on Tuesday, and then tuloy-tuloy po yan. Siguro 3 or 4 meetings yan, a series of meetings po. So call me anytime, Senator Mix. Let me know how we can help the provinces in Mindanao and the others that have called you.
Right. May I suggest that Secretary Galvez, Secretary Duque, and the leagues look also into this report about Johnson & Johnson. One-shot deal lang daw sila. Hindi to vaccines. Anyway, going back to the representative from the 5th richest province in the country, Bukidnon, Senator Mixubili, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I do not take credit for that. It's my father po, si Governor Joe. So good fiscal management. But Mr. President, yeah, just to reiterate, sana nga po may alternatives din po tayo, Gov. Presby. Baka may alternatives na yung mga mauunang darating para masyadong matagal yung 3rd and 4th quarter. I'm worried that if we have to wait 8 more months, a lot of things can happen in 8 months. A lot of people can die within 8 months. As you know, many governors are senior citizens. Many people under them, their constituents are senior citizens, and they really need the jab right away. And you know, for the record, to assail the naysayers of vaccines, kahapon natanggap ko na sa Vatican News si Santo Papa was already vaccinated sa Pope Francis, as well as the Pope Emeritus, Pope Benedict was also vaccinated na. So it's very safe for the elderly. So going back to Secretary Galvez, Sec, I just want to clarify, Sec, yung tanong kanina ni Senator Villar about the LGUs, and this is again, I think this is a valuable information for the governors that are listening, to the mayors, and to those already who applied for this. As said earlier, they it's not a sure thing that the money that they will use will be actually utilized for the LGU concerned. It was a big topic earlier. It was a heated discussion. Yan pong kalalabasan. We'd like to see clarification on that, Secretary, that the money that will be bought by Bacolod City, the money that will be bought by Governor Dax's province of Quirino, the money that will be bought by the beautiful province of Marinduque, of course, they would like it to be used for their constituents first. Is that correct, Secretary? Would that be a correct assumption?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, gagamitin po nila yan at dadagdagan po ng gobyerno yung kulang pa.
Okay, so gagamitin po nila kasi kanina medyo naguluhan po kami na parang may single depository pa tapos yung allotment later on na. So gagamitin po nila kasi hindi rin po pwede, Secretary, na gamitin sa iba yun na ang pondo galing sa probinsya at sa cities kasi malversation of funds po yan. They will be accused of malversation of funds, and we have a former Supreme Court justice as a governor. He knows that is very It cannot be done. So that's good. At least we're clear with that. Moving forward, Mr. President, my last question, so that our dear minority floor leader can ask his questions. Mr. President, it's about pricing. Sec Galvez and to Sec Vince and to Secretary Duque, a lot of questions. Grabe ang agam-agam ng ating mga kababayan, from memes to Viber messages to Facebook messages to, you know, jokes from all the way from ito yung vaccine, Novovax, ganito, ganyan, tapos mamaya kickback, mga ganun yung sa Pilipinas daw. So gusto natin mawala yung agam-agam na yan. We were part of government, we're part of the process. We in the Senate, together with the House of Representatives, came up with the funds for you to spend. So we want to make sure that the money is spent wisely, properly, and efficiently. I'll just give you an example of a message sent to me today. Hi, Senator. The price of Sinovac vaccine in Indonesia, published in their newspaper, is $13.57, which is roughly 651 pesos. The Philippines, it's being claimed at 3,630 pesos. Of course, this is just the text. Please don't shoot the messenger. The Philippine government already ordered 25 million doses. It's a difference of 74 billion. Is this fake news or is this the truth? So these are the questions that me, and not only me, myself, Senator Ralph, Senator Nancy, Senator Drilon, Senator Aimee, all of us who are listening in now, even the Senate President, receives every day from thousands of people. So we need transparency because this is government funds, Mr. Secretaries. So, you know, I know there is a non-disclosure agreement, but the non-disclosure agreement cannot be used for government funds because we have the Commission on Audit, who is tasked by the Constitution to see if the money was spent wisely and properly. So I would like to first ask, Mr. President, do they already know the final price for these vaccines, each and every one of them, from the Western to the Eastern vaccines, Mr. President? The final price.
Your Honor, may I answer? Sir, the price of the vaccines that we are procuring, mostly of them are cost and no profit. And they are barely negotiated. The price that had been published recently is not correct, meaning the 3,600 for Sinovac is incorrect. Rest assured the public that we will be very, very diligent. The President had said to us that we should make the most out of it in the negotiation, and we assure the public that it will undergo strict regulation, considering that all of our vaccine procurement will undergo with the ADB and World Bank stringent regulatory requirements. And I can assure you that the price of Indonesia and the price of the other will be almost hindi po nakakalayo. I can assure you that the prices that we cannot do the exact price, but I can assure you that our negotiation, the price relative to our neighbors are almost the same.
Yes, Mr. President, we need that assurance from the Secretary.
With the permission of the Majority Leader.
Biggs, will you allow Senator Lacson on that particular
As
point?
I had manifested earlier, and as manifested by Senator Angara, the figure 3,629.50 came from DOH during the budget deliberation. Why did you not question it? The figure came from you, not this. That was not plucked from thin air by the Committee on Finance of the Senate.
Sir,
As manifested earlier by Senator Angara, di ba sabi niya, ang figure na 3,600 plus nanggaling sa DOH mismo. That's why yun ang record na nakuha namin sa office niya.
I believe that price is before the negotiation, sir. And also does not reflect yung real price.
Sabihin nyo na lang na hindi yun ang negotiated price noon, nagbabago yan.
That's why what I've said in the media, that what we are negotiating is a negotiated price.
Ang sinabi mo,
Not the market price. Not
Secretary,
the
ang
public.
sinabi mo sa media, mali po yung butihing senador.
Actually, sir, wala akong sinabing ganun, sir. I did not say that, sir. Sir, ito ang nakita natin. I think the media is twisting it. I'm only on the telephone. I don't know what is written on the mark.
Mr. President, again, no, that's why
If I may, Senator Mix, just one point, Senator Mix, because I was also quoted in a lot of media outlets that I was the one who gave these prices and efficacy rates.
Actually, sir,
But again, these figures also came from DOH during that time, no, during the budget hearing. So perhaps it's a good way of saying na a good communication plan, Secretary, would be these prices, these figures are not the same with the negotiated figures. Wag na lang po sabihin na mali yung mga senador kasi kami hindi naman kami gagamit ng
Sir, actually, sir,
figures
sir,
na galing sa
wala po ako sinabi na mali ang senador. Ang nakita namin, sir, I called even the secretary of Secretary Angara because he said that may sinabi ka ba? Sir, wala akong sinabi. Ang ginawa ng news habang nagsasalita po sir ako sabi ko that is not the negotiated price. Ang nilagay po sa doon, mali yung ng Senado. Hindi ko po alam yung nakalagay doon po kasi telephone lang po ako eh.
Yeah, Mr. President,
merong twist ang ginawa ng media.
Yes, Mr. President, to the Secretary, with all due respect also to our colleagues in the Secretary, actually, if you go online, the price you can see, if you go online, sir, you can see the price of the vaccine abroad. So, tama din yung umabot ng 3,000 kasi lumalabas doon, it's almost about $75 for the 2 doses. So, no one is lying with the price. But as you're saying, Secretary, you can get a negotiated price for this, a better price. Is that correct, Secretary? What you're saying, Secretary Galvez, is that you can get a better price for this. Am I correct, Secretary?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Secretary, nawawala po kayo. What was that again? Did he answer in the affirmative?
Yes, sir. With the help of the Chinese ambassador po, sir.
Yes. Yun nga lang, gusto lang namin malaman. Siguro, Mr. President, no, hindi ko napapatagalin ko kasi para nagkakaproblema po tayo sa pricing. At yung mga tao, hindi mawawala yung agam-agam kung hindi po natin talaga sasabihin. Yung Indonesia lumabas na. They already said it's 600 plus pesos yung na-negotiate nila sa China. So, if it's 1,000, you can mention it because anyway, it's the same price as Moderna. If it is 800, then we can mention it because it is within the realm of the cost of vaccines all around the world. But if we do not tell them, Mr. President, kasi mahirap yung, huwag kayong mag-alala, kaming bahala. Hindi po pwede yan. Alam ni Governor Velasco yan, he's a Supreme Court Justice, former Justice. He knows we must deal with facts. We cannot just say, trust us, we'll take care of it. That mode of thinking has put a lot of local government officials in jail, as a matter of fact. So we have to have the right number, Mr. President. And so, and if there's a non-disclosure agreement, Mr. President, that he cannot, at this point in time, baka mabulilyaso yung kanilang negotiations, then I move for a executive session. And then he tells us during the executive session, Mr. President. I mean, just an idea.
Yes, just an idea. But earlier, Mr. Joey Concepcion bluntly gave the price. It was $5.
Sir,
yun yung AstraZeneca po, Mr. President. That's AstraZeneca. We're asking about like Sinovac.
Hindi na magkakalayo-layo yan, I'm sure. Di ba? Hindi na magkakalayo-layo yan. Baka mapamahal pa nga yung Johnson & Johnson eh. Dahil sila isang shot lang eh. Hindi dalawang
kaya
beses.
Mr. President, gusto po namin naman yung exact number. We need to know the ballpark figure.
Right.
If that is possible.
Is that yes, your time is up, but if you can.
Yes, I made a motion, Mr. President, with the agreement of my colleagues, both online and present there. If we can have a short executive session with them, gusto ko kasi sila tanungin harap-harapan without media, without what is it talaga? What is going on? What is the number that is that we're looking at? Para kasi kung hindi, hindi mawawala yung agam-agam, Mr. President.
Before we act on the motion of the majority leader, there is a video being played from the secretariat. May we go ahead and play that so that to place place it on record what is
Almost
go ahead.
300% ang kanyang price. Yung COVAX price po bababa po ng mahigit na almost 300% ay bababa ang kanyang price.
Hindi nag-play yung mali.
Kapresyo niya po ang Novavax, kapresyo niya po yung ibang vaccines. At yung sinasabi natin na 5 times, mali po yun.
All right, you can play it when you're ready. Senator Subiri, the majority leader, your motion is to go into an executive session and get from them the
There are
prices.
sensitive questions we'd like to ask. Like, for example, the non-disclosure agreements, what is indicated there, particularly the price, so that we can tell the people that the price is fair, it's not overpriced, etc., etc. And for the sake of transparency, Mr. President, we need to know that because that's government funds. This is only for the vaccines procured by government. Hindi po ito yung donated, hindi po ito yung mga libre. These are only not. This is not the COVAX facility price. We're looking at the price what government will pay for the remaining vaccines.
Sir, can
Mr. President.
Sir, can I manifest? Sir, we are reprimanded by Sir, we are reprimanded by the manufacturer, and they said that we are on ongoing negotiation. Anyway, these prices will become a public domain after the negotiation. Considering that the prices have been negotiated, in different countries also. They recommend that the CDA should be honored, considering that it may complicate their negotiation also with other countries. So with your indulgence, if we will say in public the prices, it will compromise the 140 million doses that we are getting, and all the companies will gonna withdraw in our negotiation. The CDA is very important. This is a binding agreement.
But Mr. President, just
the
may
motion
I
of
just
the majority leader is
Yes.
for an executive session, and that means that it will not be public. It will not be
it will not
given to the
devolve.
public. But nevertheless, because of the situation that we're in, wherein we are partly virtual and partly open here, an executive session with us physically present is easy. But with you guys virtually present, it's quite difficult. So perhaps we can consider that later when we're
Yes, sir.
finished with the other senators.
Yes, sir.
If you
Yes.
don't mind.
Yeah, and Mr. President,
Majority
just
Leader.
yes, Mr. President. No, I will of course defer to the action of the plenary and our colleagues. Yung akin lang, Mr. President, no, not to derail the vaccine procurement program. Mine lang kasi open book naman yung Moderna kung magkano, open book naman yung J&J, open book naman yung Novavax, open book din po yung AstraZeneca. We already know all the prices. It seems to be only Sinovac that we have no clue on the price. So yun lang po, Mr. President. I mean, you're talking to 7 other vaccine manufacturers. The 6 others have already given their price. Yung isa lang ang hindi pa nagbibigay ng price. So again, Mr. President, as far as transparency is concerned, we would like to get a ballpark figure later on, if need be, when the negotiations have ended. But sana before they purchase, because they negotiate a price and it's still extremely expensive, then of course, being the policymakers of the legislative department, we'd like to be informed about this, Mr. President. I'm not trying to put a monkey wrench in the procurement of vaccines. I want it done immediately. Alam po ni Secretary Galvez yan. I have my full trust and confidence in him. Ang gusto lang po natin, sagutin yung mga agam-agam ng tao na tawag ng tawag sa amin kung ano ba talaga ang presyo nitong mga bakunang ito. Yun lamang po, Mr. President.
Okay.
Dahil pera ng taong bayan yan,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President. Ha? Pera ng taong
Thank
bayan yan. We cannot play around with the government funds. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, the Majority Leader, Senator Subiri. We will tackle that particular motion later. In the meantime, we now recognize the Minority Leader, Senator Frank Rilon. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And let me start by going back to that statement and they earlier made that almost half or 47% of our people says they would not want to be vaccinated for whatever reason. So you can imagine the situation confronting us. 1 of every 2 Filipinos says they don't want to be vaccinated, and the principal reason is reasons of safety. Ito ba ay safe and therefore to me, Secretary Galvez, the only way to overcome this reluctance is to provide more information to our people. And that is where I think all the senators are coming from. We need information so that we can tell our people that indeed this is the right thing to do, but we cannot project that unless we give them the information. And again, I would repeat, 1 out of every 2 Filipinos would not want to be vaccinated. Can you imagine if that situation persists? What will we do? We have half of our population carriers. So what kind of vaccination program will succeed? That's one. Secondly, from a strictly constitutional and legal viewpoint, the right of information is a matter that is a concern that is recognized under our Constitution. The right of the people to information on matters of public concern shall be recognized. And therefore, I hope you do not attribute politics to the questions being raised here, because precisely this is what we need. Information as a matter of right of our people and as a matter of building confidences, because you cannot impose confidence. You must earn it, Mr. Secretary. And therefore, it must be in that context that these questions are being raised by the chamber. Even the Supreme Court, as my good friend Governor Velasco will confirm, has ruled that the constitutional right to information includes official information on ongoing negotiations before a final contract. That was expressly ruled in the case of Chavez versus Public Estates Authority. The Supreme Court ruled that the constitutional right to information includes official information on ongoing negotiations before a final contract. But Mr. President, I'll be the first one to take the position, okay, let us not insist on knowing what the price is before the final contract is signed. Because, we can understand the reluctance of Secretary Galvez, because it may prejudice and the negotiations, and therefore public order is affected. But having said all of that, Mr. President, it was mentioned that we will be getting Sinovac vaccines in the amount of 25 million doses by mid-February. Is that correct, sir? Can we reconfirm that?
To the Honorable Minority Leader, Secretary Galvez just went to the restroom, but maybe I can just confirm that the initial delivery based on the current negotiations with Secretary Galvez is a possible delivery of only 50,000 doses in February. But it is still not final. The negotiations are still ongoing, Mr. President.
But is there a commitment to purchase 25 million doses?
As mentioned by Secretary Galvez in the previous hearing, Mr. President, the negotiations are ongoing. The 25 million doses is currently under negotiation, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with all due respect, can we have a few minutes of suspension to enable Secretary Galvez to answer this very critical question? He's not in the hall now. He's just in the...
He's here. He's here.
Is he here now?
Yes, go ahead. And then the video that Senator Lacson was mentioning is here. But you go ahead, answer first.
So is there a commitment is there a commitment that we will purchase 25 million doses from Sinovac?
Sir, we are still on ongoing negotiation. That's the indicative volumes, and that's the indicative volume and also the indicative dates that been given. So the negotiation is still ongoing, sir.
So
his response is they are still under negotiation.
Yes, sir. Well, I just signed the term sheet, and we don't have the supply agreement. Sir, ang pinaka-definitive sa negotiation po kasi, sir, as we have said earlier, we have the CDA, the term sheet, and the supply agreement. The supply agreement is the most important thing because this is the indicative, the date of delivery, the exact volume and price will be, and the conditions on how we will deliver it. Ito po nakalagay po doon.
So you have signed a term sheet with Sinovac?
Yes, sir. That's ano, yung po ang ano po, Your Honor. Pagka po gusto natin magkaroon ng tinatawag na further negotiations so that we can lock already the 25 million or the doses that have been promised, the term sheet is some sort of general framework to follow on for the specific supply agreement.
All right. Under the term sheet, are we supposed to purchase 25 million doses from Sinovac?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right. And the specific schedule of deliveries will be in the sale contract when we sign it.
No, sir. It is in the supply agreement po, sir.
It's in supply agreement.
Yes, sir. The supply agreement will be signed after further negotiation on the exact date of the delivery and the transactions on the payments.
All right. Can I have a definite answer, Mr. President? Are we committed to buy from Sinovac or not?
We are still negotiating, sir.
Assume
you're still negotiating. The answer is you're still negotiating, but what is the why was there an assurance to us last hearing that by February 20 they will deliver?
Yes, sir. That's the indicative plan that they will deliver. However, considering that there is a requirement for the EUA, that plan might be so yung inano po namin sa kanila is really to follow up yung kanilang clinical trial result from Brazil, Turkey, and Indonesia. So that's the requirement that we are asking them to produce so that the vaccine expert of panel and also our FDA can analyze those data before we can have some sort of indicative, definitive negotiation.
With the indulgence of the minority leader, the point, General Galvez, Secretary Galvez, is that we should be very careful with our pronouncements. Look at this particular 10-second there that some of my colleagues were pointing out. Go ahead.
Yes.
No, we're playing this for a while, minority
Yes.
leader, if you don't mind. 10 seconds, Tanto. Go ahead.
Yes, yes. I'm willing to wait, Mr. President.
Until na-issue nila yung
Yung COVAX price po, bababa po ng mahigit na almost 300% ay bababa ang kanyang price. Mali po yung yung information ng ating mahal na senator dahil kasi po yung Sinovac niya po ang Gamaleya.
That was the point.
Presyo niya po yung ibang vaccines. At yung sinasabi natin na 5 times, mali po yun.
You were referring to Senator Angara. You said
Sir,
mali yung ating mahal na senador.
Hindi po sir, mali po ang information.
Mali ang information.
Yung po,
The information came from DOH.
Yes sir, but I'm referring to the information that the Sinovac is 3,600. They are referring to it. So I'm referring not to Senator Angara. I don't know even yung ano po. Kasi ang inano po sa yung sa tinanong ng station is yung 3,600. Kaya sabi ko
Mr.
po
Chair.
doon, mali
Mr.
po
Chair.
yung information ng ano po.
Mr. Chair, can we repeat
Mali po yung
the
information
video,
ng
Mr.
ating
Chair?
mahal na
Because
senator
if I
dahil kasi
heard
po
it
yung
right, the word senator was mentioned.
Sinovac, kapresyo niya po ang Novavax, kapresyo niya po ang Gamaleya, kapresyo niya po yung ibang vaccines. At yung sinasabi natin na 5 times, mali po yun. Mali po yung information ng ating mahal na senator dahil kasi po yung Sinovac, kapresyo niya po ang Novavax, kapresyo niya po ang Gamaleya, kapresyo niya po yung ibang vaccines. At yung sinasabi natin na 5 times, mali po yun.
That's the point. As I said, we should be careful with our pronouncements because it misleads. For example, the 3,600 came from the DOH. So that's the information that the senator had. All right? Senator Dillon, the minority leader, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President. With your indulgence, Mr. Secretary, can I go back to the Sinovac issue? Is it not a policy of our FDA that they will consider issuing an emergency use authorization where a drug has already been passed upon and approved by other jurisdictions which are considered as matured regulatory agencies like US, the EU, Australia, Singapore, Japan, Switzerland, and Sweden. In other words, we rely on the judgment of these countries on the issuance of the emergency use authorization. Is that a correct statement of policy, Mr. Secretary, if you know?
Can I answer?
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Senator?
Opo.
Yes, sir. The minimum requirement for an EUA application is an EUA from either the home country or any other jurisdiction po na FDA. However, if the EUA comes from a stringent regulatory authority, then it is reliable and we can recognize it. If it does not come from a stringent regulatory agency, it comes from the home country, for example, but the home country does not have a stringent regulatory agency, then we really do very close inspection of everything. Hindi po kami makaka-rely dun sa decision ng home country.
All right. Can we go more specific? Does Sinovac have an emergency use authorization from any of those with matured regulatory agencies like the US, etc.? Or does it even have an EUA from China?
It has an EUA from China and Argentina, and I think now probably po from Indonesia because they're using it there, but none of them are stringent regulatory authorities.
Okay, so having said that, the issue I assume is that we have to verify and ascertain whether or not the safety of this vaccine is a matter that we have addressed sufficiently. In other words, a safety issue, the efficacy and the safety issue has not been fully addressed insofar as our local jurisdiction is concerned.
Yes, Mr. Senator. In fact, we haven't even started evaluating their application yet because they have not submitted their interim results for the phase 3 clinical trial.
So, but we are already expecting delivery of at least 50,000 doses by mid-February?
Sir, can I answer po yung Sinovac? Sir, based on our...
Can you answer that question first, Mr. Secretary, with all due respect? There has been no emergency use authorization from what we call the matured regulatory agencies. There has been no EUA from these agencies, none from us. Why are we already having a commitment to bring in 50,000 doses in February?
Sir, can Yusek Mark Akaben answer that question, sir?
Yes, please.
Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, so basically, because of the term sheet, Sinovac has a commitment to deliver and to sell and to deliver to us 50,000 doses before the end of February at a price certain. But we don't have an obligation to buy from them until they meet certain conditions, among which is the execution of a term sheet, number one, and number two, getting the proper regulatory approvals. Thank you.
The term sheet has been signed. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
So,
subject to...
you know, all of this reluctance and, you know, the feeling we get is that full information is not being made, full disclosure is not being made. And this, I tell you, we're trying to help you, but exchanges like this does not help in building up confidences, because here we are saying that there is no emergency use authorization even from China or from this, I'm sorry, I take that back, even from this, what we usually rely upon, what the FDAs of other jurisdictions, and yet we are already committed to bring in 50,000 doses now. You know, so anong mangyayari? Pagdating dito, wala na. You know, it's academic. We just have to approve that. Ganun mo ba yun?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I answer?
Yes.
Yeah, Yusek, just to follow up the minority leader, you're saying that you are still negotiating, but they are ready to deliver to 50,000 doses.
Mr. Chair,
Have you made the down payment already?
no.
Paano sila magdi-deliver on February 20? Wala pa kayong down payment,
Yeah.
nag-negotiate pa kayo.
So-
How's that happening?
So, Mr. Chair, yung term sheet which was signed by the Sinovac and the government of the Philippines through the DOH indicates a commitment on the part of Sinovac to deliver several tranches depending on the month and at a price certain. Now, on the
What if Pfizer will be delivering by the end of the month of February?
yeah, they commit to deliver by the end of February, but
ilang doses?
50,000 doses by the end
Also.
of February. Yes, sir. Pfizer, sir.
Yes.
Pfizer is different, sir. So it's a different format. Pfizer, my understanding is Pfizer is to be delivered on the basis of parang trials, clinical trials.
So how
It's
many?
Sir,
Pfizer will be delivering by Q3 and Q4.
yeah.
Oh, third quarter pa. At saka fourth quarter pa. Anyway, go ahead, Senator Dilon, just for
Mr. President, again with the indulgence of
permission of the minority leader, go ahead, Senator Lacson.
now how do we reconcile that with the pronouncement of Secretary Roque na February to June, puro Sinovac yung i-inoculate? How do we reconcile that? And that's quite definite. Sinabi niya pa, don't be choosy. Ang available lang, Sinovac from February to June. So that's 5 months na headway. So how do we reconcile that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can answer. So basically, what we can give you is what's provided for in the agreement. So I'm not really sure what Secretary Roque thought about.
Well, he is the presidential spokesperson.
Yes, sir. But
He should know what he's talking about.
yes, sir. But what we can represent is what is provided for and what was agreed upon. So basically, the commitment of Sinovac is to deliver at a certain price given a certain volume within several months and given several tranches. Now, our commitment is to buy from them if they meet certain objectives or certain conditions. Number one of which is execution of a supply agreement, and number two of which is the completion of the regulatory approval process in the Philippines. Thank you.
Can I comment on the pronouncement? Sir, actually, sir, the pronouncement of Secretary Roque, with the indulgence of the Senate, because we are still negotiating with the COVAX, we still withheld the information. But when we have a cabinet meeting during Monday, we informed him that we just met with the COVAX and the possibility that the COVAX might also have a mini rollout during the first quarter. That's the thing that we reconcile our information. So for the information of everybody that the COVAX might have a mini rollout during the first quarter, and indicatively it might be Pfizer.
Is Sinovac part of COVAX?
No.
I believe they are applying also, sir.
They're applying, but they're not part of COVAX yet.
Yes, sir. They are applying.
Lalong gumulo.
Right, minority leader, go ahead. It's back to your time.
Now, Mr. Secretary, if somebody is from the WHO is there, is it confirmed that the preferred efficacy set by the WHO is at least 70% for the vaccine? For a vaccine?
Sir, can we have the FDA or Jaime Montoya, the expert that can answer this one?
Yes, preferred efficacy is 70% per WHO.
May I, Chair?
Sir,
Go ahead, Dr.
Your Honor, if I may respond to that question.
Please.
Okay. We have the WHO representative.
WHO is already there.
Yes, we have a WHO representative here. Can we just respond? Is it correct that the preferred, and I underscore the word preferred, efficacy is at least 70%? That's published.
Let me clarify, sir. That was
Go ahead. WHO, go ahead.
position that WHO advanced when we were talking of a target product profile. When the research institutions were beginning vaccine research, what we said is that a product will need to have 70% efficacy or in the minimum at least 50% efficacy to be recognized as useful in the pandemic response. That was a target product profile, not that was meant for research institutions as a guideline. Subsequently, we've now seen that some of the products are actually doing better than was expected.
I'm sorry, subsequently? What's it? I didn't catch the last statement, sir.
Some of the products are now showing higher efficiency, effectiveness rates or protection rates.
Therefore,
we haven't subsequently revised our target product profile since many of these products are actually meeting the minimum 50% that we requested. We are also conscious of the fact that the global response will need multiple products to actually quickly reduce the impact of the pandemic.
So the minimum, let me try to understand it. The minimum product efficacy is 50%.
That's what was recommended way back in, I believe it was February 2020.
Okay. Is there any new recommendation?
Not to my knowledge, sir. That has not been revisited because that was what you call a target product profile for a product becoming available in the future.
All right. Now, so we have a situation where the announced or the rated efficacy of Sinovac is 50%. Or 50.37% to be more precise. Is that correct? Yes, sir.
What we are seeing now are the outcomes of individual small-scale phase 3 trials. Many of these vaccines continue to undergo phase 3 trials, and that is why they are being listed under emergency use listing in several countries. Eventual efficacy and determination whether they can achieve market authorization will be dependent on the coverage rates they reach in a wider, larger population.
Okay. Okay. Well, having said all of that, can I go back to Secretary Galvez? We are aware, of course, first, we are aware that the efficacy rate, at least published, of Sinovac is 50.37%, although that is being disputed in the computation shown by Senator Lacson to be less than 50%. Now, assume that before or sometime in the next few weeks, the efficacy rate of Sinovac is less than 50%. Are we committed to to proceed with this purchase?
Definitely, our procurement is based on science and the FDA approval. If it will not be approved by the FDA, so we will not know. It will not be administered.
All right. Okay, would you wait for the favorable endorsement of the HTAC before actually receiving or allowing the importation of this drug as required by present law?
Yes, sir. We are willing. In fact, sir, we are communicating with the BEP. Mostly the members of the BEP is also a member of the HTAC.
Well, by the way, Sinovac is not a Chinese government-owned corporation. Is that correct? It's privately owned?
That's correct, sir.
you are talking directly to Sinovac executives, not to any agent?
I'm talking with Ms. Helen Yang in Hong Kong, the official CEO for Asia Pacific.
Mm. This is an officer of Sinovac itself.
Yes, sir. He is the president, and also with the different members of the group that they have in Hong Kong. So we have a direct link with the company.
Going back to the efficacy rate of Sinovac, why are we having an agreement with Sinovac when the other vaccines have a much higher efficacy rate? And
As I have said earlier,
probably at a lower price, like AstraZeneca, as being shown on the board. Sinovac today has an efficacy rate of 50.38. Pfizer has 95. AstraZeneca has 70. The Russian Sputnik 5 has 91. Sinopharm has 79. Moderna has 95. So why are we committed? Why are we making a commitment to Sinovac with such a very low efficacy rate? You know, Mr. Secretary, this gives a lot of our people discomfort. As we cited at the start, the confidence of our people at the vaccines in general is a low 47%. Pinasok mo pa yung Sinovac ng efficacy rate ay 50.38%. Lalo na pong hindi maniniwala ang taong bayan sa vaccination. And this is the problem of confidence that we are talking about. Can you explain to the public why we are going to bed with Sinovac when in fact its efficacy rate is the lowest among the 7 or so that you are considering?
sir, the reported efficacy rate of Sinovac is unofficial, considering that they have 3 clinical trials in Indonesia, in Turkey, wherein they have 91.1%, 91%, and also in Brazil. That's why they will consolidate these clinical trials to have the official pronouncement. So we are waiting for this consolidation. That's why during our negotiation, they ask for certain delay so that they can consolidate all the data that we will be having. Sir, for the information of everybody, we have said that we are having the portfolio, and the basis of our negotiation is basically on the recommendation of the vaccine expert panel.
Senator Drilon,
yes,
please
sir.
take a look at the other slide. It's at actually 50.38%. This the source of this slide is CNN Brazil, and the efficacy rate of Sinovac is 49.58%. The 50+ % is actually the risk ratio, and we still have to deduct the risk ratio from 1. So 1 minus 50 point something would be 49.58, and this was confirmed by the resource person and even Undersecretary Domingo a while ago, that this is really the computation. No? The efficacy rate is a function of the risk ratio computed between those vaccinated and placebo. Placebo, ito yung rate of
Yes, Mr. Senator, po yung
educate us.
Opo, so babakuna po tayo ng equal number na may placebo at saka ng meron pong bakuna. Pagkatapos bibilangin po kung ilan yung nagkaroon ng COVID sa ngayon, and then they compare. That's how they get the risk ratio.
Anyway, the time is up, but we will allow the majority leader to, the minority leader to go ahead and wrap up.
Yes.
Another point, for clarification, ano yung risk in unvaccinated arm, saka yung risk in vaccinated arm? Sa risk ratio? We're talking of the risk
Kahit
ratio.
po kasi na-vaccinate, meron pa pong ring risk na magkaroon ng sakit. No? So, kinukuha po ngayon yung absolute risk. Kung ikaw ay nabakunahan, ano yung risk mo na magkasakit? Kung hindi ka nabakunahan, kung placebo binigay sa'yo, ano yung risk mo na magkasakit? Tapos yung risk ratio po, yung ratio ng dalawang risk na yun.
Yes. Pero tama po itong formula
Opo.
as shown on the board. Ito talaga yung formula because ang source dito is the CDC. No? Yung paano mag-compute. So there you go. It is actually more than 50%. It's less than 50% if we follow the clinical trials done in Brazil. Is Brazil a country with stringent regulatory?
No.
No,
It's
not
not one of
yet.
them.
Mr. Senator, hindi po.
Thank you, Senator Dillon.
Minority
Yes,
Leader.
it is not one of them, Mr. Senator. Just for the information, this is not one of the jurisdictions which are considered to have matured regulatory agencies. There are about 6 of them. Brazil is not one of them. In any case, just my message to the Secretary is this. You know, our economy depends on the acceptability of the vaccine that will be administered on our people. We start with the premise that 1 out of every 2 Filipinos, 47%, is already adamant or does not or would not want to be vaccinated. And then you come up with a proposal that, and I can see it's being defended, that we should get our supply of the vaccine from Sinovac. Let me be very candid with you. This does not add confidence to our people. Why, when in fact there are other vaccines which with a much higher efficacy at lower, if not competitive, with the cost of Sinovac. Why are we insisting that we buy Sinovac vaccines? You know, your explanation does not sit. Does not on your explanation on non-commitment on Sinovac. Is that very credible? The overall impression that I have, and excuse me for saying this, is that we have a commitment to buy Sinovac. And as previously emphasized, the reason why HTAC is there is to make sure that no political consideration would get into the choice. And let me leave you with this message. We are talking about the health of our people. We are talking about the recovery of our economy. And my strongest suggestion to you is you should exert every effort to earn the confidence of our people insofar as the vaccine is concerned. And given all that we have heard in the last 2 sessions of the Committee of the Whole, the insistence or preference for Sinovac cannot be denied and will not augur well for building up the confidence of the people in our ability to address this pandemic. With that, thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to raise our questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Minority Leader Senator Dillon. Just a deduction on my part. Perhaps one of the reasons that you are seeking or negotiating with Sinovac is that ito yung pinakamaaga na makakapag-deliver. Wala bang mas maaga pa or kasing aga niya makakapag-deliver na iba?
Sir, yung pinakamaaga nga po, sir, yung sa COVAX, yung naasahan po natin, sir. But I just want to explain that Sinovac, Sinopharm, and CanSino has been widely used in China. Now the economy of China is booming because they are living like no man, as said to us by Ambassador Santa Romana. Same thing with countries with early deployment, because the Chinese strategy is that they deploy their they deploy their vaccines since August. And the strategy, our strategy is we will wait for the brand that we are up to have. We might have the experience of Europe and also America.
Well,
Considering considering that the Sinovac is a possible candidate, and considering that it will follow the scientific computations of the expert, and even Indonesia already ordered 126, and Widodo himself has taken the first job. I believe we have to look first on the clinical data.
So somehow my deduction is correct. No? Ito pinakamaaga eh.
Yes, sir.
But again, just as a reminder to you, the officials, haste makes waste. Be careful with that. With that, the next is Senator Joel Villanueva. You recognize you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, Mr. President, I'd like to point out that since 10 o'clock in the morning, we have been listening to the discussions about 5 o'clock now, 7 hours na, Mr. Chair. And yung isa sa ating gustong i-point out na malaking hamon sa atin, I think, Mr. President, is yung communications problem ng ating mga kasamahan sa pamahalaan. Last hearing, 25 million doses of Sinovac ang sinabi na lock-in at secured. So ano ba yung ibig sabihin ng lock-in at secured? Ngayon, 50,000 na lang at ngayon, naiklaro kanina na hindi pa naman obligado tayong bilhin yon at kunin yon unless pumasa sa mga standards, which is a very good communication input na narinig natin sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa pamahalaan. Alam nyo, nandito kami para tulungan kayo. Sana naiintindihan nyo po yun. That's why we are here. If you are talking about funding, we are here to help you. Kanina, binanggit Senator Lacson yung breakdown, 44 million ang COVAX, 14 million from LGU, 17 million from private. So that's 75 million doses. And about 32.5 million Filipinos na lang yung kailangan at sa pondo sa ating computation, if 1,200 per Filipinos, that's about 39 billion. So enough yung ating nilagay na pondo para sa 2021 funding. So ito gusto lang namin sabihin sa inyo na we're here to help. We are hearing kanina, there are some legislations that we need to push through when you talk about requirements sa human resources natin sa vaccination. Kaya nga po, this representation filed Senate Resolution number 598. Yun ho yung pinaka gist ng ating resolution. No? And again, ang pinaka-importante is we will be able to convey to our people the real status of the national vaccination program. Kaya po tayo naririto. Ngunit bagamat napag-usapan ho kanina, hindi tayo locked in o ibig sabihin hindi tayo obligadong kunin yung Sinovac, syempre yung communications, ang dami-daming naririnig. In fact, last hearing po, Secretary Galvez, tinatanong ho namin kayo paulit-ulit anong brand yung darating sa February. Sabi nyo, hindi nyo pwedeng sabihin. And we respected you for that. And then during that time pala, meron dong isa sa Malacanang nagsasalita na kung anong brand, kailan darating. So again, it boils down to communications problem, and with 47% of our people not wanting or refuse to be vaccinated, may problema ho tayo. There's 21% pa rin na undecided. So going back lang no, puntahan ho natin yung binabanggit kanina at mainit na usapan about Sinovac. Una, hindi ho tayo obligadong kunin ito. Nag-commit lang sila na may supply sila, pero kung hindi sila papasa sa ating standards, hindi po natin sila kukunin. Wala ho tayong obligasyon na bayaran sila at higit sa lahat, wala tayong intensyon na gamitin ito sa ating mga kababayan. Is that correct?
Correct, very correct po, sir.
Yes, I think that's the bottom line here, no? But now, let's talk about Sinovac. Doon po sa results na pinakita kanina ni Senator Ping Lacson, bumaba ho siya ng 49% yung efficacy rate. May mga nakausap po tayong doktor, binanggit natin last hearing. May mga nakausap po tayong mga health professionals saying kung Sinovac yung ibabakuna sa akin, hindi ako magpapabakuna niyan. Ang binabanggit po nila, correct me if I'm wrong, dun sa mga clinical trials, bumaba po dun sa 49%, nung ginamit na po dun sa mga frontliners. Meaning to say, yung Sinovac daw po ay para lamang daw, and I would say the word daw, doon sa mga talagang heavy or malala na yung problema sa COVID. Pero yung mga asymptomatic o very mild, hindi po na tatamaan nito, kaya ho mababa. Yeah, would you confirm that data from FDA or from anyone?
Mr. Senator, although wala pa po kasi talagang wala pa po yung final reports. Ang report is parang mas effective daw siya, mas may efficacy siya in preventing severe disease. Yung mild to moderate, yun parang po yung sinasabi na 50%. But until we really see the final report, hindi po talaga namin ma-confirm.
But on that particular data, yun po yung isinasaad nun, as you made mention.
Yun po yung nabasa kong isang
No, I mentioned that, sir, because out of the 492,700 cases, Secretary Duque, ilan po dito yung asymptomatic o mild lang?
Ang mild asymptomatic of the active cases. First, ang atin po recovery is about 93%. Ano po? Mga 5%, a little under 5% po ang active cases. Of the active cases, mga 23,000. Ang mild to moderate would be about between 85 to 92%. Yan po yung mild and symptomatic and asymptomatic.
Maganda po yun, Secretary, binanggit nyo sa mga 90 to 92%. So ibig sabihin, kung yung Sinovac na naririnig nga po natin, talagang magwo-worry yung ating mga healthcare workers. So meron hong pinanggagalingan meron pinanggagalingan yung worrisome nila about this particular vaccine. So ang next question ko na lang po is that dun sa mga gumagamit na bansa, Brazil, Indonesia, nagkaroon ho sila ng clinical trial. Is that correct? Nilang lugar.
Yes, Mr. Senator, meron po silang clinical trial doon.
How important is clinical trial in the particular country where it will be used? Kailangan ho bang gawin sa atin ang clinical trial para paggamitin? Kasi kanina parang lumalabas, hindi naman po kailangan. But do you prefer na gawin yung clinical trial?
Well, usually po kasi mas magandang tingnan kung yung data na actual in the country. In fact, ang Sinovac po, meron din po siyang clinical trial na gagawin dito sa atin. Pero hindi pa po nag-uumpisa, no? Pero yun nga po, tumatanggap din naman kami ng applications ng may data na hindi dito ginawa sa atin. Hinihingan lang naman, pinahihiwalay lang po namin yung Asian data. Pero syempre po, meron pong advantages kung dito ginawa yung clinical trial.
Again, I'm saying that because it will address the problem of agam-agam and loss of confidence dun sa particular vaccine. Again, we are here to help you. We are here to help our people know the important information, right information, hindi fake news. Kaya po, again, importante na muli banggitin natin, hindi tayo obligadong bumili at gamitin itong Sinovac unless they pass the standards of FDA at i-recommend rin ito ng HTAC. Tama po yan, no?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll go to the meat of my resolution, no, itong 598. Last hearing, we requested for the breakdown of essential workers. First of all, Secretary Galvez, thank you for including essential workers. We have been calling for this since November at malaking good news po ito sa mga essential workers natin. But can we point out right now, Mr. Secretary, kung ano na ho yung update doon sa ating list of figures ng 35 million Filipinos that would be prioritized? Ilan po dito yung galing sa tinatawag na essential workers?
Sir, may I read So sir, by priority 1 or hanggang essential workers lang po?
Yes, we want the essential workers, sir.
The essential workers includes teachers, social workers, more or less 1,179,97 or 0.95% of the population. Other government workers, 1,728,641 or 1.66%. Other essential workers, including health, education, social welfare, like agriculture, food industry, transportation, tourism, manufacturing, construction, and others. And then this is 1,690,206, meaning 1,690,206. And then next is socio-demographic groups at significant higher risk, other than the essential workers like the PDLs, the PWD, Filipino living in high-density areas, meaning the people with disabilities and also those who are people with in the prison.
Sir, what's your total number ng essential workers?
The total number of essential workers, including overseas Filipino OFWs, other remaining workers and seafarers, total is 10,557,951 or 10.15% of the population.
So that's 10.5 million. Sir, kasi we're looking at the data given to us from the labor force survey. Ang essential workers would fall to about 18 million. Kasama ho dito. Kasama ho ba dyan yung mga PUV drivers?
I believe kasama po sila sa other front line workers na nasa first priority po.
Yes, kaya sir, I'm asking yung essential workers. So I think, so you mean to say the 18 million workers that considered yung elementary occupations and those in service or sales, pasok po dun sa essential workers. Is that
Yes, sir,
correct?
yes, sir. Including the economic sector po, sir.
I'm sorry?
Including the private sector, economic sector.
Yes, including the private sector. For example, ang PUV drivers, do we have a data? How many PUV drivers we have? How many retail workers? How many waste collectors? I'm sure kasama po yan, essential workers yan.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, ang ginawa po sir namin so that we will have good data. The LGUs are the one making the master list. And the master list will be submitted to us on January 30.
Sige po, bantayan ko na lang po yan, sir, kasi that's the main gist of our Senate Resolution 598. I only have 3 minutes and I was looking at the clock. Tingnan lang po natin itong kanina, ni-raise ko po kanina to and binanggit din ni Dr. Eileen, if I'm not mistaken, na meron talagang pagkukulang tayo sa mga mag-a-administer, no? At mag-i-implement itong ating national vaccination program. In fact, you were asking for legislation, legislative help, perhaps funding, perhaps emergency hiring. Ilan ho ba talaga ang kailangan natin? Kasi binanggit po kanina, 200,000 for 24 million. But remember, our target is 148 million doses in this year, 2021.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, yung pong babakunahan naman po ay hindi isang bagsakan o isang bultuhan. So, schedule po natin, staggered po ito. Halimbawa, kung ibang bakuna gagamitin natin outside of Pfizer, ang target natin 24.6 million. Ang total ng vaccination sites natin, mga 4,504. At yung pong base sa kanina pong sinabi ko, mga 27,000 healthcare workers plus mga ancillary workers na mga 177,000. So more or less mga 200,000 po.
So we have enough? Is that what you're saying,
Meron po.
Secretary?
Meron po tayo.
I hope that you're correct with that now. We have enough. No, kasi kanina, I was a little worried about it because if you look at 148 million doses for the next 351 days, you're talking about 421,652 doses per day. So if that is the target, no, to do it in 2021. So I was a little concerned about it kasi kahit kalahati po yun, you're talking about 210,000 doses a day.
Ito naman po ay gaya ng sinabi ko, staggered. So we'll be able to program this in such a way
No, I mean, if that's the case, it's not realistic to say that we'll be able to reach the 148 million doses for this year.
For this year, that is 70 million. Kakayanin ho, kasi 18 days doon sa Pfizer first dose nga 10 days lang. Non-Pfizer first and second dose 45 days. So it can be done within the 1 year time frame.
Okay, we'll make you guys accountable sa dito. Siguro we will just request the DOH to lay down the human resources component of the national vaccination strategy.
We'll do that.
Sabi na lang ako. I have 1 minute left. I'm trying to find out kung ano yung pinaka-importante. One last point, sige ho. Yung binabanggit po nung University of Oxford that it was suggested that we can think of the lockdown as a form of social immunization, of contact tracing as a form of technological immunization, and a vaccination as pharmacological immunization. So I wanted to talk about this new strain, no, vis-a-vis contact tracing. The country has detected its first case of new COVID-19 variant. Ano ho yung update nito? And gusto kong tignan lang natin itong as of January kasi of 2021. Yung tinitignan ko po itong National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council slide. It shows here, Secretary, that only 4 out of 17 regions in the country have completed provision of training to its contact tracing members. I hope we can show the slide that came from NDRRMC. Again, 4 out of 17 regions in the country. Sila lang po yung naka-complete nitong training ng ating contact tracing. Alam naman natin, kanina binabanggit ho natin, napaka-importante ng contact tracing as we are still awaiting for the vaccines. And notably, there are regions whose number of contact tracing members provided with training is less than half of the members hired. I wanted to find out why is this so and how do we address this issue? Kasi sayang naman ho lahat ng efforts natin. I'm sure you all agree with me that this is very important.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. On the part of the DALG, first of all, nagkaroon po ng lag dun sa recruitment. In other words, while we focus our attention on the hiring, hiring about 50,000 contact tracers 3 months prior to the expiration of Bayanihan 2. Hindi namin nagawa yan. In fact, we were able to hire around 47 to 48,000, which is around 96% already nearing the end of Bayanihan 2. So, kaya po for purposes of training, hindi talaga siya magtutugma dahil nag-hire parang at the time that we were doing the training. So, for purposes of ratio of training to the hiring, nasa 50 to 60% po yan.
So definitely mag-i-improve po ito.
Opo.
Perhaps if we can ask for a report na lang of the most recent and at the same time your target para makuha po itong completion ng training.
Yes, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yun lang po siguro muna. And again, hihilingin ko po sa ating mga kasamahan sa pamahalaan yung pong pag-iingat, lalong-lalo na sa pagbibigay ng information. Siguro sabihan nyo rin po yung ilang nagbibigay ng information kasi maling-mali po. I commiserate with Senator Angara. My name was also dragged dahil my office slide about the prices was also used by different media outlets, and noong po sinabi yung senator, wala naman nung pinangalanan, so parang it's being attributed to me or to Senator Angara. So I hope we'll be careful about it, and at the same time, again, I think yung pinakamalaking na-accomplish natin ngayong araw na ito, hindi ho tayo naka-lock-in sa Sinovac. Hindi ho tayo magbabakuna at hindi tayo obligadong kunin ito unless pumasa at siguradong safe ito at mapapakinabangan talaga ng ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator Villanueva. Next is Senator Richard Gordon. Senator Gordon, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be quick. Mr. President, tatalingin ko lang ang FDA. Hindi po ba kayo ang primary jurisdiction na magsasabi ko anong vaccine na gagamitin?
Well, kami po ang magbibigay ng authorization para po magamit ang isang bakuna sa
Hindi naman
Pilipinas.
kayo
Pero hindi
makakapagbigay
naman
ng authorization kundi kayo may primary jurisdiction, di ba? Kaya kayo meron kayong mga vaccine expert panel at pagkatapos ang mag-i-implement itong committee ni Secretary Galvez. Would that be correct?
yes, Mr. Senator. Sa amin po yung first step.
Ang sinasabi ko lang po, hindi po ba dapat kami mga senador, narinig na kayo namin kayo ilang beses at sa Jolly lahat, ini-discussion. Sa akin, kailangan pagtiwalaan namin yung talagang designated authority, ang FDA. At saka yung panel ninyo, dapat hindi matatamaan ng politika. Na yung nangyari sa dengue vaccine, hindi dapat mangyari yan. Alam mo rin yan, Eric, hindi ba? Pati yung formulary, pinakialaman, meron isang tao doon, sabi, wala na kayong magagawa. Approve na sa taas yan, kaya huwag na kayong magulo, payagan nyo na lang yan. Natatandaan nyo po ba yan? Sa dengue vaccine?
Opo, natatandaan ko po.
So kung hindi pinapakialaman yan, mataas dapat ang credibility ng FDA at ng Department of Health. Tama po ba yan?
Opo, at nakakadagdag din po yun sa confidence ng mga kababayan natin sa mga bakuna.
Kaya nga, kaya nawawala ng bakuna. Bukod sa buong mundo, takot ang tao sa bakuna. Even in America, maraming ayaw ng bakuna. Pero lalong nagkakaroon ng agam-agam sa pagbabakuna na dahil nga maraming mga pumapasok na external matters, no? So the first thing we do now is kailangan maniwala ang tao sa gagawin ninyo, no? Pero kung in-implement ba yung mga recommendations, I'm sorry, I'll be selfish. Nag-recommend ako diyan na dapat parusahan yung mga dapat maparusahan doon sa dengue vaccine, habulin natin. Siguro baka naniwala ang tao dahil wala naman nangyari doon sa investigation dahil hindi na nakalabas sa Senado at nagkaroon na ng maraming mga suot-suot kung saan-saan. So, nagkaroon ng dagdag sa confidence dahil marami pa hanggang ngayon na umaangal sa amin na hindi sila natulungan dyan sa dengue vaccine, mga magulang. Rightly or wrongly, meron pa nagdagdag na sunog na ang eksperto, pinapakialaman yung expertise ng FDA kung ano ang tamang gamot doon, kung ano ang tamang magiging pati yung PAO pumasok na dyan, di ba? Pati sila nag-autopsy na. So nakadagdag sa ingay ng kakulangan sa kumpiyansa. Would you say that's correct, sir?
Well, sa ngayon naman po, tuloy-tuloy pa rin po yung mga kaso doon dahil nalalaman ko po dahil nakakarating sa opisina ko pa rin ng mga subpoena para po sa mga dokumento at saka meron pa po mga summons sa FDA. Pero sa pag po na-resolve yun, malaking bagay po talaga ang katatahimik ng ating pong mga kababayan. Tsaka yung pong confidence sa bakuna, talagang kailangan po natin pabalikin.
Dahil talaga yung nangyari dyan sa bakuna na yan, minadali. Ganun na naman ang maaari mangyari dito. Pero so far, I'm happy na andyan kayo, andyan sila Secretary Galvez, sila Secretary Vince Dizon. Pero ang pangalawang agam-agang yung ability to distribute or mag-mobilize sa mga vaccinator. Ilan po ba, Secretary of Health, ang vaccinators natin sa buong bansa? Meron ako record dito, nakakatakot Sinasabi niya meron kayong 617,239 at health facilities, private 73,836. 64,998 sa public. DOH deployed 29,000. LGU hired 30,629. Contact tracers 194,269. Barangay health workers 207,320. Social workers 17,034. Tama ho ba yan? 617,239.
Tama po yan, Your Honor.
Have we answered it? Tama po yan.
So, ito po yung mga healthcare workers, a total of 617,239. This is the data used in the COVID vaccine planning, Your Honor.
Pero yung contact tracer, gagamitin nyo sa bakuna? Barangay health workers, sila nga ang contact tracers nyo, di ba? Kasama yan. Social workers. Yan ang mga social support. Tapos gagamitin natin sa bakuna. Ilan talaga ang nagba-vaccinate? Kasi alam naman natin, mababa ang vaccination natin. Ang pinakamataas yung panahon ni Clavier. Kung di ako nagkakamali, umabot ng 6 million ba yung nabakunahan sa flu?
6 Sorry, your chair, Mr. Chairman. Okay, can you please repeat what you just said?
Ang
Your Honor.
pinakamataas na nabakunahan din sa Pilipinas, ano po ang record? 6 million po ba? Sa influenza?
4 to 5 million, Your Honor, for measles and for polio.
Opo, kasama po ang Red Cross doon, di ba? Nagbakuna rin kami doon. 1 million na itulong natin sa DOH dyan. Pero ang sinasabi ko, ang pinakamataas sa record, in fact, sa mga bata, kung di ako nagkakamali, ang nabakunahan about, give me a minute. Well, I'll go back to that later when I find that out. No? But anyway, nagdududa ako dito 617,239 to vaccinate 70 million Filipinos. Although, of course, hindi naman sabay-sabay yan. Habang dumarating ang gamot, ang vaccine, paunti-unti nagbabakuna tayo dito. No? So, ang problema natin sa mga kabataan, ang actual performance natin ay 2016, 70%, 67% 2017, 2018, 66%, 2019, 69%. So, hindi pa masyadong bihasa ang pagbabakuna. So, may I suggest, Mr. Secretary, would you consider, I intend to file a bill on Monday na during times of emergency, or for that matter, even without times of emergency, na dapat mag-train kayo ng vaccinators, kasama mga dentista, kasama mga veterinary medicine, kasama yung mga medtech, lahat dyan, and those kahit na walang medical background, anyway, magbabakuna lang yan, one shot lang yan na ginagawa nila, pagkaaralan nila, pwede na silang maging biyasa. Pwede ba tayong mag-train ng milyon-milyon na vaccinators, parang Israeli army, pagka may gera, 18 years old, kukunin nila, lalaban sa gera? Pwede kaya yon?
Pwede ho. Maganda ho yung inyong suggestion, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, so you will support that. The DOH has no problems with that because we can put to bear millions of our young people who may want to become doctors someday and can practice with bakuna na tinrain ninyo, provided it's under clinical supervision. Tama po ba yan?
You are correct, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then the third one that I'm concerned about is the, yung distribution. Marami naman tayong mga freezers na papasa, no? Pero ang isang concern ko, yung Universal Healthcare Law. Kung nahihirapan tayo, hindi po ba totoo na nakalagay sa Universal Healthcare Law that every Filipino, bawat Pilipino ay dapat magrehistro sa public or private primary care provider of choice. Di po ba tama yun?
Yan po saan sa batas, tama po kayo.
Nagawa na po ba yun?
Dapat ito pong taon na ito, ginawa po yan, ngunit nagkaroon po tayo ng pandemya at nalihis po yung atin efforts to the pandemic response. Kaya medyo mababa pa rin po yung atin registration doon sa mga primary care facilities. Although meron na tayong mga primary care facilities, kailangan lang ho itong i-reconcile with the PhilHealth database kasi kailangan po natin i-assign lahat ng mga PhilHealth members to their preferred primary care provider.
Kumaga isang doktor, may hawak siyang 100 tao, di po ba?
Mga ganun po. Hindi ko lang masiguro yung ratio.
It doesn't matter. Basta mayroong primary healthcare na assigned na hawak na yung records. One patient, one record na umaabot hanggang Department of Health. Yung record ng
tama
bawat
po
pasyente.
kayo. Yes, you're right, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
In other words, dapat magawa na yan, panahon na. At hindi dapat maging hadlang kung may pandemya. At least habang nagpapasyal tayo at tinitignan natin yung mga tao, pwede na natin sabihan yung mga doktor na talagang yung kanilang mga tinutulungan because silang primary healthcare provider, ay magawa yan. Sa madaling sabi, diyan natin malalaman tuloy, madali natin malalaman kung sino may sakit sa primary healthcare provider na yan. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po kayo, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Kung meron siyang sakit na COVID, malalaman natin. Kung hindi pa siya nababakunahan, malalaman natin. Kung kailangan na siyang bakunahan, malalaman natin. sa makatwid, pairalin lang natin ito Universal Healthcare Law, hindi na tayo mahihirapan, hindi po ba?
Tama po kayo, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
That's why I'm saying this before our colleagues because ang problema palagi natin ay may vision ang bayan pero pagdating na sa implementation, doon tayo kinakapos. Kahit na police, kahit na health, hindi na susunod yung mga patakaran natin kaya lumalala ang problema at dahil sa marami tayong problema, may mga disaster tayo, that should not be a reason why we cannot implement it. And we must implement it because that is what the law provides. And if we do it, hindi tayo mahihirapan. So, in other words, the DOH should endeavor to contract private province-wide and city-wide healthcare systems under Section 17 for the delivery of population-based health services. Province-wide and city-wide health systems shall have the following minimum components. Number 1, primary care provider network with patient records accessible throughout the entire health system. Nasa batas na po yan. Implement na lang natin. Kaya naman natin siguro po, magtulong-tulong lang. Ano po?
We will do that, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
In other words, meron tayong ginagawa, nabasa ko kay Secretary Galvez, nagagawa tayo ng mga command and control system sa mga region. So itong mga primary healthcare provider na ito, mabibigay ang records about probinsya sa region hanggang sa national government. Sa madaling sabi, meron tayong National Health Information System consisting of enterprise resource planning, human resource, information, electronic health records, and an electronic prescription log consistent with DOH standards, which can be electronically uploaded on a regular basis to interoperable systems. Di ba dapat gawin na po natin yan? Kung meron tayo na, hindi tayo mahirapan ngayon.
Tama po kayo, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. We really need to accelerate on this particular provision of the Universal Healthcare Law.
And of course, kung meron tayo niya, ulitin ko, it can be used for contact tracing, testing, quarantine as a total approach, which is needed, correct?
You are right, Your Honor.
And to be able to do that, meron tayong batas na sinasabi, dapat may pondo tayo. At yan ay ang sinasabing batas ukol dito sa Special Health Fund, Section 20. The province-wide or city-wide health system shall pool and manage through a special health fund all resources intended for health services to finance population-based and individual-based health services, health system, operating costs, capital investments, and remuneration of additional health services, etc., etc. So nasa batas na naman po yan. Hindi tayo dapat nadadarang. At yung mga mayors natin na talaga masisipag naman sila, natutuwa ako, talagang aggressive sila, kung meron silang ganyan, dapat makakadirekta na sila on their own. Masasabi nila sa Department of Health, pwede na kaming makitungo dito sa AstraZeneca o kung kanino man, and then kasama sa health information system nakalagay doon kung sino ang kinuha nila at kung sino ang tinest nila, masaswak lahat yan. Maayos natin lahat yung problema natin. Tama po ba?
Tama po kayo, Mr. Chairman.
So sa madaling sabi, it's all in front of us and we are spending two days already trying to find out at ano nangyayari. Hindi natin tinitingnan na naandyan na ang kapangyarihan sa atin at nakalagay pa rin dyan talaga na every Filipino shall register with a public or private primary care provider of choice. So madaling sabi, may duty ang bawat Pilipino na mag-register siya at yung DOH dapat nakalabas na yung guidelines. Nakalabas ba yung guidelines on the licensing of primary care providers and the registration of every Filipino to a primary care provider?
Meron na po tayong guidelines, Your Honor.
Ilan na po ba nabibigyan ninyong primary healthcare provider na lisensya? Well, the fact that we still have to look for it speaks volumes. Go ahead.
9,000.
9,000. My gosh. Kulang na kulang yan, sir. So dapat talaga, tulungan namin ito. Tulungan kayo ng DOH, tulungan kayo ng lahat, pati education, para lahat ng tao makapag-register at yung kanilang primary care provider madalas. Sapagkat yun na lang ang kukontak sa atin, yun na lang ang kukontakin natin kung may mga pandemya tayo. At pwede lang silang magbigay sa atin ng information na napaka-vital para ma-address sa atin ang problema. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po kayo. Your Honor, yung 9,000, kung naalala ko, ito po ay good for supposedly this year. And then another, may targets po kami, hindi ko po memoryado yung mga punteriya or targets.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it looks difficult, but I think it can be done. Sabi nga ni Senator Soto kanina, Senator President Soto, haste makes waste. But upon the other hand, we cannot forever be slow, and we must make sure that sabi nga ni Juan, the impossible will take a little longer to achieve. But if we do this, sinasabi ko sa mga nanonood at nakikinig, hindi tayo ganito kalaki ang problema, and our healthcare system will be robust. Kaya kahit anong hamon. Kaya meron tayong H1N1, kaya meron tayo COVID ngayon, kung meron tayong ganyan, yan ang sistemang ginawa ng inyong Kongreso, ng inyong Senate at saka lower house para magawa lahat itong mga hinaharap natin problema ngayon. Yan ang sinasabi ko lang po. Dahil kung minsan, nasa harap na natin ng solusyon, hindi pa natin nagagawa. So, isa pang gusto ko malaman kay Secretary Galvez, kung kukuha yung mga mayor ng kanilang healthcare, kayo mga ang laking tulong sa gobyerno because lugar na gastusin ng gobyerno yung taxpayers' money, tumutulong yung mga businessmen katulad nila Cynthia Villar, katulad ng mga Delgados o sino man dyan, tulad San Miguel, magbibigay sila at pagkatapos meron pang counterpart dyan. Yan rin ang tangka ng Red Cross kung papayagan kami. 1:1, no? So madaling sabi, nakakatipid ang gobyerno. Kaya yung ating primary target na dapat makabalik sa trabaho yung mga manggagawa, ito ang pinaka-the best na ginawa ninyo, Secretary Galvez, na kung magagawa yan, makakabalik ang mga nagtatrabaho sa kanilang pinapasukan at pati na rin yung mga driver, pati na rin yung mga lahat, kutsero, lahat ng mga tao na kailangan magtrabaho, mga peddler, pagka nagawa yan, talagang hindi na tayo malulunod sa kahirapan sapagkat kahit na may pandemic, ginagawa na natin yung ating vaccination at pagkatapos nakakatulong tayo sa paglikha ng hanapbuhay na hindi na sila aasa sa gobyerno. Tama po ba yan, Secretary Galvez?
You're correct, Your Honor.
Well, I just want to make sure that we all understand and we're all on the same page. Gusto ko yung sinasabi nyo, equitable access. At again, ang iingatan lang natin, walang mauuna, sabay-sabay lahat at unahin natin yung dapat mauna sapagkat katulad ng mga healthcare workers, katulad ng mga healthcare providers natin, dapat nakatayo yan at saka yung mga magtatrabaho. Yung mga senior citizens, okay rin yan. They can stay in the house in the meantime protecting themselves. That's just my take. Isa pang problema na maaaring mangyari dyan, baka mag-double handling. Nakakatulong ang negosyo sa gobyerno, pero kung hihintayin pa nila kung kailan lang makukuha yan, mabilis ba nyo maibibigay kaagad yung kanilang binayaran ng mga vaccine? Kukunin nyo muna yung share ng gobyerno, tapos ibabalik nyo sa kanila yung vaccine, yung kanilang share sa vaccine. Kailangan mabilis yan. Tama po ba yan?
Balis po sir, priority na po natin yung in order po ng LGU and we will talk to the manufacturer po na kung pwede ma-priority. That's why yung government po sa iba po bumili para yung AstraZeneca concentrated po sa kanila.
Sa akin nga, ang plano ko kung papayagan ng Red Cross, 1:1. Isang bata sa eskwela may kaya, mag-ampong ka ng kapatid mo, mag-ampong ka ng ibang tao na nasa probinsya, nasa public school, at humingi ka sa tatay mo ng konting babayad doon sa kanyang gagamitin para mabakunahan rin siya. So, ibig sabihin, huwag natin dagdagan ng bureaucracy dyan. Basta nakalagay malinaw yan, katulad ng negosyo, nagbigay kami ng pera dyan. Halimbawa, sabi nila, ibigay nyo sa amin kagad para mabakunahan namin yung mga nagtatrabaho sa amin. At hanggang sa baba, yung mga eskwela, may kaya ito, tulungan mo yung kaklase mo hindi makabayad para mabilis. Sa madaling sabi, nakahati natin yung problema right away at yun na lang hindi mako-cover niya. Mas mabilis sa natin ma-handle yan. Would you say that's a step in the right direction, sir?
Yes, sir. We will do it without delay and we will be flexible po, sir.
After the response, we would like Senator Gordon to wrap up, please. That's over 10 minutes already. Go ahead.
Really? Bilis naman 10 minutes. Anyway, sir, just a final question, if you like. Si Secretary Hoven na andyan, yung bang donation yan, what does it take part of? Is that a donation or a tax-deductible expense yung binigay nila? Because under the Internal Revenue Code, donation to the government of the Philippines, or including fully owned government and corporations exclusively to finance to provide for to be used in undertaking priority activities in education and health, shall be tax deductible. Tama po ba yan, Secretary Hoven? Secretary Hoven?
Sir, ang ano po namin, kung inihiling nga po namin sa Senado, kung magkaroon po tayo ng talagang exempt yung vaccine, ay mas maganda po dahil kasi po, pagka po talagang na-delay po sa customs at saka po sa ano po, kakaroon po ng delay, dapat po talaga this is a very critical asset. Kailangan po dire-diretso po sa warehouse.
Palagay ko, sir, certification lang yan nung ninyo at saka ng negosyante na nagpapasok siya ng gamot at yung finance department, meron na silang agreement with the customs sa pagkaganyan at may certification na matitrace, dapat tax deductible na yan pag pumasok, even sa income tax deductible. I don't think you need the law, the Congress to enact another law to do that. That's just my opinion, but we will look into what you're suggesting and make it more specific. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Secretary Galvez. We're praying for you, for your success, Secretary Vince, Dizon, and all of you, because we have only one country.
All right, thank you, Senator Gordon. Thank you very much. Next is Senator Cynthia Villar. You have 10 minutes. All right, she's not on. Senator Marcos, Senator Amy Marcos is recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I'd just like to take the opportunity to once again inquire on behalf of the ULAP, led by Governor Dax, and by the City Mayors League, of course, led by Apo Bing, and also Justice Bresby, the head of my former league, the Governors League. Naniniwala naman tayo sa FDA, ano? Mahigpit naman yung pagsuri ng FDA para sa atin. May I ask the FDA, we comply with the highest standards of checking, of testing, and so on. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We go through the designated process. We have our vaccine, we have our experts looking at the safety and efficacy data. And then we have our regulatory experts naman po to look at the quality of the product before we even consider approving it.
Hence, it can be said that once you get FDA approval, even if it's the EUA and it's not for commercial sale, the FDA's guarantee is a reliable one. Would not the DOH also agree to that, Secretary Duque?
Oh, yes, absolutely, ma'am. We do agree.
Hence, I'm very perplexed by the statement of Secretary Galvez earlier that despite an FDA approval that is long awaited and conforms to the highest standards internationally with regards to vaccination, why is it that during the interpellation earlier, Secretary Galvez said that all vaccines, regardless of whether they're bought by private corporations, by LGUs, will need to go back to the DOH upon arrival at customs. At the airport, the DOH will nab 100% all of the vaccines to inspect and release them first. Why is that the case? If they have FDA approval, would it not be a more efficient way that the LGUs and the private companies simply choose from the approved vaccines, and thereafter these vaccines will be directly released to the purchasers, whether they are LGUs or commercial operations? Bakit hindi pwedeng gano'n na lang kasimple?
Madam Senator, Mr. Chair, ang bakuna po kasi sa FDA, kapag po pumasok dito, meron po kasi tayong lot release and batch release. Hindi po siya katulad ng ibang gamot, no? Kasi these are very sensitive products. So kailangan po, bago siya makalabas, makita po talaga natin kung sumunod siya sa tamang cold chain. Tapos may mga indicator po yun, kung nabuksan, kung nagkamali ng temperature. And then we take samples, nagra-random sampling po tayo para i-test. Kung po kasing kaya po usually, gobyerno lang ang bumibili kasi isang buong shipment po na malaki. Kung marami pong sabay-sabay na maliliit na shipment, baka mahihirapan naman po tayo na mag-inspect at mag-check ng quality ng mga bakuna pagdating. So in terms of delivery po, talagang mas madali kung malalaki na delivery na sabay-sabay na sa isang warehouse po dating titingnan bago po ilabas.
Pwede ba namin malaman, dahil nga, yung FDA approval, nirereklamo ng lahat na pagkatagal-tagal. Ang sabi po ninyo, 2 weeks kakayanin ninyo. Pero nasa dyaryo, nasa 21 days, ang katotohanan, wala pang na-approve ni isa. So, kapag napakatagal ng FDA approval, pagkatapos niyan, dadaan pa sa DOH, babalik na naman sa FDA pagdating. Ilang buwan na yan pag dumating yan? Pagkatagal-tagal. Can you give us a timeline in addition to the time motion, step-by-step narration of Secretary Galvez? May timeline po ba yan upon application? Maliban sa Sinovac?
Yes, Madam Senator, yun pong aming 6 months, naiksi na po namin yan to 21 days. Basta po merong EUA from Stringent Regulatory Authority at yung kauna-unahan po naming application na nilodge noong December 23, na-release po namin yon within 21 days kahapon. Kaya po may EUA na po ang Pfizer. Yan po mga susunod natin na application, mga January po yun na apply.
Pero iba
So,
pa yun
po namin yan.
Doc, with all due respect, yung rine-refer ninyo, yung FDA application. So, hindi pala 2 weeks. Pinapaliwanag natin na 21 days ang application. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am. For an emergency use authorization po.
Okay, for the EUA, it's 21 days, not 2 weeks as previously asserted. Ngayon, pag pumasok na yan sa customs, halimbawa nasa airport na, sabi ninyo, kailangan i-inspect kung proper handling and transport through the cold chain if necessary and so on. Gaano katagal from the arrival at customs or in the airport, gaano katagal bago ma-release yan sa halimbawa sa LGU?
Ang inspection po ng FDA within 24 hours po yon. Darating po ang aming ahente doon, titingnan po yung mga papeles at saka kukuha po ng sample.
So yung sinasabi po ninyo, pag dumating, lumapag sa airport, 24 hours marirelease na ng customs, marirelease na rin ng FDA, o ang kinatatakutan po namin ay magkaturuan na naman at napakatagal.
Sa FDA po, within 24 hours po yon.
So you're saying in 24 hours. So all told, we are talking about a period of how long do you approximate? 21 days for approval, pagkatapos yung bayaran at yung negotiation, pagkatapos yung pagpasok sa Pilipinas. Ilang araw po yun?
Madam Senator, yun pong approval, isang beses lang po yun. So yung approval po namin ng Pfizer, for example, na EUA, for all the Pfizer products na po yun for the rest of the year.
Okay,
So wala
understood.
po kailangan na approval.
Hindi, pero for that first transaction, for that first importation, gaano katagal from end to end?
O ma'am, hindi na po sa amin yun, yung procurement at saka yung delivery.
Hindi, yung saksakan ng bilis, katulad ni Senator Villar at yung mga private companies. Pero ang sinasabi ninyo, 24 hours pag dumating na sa airport. Sigurado po yun, ha? Sure tayo. Kasi baka...
Darating po yung FDA, yung inspector po ng FDA within 24 hours po yun dahil napaka-delikado po kasi ng mga bakuna, so immediately po pinupuntahan niya.
Okay, yung customs naman, nag-usap na ba kayo para mabilisan yung paglabas niyan? Kasi kinatatakutan natin yung nangyari sa New York na tinapon na lang yung sangkatutak na Moderna. Kasi nga hindi na proper handling. Sa kamahalan nito at sa pagkadelikado, talagang kailangan mabilis. Ano? So, are there any guarantees that we can get this out as quickly as possible? Nandito ba yung customs? Nandito sila dati. Talaga bang kaya natin yan ilabas kaagad-agad? Kasi siyempre may sense of urgency naman dapat at emergency talaga itong buong yung ginagawa natin. So, if there's no one who's going to answer. I just like to put it on record that we have the assurance of the FDA and apparently the customs and the DOH that the LGUs and the private companies that will import on their own are assured the 24-hour release upon arrival at the airports by customs and the FDA as well. Sana nga maisatupad yan kasi kailangan natin. Ikalawa, I wanted to ask also about some questions regarding the halal certification because our brothers and sisters in the BARM area have not received any answer despite repeated queries to the DOH. Halal ba yan at angkop sa ating mga kapatid na Muslim? Maybe yung DOH makakapagsagot or ganun din yung FDA kasi hawak naman ninyo yung mga datos niyan. Wala pa tayong findings kung halal o hindi para masagot naman natin yung agam-agam ng mga Muslim.
Well, Madam Senator, Mr. Chair, well, sa FDA po, wala po silang sinubmit na halal certification. So far, wala pa pong nag-apply sa amin na mayroong halal certification.
So, should we not require this because there's a quite significant number of our population that are inquiring, ano? Okay. Are you going to do it? Can't you do it on your own, even without a query, just to make sure that our Muslim provinces will not be worried about the use of this vaccine? Maghihintay pa ba kayo na mag-a-apply yung iba? Hindi ba pwede kayo na lang mag-testing yan para malaman natin?
Madam Chair, hindi po kasi ang testing for halal, hindi po siya parang regular chemical or it's based on the religious beliefs. So opo, hindi po siya nagagawa ng FDA. Meron lamang pong mga pinapayagan mag-test for halal. Hindi po kasama ang FDA doon.
Yes, pasensya na lang kasi talagang nagmamadali tayo rito. Sana tulungan na lang natin ang Mindanao at yung ating mga kapatid na Muslim na maklear na ito para sa halal. There is no concern in the FDA or the DOH that less than 5% Asians have actually used it and the data that we have is not disaggregated. I know that India, which is very, very advanced pharmaceutically, has already complained that the data on Asian testing is not available. I understand you answered that earlier, pero parang 4% hindi naman nakakakumbinse.
Madam Chair, so what we ask is we do ask them to segregate the Asian data. But 4% po kasi dahil malalaki naman po yung mga malalaki naman po yung mga studies about 40,000. So 40% is about 1,600 and the mga 1,600 to 2,000 po yung mga Asians na kasama. At nung nakita naman po, wala naman nakita kaming safety issues. For example, do sa first na in-approve natin na EUA. But it is true talaga pong medyo yung Asian data, of course, is not as robust.
Yeah, that's right. Kasi yung di ba nabanggit na ni Senator Tol kanina at saka alam naman natin yung mga comorbidities, yung pregnancy, tapos yung mga allergic, anaphylaxis, di ba lahat yun may problema sa vaccine, miski yung Pfizer na sinasabing pinaka-safe. So, kung sana, tuloy-tuloy tayo nagre-record keeping at alamin sa ibang bansa kung ano nangyayari kasi hanggang ngayon wala pang assurance. At last, Mr. President, I'd just like to make a manifestation in support of Senator Drilon's query, Senator Lacson. Alamin natin maigi kung bakit yung Sinovac na hindi man lang nag-apply sa FDA ang vaccine ng kauna-unahan na approve ng NTF. Si Senator Nancy nagtanong din ng ganyan. Pinakamababang ang efficacy niyan, menos 50% at siya yung pinakamahal. Dapat siguro suriin at balikan natin yung kasaysayan ng Sinovac kasi laging nauuna maglabas ng vaccine niya. Noong 2003 sa SARS, noong 2009 sila na naman nagpakitang gilas sa swine flu. Pagkatapos, nagulat na lang tayo sa Sinovac, yung CEO, yung bossing nila, in open court nagdeklara na binayaran pala nila lahat ng China regulators, yung katumbas ng FDA natin. At para maiwasan makulong, umamin na lang na pareho silang tumanggap ng pera. Dahil sa mga pangyayaring ito, masisisi ba natin ang taong bayan at ang buong Pilipinas na magtanong, sino ba kumita? Yun lang po. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. Next is Senator Francis Pangilinan. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will have a few questions for our vaccine czar. Earlier, napag-usapan yung rollout. I'm not very clear as to the amounts, but correct me if I'm wrong, General Galvez. You said that in February 20 of this year, you will have the first vaccination, and most likely it'll be Pfizer. We have no figures as to how much. In the middle of February, you believe that the COVAX vaccine facility, the program, will bring in also their vaccines. We also don't have a number. And then you mentioned March, 1 million, and then April, 2 billion. So from February to April, the first 4 months of the vaccination rollout, what is your estimated number of vaccines to be delivered and rolled out?
Sir, if we will have the vaccines from the COVAX and also from Sinovac, if they will pass the UA, we might have more or less around 50,000 or 100,000 for February. But we have no definitive numbers for the COVAX, considering that we're still applying. But the definitive for February is the 50,000, and then 150,000 for March.
Yes, we ask these questions because, of course, your target is 70 million within 2021. Pero yung first 4 months mo hindi pa maliwanag. May we be assured by the IATF vaccine czar that as soon as you have the numbers, the Senate be informed of the rollout numbers based on the actual deliveries so that we can monitor the targets that are 70 million within 2021, 70 million vaccinations?
Yes, sir. Once we have the supply agreement signed, and also we have definitive negotiations with the vaccine makers, we will make a report. We will comply, sir.
Yes, perhaps, and this is up to the Senate. Maybe we can have another opportunity for this to be reported before the Senate as a committee of the whole, or well, I leave that to the Senate leadership as soon as the data comes in and as soon as developments, critical developments take place. On the issue of yung sa DOH, tama mo yan, ito muna. Nabanggit yung January 30 master list, kompleto na yan for recipients as well as master list of resources to be used. Tama po ba yun, General Galvez?
Yes, sir. Starting next week, sir, we will have some sort of visitation with different LGUs, and we will validate all the listing, and also we will check their early preparation.
May we also request that this master list be furnished, of course, subject to confidentiality and privacy, that it be furnished the Senate, so that we have a sense of who are, kasi importante ho yung listahan eh. And we would like to make sure that we are apprised by, these key indicators of whether or not we are succeeding in the vaccine rollout.
We'll comply po, sir.
Yes, thank
Your
you. And this also refers to this question on the private sector, 50% lamang ang pwedeng maibigay sa private sector. Ganon din ang LGU, tama po ba? They can only purchase 50% of their requirements at this time. Just to establish that, and is it if I correctly recall, tama ba 'yon?
Sir, yung sa LGU po, nagkaroon kami ng early coordination na magkaroon lang po ng cap kasi may tendency po na pakyawin po ng isang LGU yung quota, and it will deny yung equitable access po ng ibang maliliit po na order. So what we want to have is really an equitable access for all LGUs, so that the other LGUs will have the same opportunity to access the vaccine. And
Okay,
then yung sa private sector po, yung 50% po will be given to their workers, and the 50% will be the priority sector of the government.
Yes, dito sa LGU, this applies to all, no? Even if whether you can afford it to buy 100%, you will only be allowed 50% sa LGU. Tama po ba 'yon? So itong Makati, for example, Quezon City, kalahati lang ng kanilang vaccine requirements ang pwede nilang bilhin, even if they have the funds for it.
Yes, sir. Yun po ang arrangement po namin, so that we could allow also the other LGUs.
Yes.
But in case there are no LGUs ordering, we can allow. We will be flexible. We will be flexible po, sir.
I understand there will be flexibility depending on how things develop. Tama po 'yon, no?
That's correct.
Yes, my concern now is the reason why we are enabling local governments, we are enabling the private sector is as observed by Senator Recto earlier, kasi nababagalan sa national government bureaucracy, and we cannot blame them. Napakabagal nung umpisa yung accreditation ng testing centers, yung training ng mga gagawa ng testing, yung ang daming delays, no? Yung pag-release ng PPEs, dinirekta lahat sa isang I forget which office was that, Office of Civil Defense, tapos hindi ma-distribute habang yung ating mga frontliners ay umiiyak na dahil wala na silang PPEs at nagkakasakit kaliwat kanan habang nakatambak dun sa OCD yung mga PPEs at equipment. Ang fear natin dito is how long can, for example, the private sector after the purchase be able to administer these vaccines to their companies and the LGUs. Pagdating dito sa customs, pagdating dito sa warehouse, gaano katagal bago i-turn over sa ating mga LGUs? Bakit kinakailangan pang idaan? Halimbawa, for example, sa Quezon City, merong Quezon City General Hospital. Ang Makati, meron yung hospital ng Makati. Meron silang kapasidad, or they probably will prepare to make sure that they can receive these vaccines, di ba? Bakit hindi na lang idiretso sa kanila? Can we be also flexible in this regard? Kasi ang worry natin dito, yung burokrasya na naman, di ba? Hindi na naman marirelease kaagad, nakatenga, maapektuhan yung rollout.
Yes, sir. We will be flexible on that matter, sir. That's why we will have a supply agreement being signed by the LGU, the national government, and the supply provider. And we will be flexible in the contract. If we agree that the inspection will be done in the warehouse of the LGU and they are capable, we will do, sir.
In fact, dapat best practices eh. Pagka nakita natin
Yes,
maganda ang rollout ng Pasig o kaya ng Quezon City o kaya ng Manila, dapat templating all the more na mabigyan ng dagdag na papel at dagdag na kapangyarihan at dagdag na resources ang mga local governments para talagang yung rollout. I cannot see, to be honest, General Galvez, and I know your efforts have been gallant and over and above the call of duty, but I cannot see a successful rollout if we will rely, and no offense meant, on the DOH alone. I worry that we might have a deja vu, and that's why we want to be on top of the situation. We want you to succeed, General Galvez. And we believe that what was lacking before was precisely the effective engagement of LGUs, effective engagement of the private sector in the COVID response. And I think we should learn from the last 11 months, get the energetic, dynamic local governments involved because they are directly accountable at silang nakatutok sa baba, and get the private sector involved. And that will be actually your foot soldiers. I'd like you to be a general with an army. But if your army is the DOH alone, baka, I'm sorry, I know there are a lot of committed, dedicated officials and employees in the Department of Health. But the last 11 months, I would like to, avoid a repeat of what happened in the last 11 months in many of the delays that was caused. And speaking of the DOH, nabanggit kanina, there are 4,512 vaccination centers, and magkakaroon ng needs assessment, Secretary Duque. May we have, what are the top 3 needs at this point of these 4,512? I want to have a sense of where we are in terms of the capacity of these vaccination centers to be able to roll out the vaccine, vaccination.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I have said, we are preparing for a 4,504 vaccination sites with 3 vaccination teams per site, and 100 people can be vaccinated per team. So if we are going to vaccinate, say, 24.6 million individuals, this will take, kung non-Pfizer ang vaccine, it will take about a total of 45 days. And then kung Pfizer first and second dose will take about 25 days. Now, ano po mga kailangan dito? 3 bagay po, yung human resource complement. We are doing a master listing of all of the human resource requirement. The ancillary services, the peripherals, yung pong mga PPEs na kakailanganin ng ating mga human resource once they vaccinate individuals. Of course, meron po tayong mga pangailangan for every step of the rollout or implementation plan. Mag-umpisa po yan doon sa registration, tapos doon po sa counseling and final consent form for the vaccinees. Kasi kailangan po ng consent form dito, hindi po pwedeng magpilitan. Tapos meron po tayong mga kinakailangan din for screening, for the actual vaccination, and then for the post-vaccination surveillance, monitoring, and reporting. So we can just give you a list of all of the peripherals under each of the stages of the vaccine rollout.
Okay, sabi niyo 4,504, 1,912 ang ospital, 2,592 ang rural health units. Ilan dito ang private sector?
Kasama na po rito, we can give you a breakdown. Can you just give me just a second, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, and nabanggit kanina ni Senator Recto yung usapin nung baka dapat palawigin pa, ikonsidera ang iba pang mga venue. Nabanggit niya yung mga classrooms, maybe for social distancing, pwedeng mga gymnasium din. Dapat magkaroon ng inventory. In-inventory nyo na rin yung hospital, in-inventory na rin nyo yung RH rural health units, baka maaring i-inventory na rin ang possible gymnasiums, convention center, etc. kung saan maaring magkaroon ng ganitong mass vaccination.
We will work with the DepEd, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
to expand our provider capacity.
And like I said, what are your top 3 needs for these 4,504 Off the top of your head, ano ang kulang pa pag nag-umpisa yung vaccine rollout ng February 20?
Well, yung PPEs, of course, no? Because we are doing this in the context of a pandemic.
So PPEs, PPEs, ano pa?
PPEs. Of course, yung syringes, although right now we have still 30 million syringes, no? But we will need beyond, I think,
That's just
July, mga auto discharge syringes.
Yes. So kalahati lang 'yun ng 70 million target niyo for the year. So talagang kinakailangan ding siguraduhin yung availability nito.
Yung mga safety collector boxes and then the surgical face mask, meron na po akong listahan dito. I can just submit, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, and also the corresponding cost that will be incurred to complete the supply required for our 70 million individuals who will be vaccinated within the year.
Yung 25,000 na vaccinators, lahat yun trained na? Hindi pa?
Well, nagro-roll out po. May mga, I will just have to get the update on how many, what percent of the total vaccinators has been trained, Your Honor.
So can we have also a submission of how many have been trained, how many have yet to be trained?
Yes, we will do that, Your Honor.
And what about the 176,000 BHW for screening, information dissemination? Do they also have to go through training?
Yes, certainly, Your Honor.
And can we also have a status report on the how many have been trained, how many more will be trained before the vaccine rollout on the 20th as targeted?
Yeah, we will do that as part of the competency building that is required in the vaccination implementation.
Yes, a doctor from St. Luke's as well as a Makati Med practicing doctor has raised the concern about the vaccine rollout. I assume, I think you've had, or was it Secretary Galvez who said, they have already met this week with the private hospitals, and there has been a summit of sort because she said wala pa silang naririnig as of yesterday or the other day. Wala pa silang briefing, wala pa silang information na naibibigay sa kanila tungkol nga sa private sector, private hospitals role.
So I am told, Your Honor, that there has been meetings between the DOH and the public and the private hospitals to explain to them the national immunization rollout plan and exactly what their role is in this scheme of things and what will be required of them. And also, I understand the targets are have also been laid out for the private vaccination sites.
Yes. Dito sa yes.
Yes, time is up.
Okay, I'll just wrap.
Please wrap up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Senate President. Just one more point, perhaps. Well, going back to what Senator Drilon said earlier, while nearly half are afraid to be vaccinated or are unwilling, another 27%, if I'm not mistaken, are uncertain. And that's why we really need to get the best, the most effective vaccines for our people and not settle for pwede na. Because that will be precisely one of the factors for convincing the 47% who are unwilling to be vaccinated and another 27% who are not sure whether they want to be vaccinated or not. That is another major factor that they are told and they know that we are getting the best. We are not settling for second best in terms of choices for vaccinating our citizens given this pandemic.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Senator, and that's why it is imperative on the part of the DOH and the Philippine Information Agency and all of our partners insofar as the conduct of our demand generation, risk communication is concerned. We will really focus on the scientific experts who pass upon all these vaccines, and to ensure that they're safe, that they're efficacious, they're of quality, and in accordance with the regulatory standards. No? That's why we have the EUA. And so there will be a portfolio of vaccines, and this is not just going to come from one country. But regardless of the country of origin, it will be time and again, as we have said, science driven. It is database that will clearly highlight how effective and safe these vaccines are. So that's the direction, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
I have no other questions, Mr. President. We yield the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Rizal de Veros, recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at magandang hapon pa rin sa lahat ng ating mga resource persons. Sa presentasyon po ni Sec. Galvez, mayroong mga 7 brand ng bakunang pamimilian sa maaring bilhin at kasalukuyang dumadaan sa negosasyon. Pero ang mga tagapagsalita ng Malacanang, pinamumukhat, pinalalabas na wala tayong choice, kundi ang isang Chinese brand. Bakit nga ba dito tayo tila nakatuon? Gayong hindi pa nga ganap na malinaw ang efficacy nitong nasabing bakuna. Para po sa akin, Mr. President, in any case, hindi issue kung saan at kanino manggagaling ang mga bakunang gagamitin laban sa COVID-19. Ang mahalaga at para sa publiko din ay kung garantisado ba itong mabisa, ligtas para gamitin at darating sa takdang panahon. So, unang tanong po para sa FDA ulit. Sa nakaraang hearing, nabanggit po ni DG Domingo na ang isa sa dahilan kung bakit hindi pinapayagan ng LGUs at private sector na mag-procure ng vaccine ay para nasa national government ang accountability. So sige po, assuming na roll out ang vaccination program, at wag naman sana, pero kung may magkaroon ng unintended consequence sa kalusugan ng binakunahan, that there's real proof of harm. Actually, tanong ko na lang ito kay Sec. Galvez. Sec, sino po sa IATF ang aako ng responsibilidad at mananagot sa taong bayan? Sino ang maaring kasuhan kung hinakailangan sa task force? Paano hahabulin ng gobyerno din ang pananagutan ng mga manufacturer at distributor ng mga vaccines? And overall, what would be the available mechanisms for the public to hold national government and the manufacturers accountable?
Sir, ma'am, during this pandemic, may ano po tayo sa indemnification na considering that we have the risk. Ang ano po talaga, ang responsible is the national government. If you will speak about who will be responsible, I myself will be responsible on what I'm doing right now. That's why, and also all of our members of the NTF, we are held responsible on this and on this negotiation. That's why we wanted that this negotiation will be transparent and to be diligent. It should be science-based, so that the recommendations of the vaccine expert panel and also the approval of the FDA will be strictly followed. That's why in our negotiation, it was preceded by series of evaluation by the vaccine expert panel, and also we consulted the EDSTAG on the proper on what vaccine will be safe and effective and also affordable. So in terms of responsibility, I will take care of the responsibility because the President have said that in this procurement process, I will be held responsible for this, together with Secretary Lorenzana and also Secretary Anyo.
So salamat. Sec Galvez, so in-affirm nyo yung accountability ng national government simula pa sa presidente hanggang po sa inyong sarili at yung mga ibang members ng NTF. Sa panig naman po ng gobyerno, kung magkaroon itong ganitong hindi natin ninanais na adverse incident o consequence, paano ng national government hahabulin ng accountability ng mga manufacturers at distributors ng vaccines?
If I may be allowed, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, kaya
Yes,
meron
please,
po sana kaming panukala, Madam Senator, na kung pwede po ikonsidera ng Kongreso ang pagpasa po o sali sa Bayanihan 3 Act, yung indemnification for adverse events. Hindi naman po kasi pwede ipagkaila na hindi mangyayari o walang mangyayari mga adverse events. Hopefully wala. Pero alam naman po natin kahit na papaano itong po mga bakuna ay talagang may kaakibat na mga adverse events. Pero subject to the evaluation kung ito ba ay serious o non-serious adverse events following immunization or adverse events of special interest. So ito pong indemnification fund na amin pong ipinapanukala ay para po doon sa mga kababayan natin na pagka naturukan ay magkaroon po ng adverse effects, no? Or side effects, no? Following immunization. So sa amin din pong panukala o sa amin pong suggestion, kung pwede yung gawin independent of the indemnification fund na meron na po naman nakalagay sa COVAX, pero mas maganda ho siguro hiwalay if there is a legislative space to accommodate this particular policy that we would like to present to you, to the Senate, and so para manage po natin itong mga adverse events na ito. So marami po kaming mga policies na kung pwede po namin na alam ko baka nasumiti na po ito for your kind consideration lang po na baka pwede isabatas.
Salamat, Sec Duque. Noted po yon, bagamat wala pang consensus dito sa Senado kung magsusulong ng Bayanihan 3. But in any case, I think ang lumalabas naman in the past many hours nitong pagdinig ay habang mas mahusay na gagawin yung mga unang steps ng pagpili at pag-procure nitong mga bakuna, mas maiiwasan at mas magkakaroon ng vaccine confidence ang publiko na maiwasang magkaroon niyang mga adverse incidents o adverse consequences. Mabalik lang po Mr. Chair, Mr. President kay Sec Galvez dahil nabanggit na rin po kanino yung mga bukod sa LGUs, yung mga private sector. Kanina po, sinabi rin po ni PA Concepcion, ang banggit ay mga conglomerate pa lamang ang pumapasok sa tripartite agreement. Sa mga LGUs naman po, ang mga provincial authorities ang siyang consolidator para sa need o demand ng mga munisipyo at component cities. Ano pong mechanisms ang available para naman sa ating mga MSMEs na gusto ding bumili para sa kanilang mga trabahante? Via DTI din po ba yung route nila at kung sakali paano ang proseso?
Yun po ang usapan po namin, no. Nagkaroon kami po ng cabinet meeting nung last Monday. Nag-usap po kami ni Secretary Ramon Lopez at yun nga po ang nilapit niya na maraming SMMEs na talagang gusto pong kumuha rin po ng vaccine, and also some of the businessmen na talaga pong gusto rin pong mag-donate. So napagkasunduan po namin na pwede po siyang mag-consolidate through DTI. At meron din po, pwede rin po tayo sa Go Negosyo. So pwede rin po yung ganong track po.
Pero clarify lang, Sec Galvez, pati po sa mga MSMEs. So hindi po sila mga conglomerate, pero sabi niyo po ba, tama ba na ang DTI ay pwedeng tumulong na i-consolidate yung mga nais nilang i-procure para sa kanilang mga trabahante. Hindi ko sigurado kung MSMEs kaya pang mag-donate sa national government, pero matutulungan po ba sila ng DTI para mag-procure para sa kanilang mga empleyado at manggagawa?
That's correct, Madam Senator.
Thank you, Sec Galvez. Sec Duque, follow up lang po dun sa pinag-usapan natin kanina, yung binanggit nyo pong indemnification fund. So yun po yung proposal. Pero sa proposal po ba nyo, Sec Duque, sa indemnification fund, pondo ng gobyerno ang gagamitin kung sakaling palpak or pumalpak ang manufacturer?
Kasi po itong indemnification fund is really meant to compensate for kung nagkaroon po ng problema health-wise doon po sa mga nabakunahan. So para po sa mga kababayan po natin, pero kasi yung hahabulin natin yung mga vaccine manufacturing companies, parang mahirap po. Kung naalala ko, ang sinasabi nga nila, dapat hindi sila maging liable kung may nangyaring masama dahil nga under the pandemic circumstances, sila lang nga daw po ito naggumastos ng napakamalaki para sa research and development, trials, etc. Tapos kung may mangyayari, habulin pa sila, hindi na raw nila kakayanin. So para may ganun po na punto sila. Hindi ko lang po maalala yung sa COVAX. Baka si
Precisely, Sec Duque.
Oho.
Iniisip ko rin po kasi parang ang hirap naman kung babayaran ng gobyerno natin kung may pagkukulang yung mga manufacturers. And in fact, just before you mentioned the COVAX, I was about to say na, well, kung sakali mang i-consider namin ito dito sa Kongreso, hihingi pa kami ng gabay mula sa DOH at sa WHO, lalo na sa konteksto po ng COVAX initiative. Kung ano yung mga tamang prinsipyong dapat mag-govern sa anumang yung tulad ng proposed ninyong indemnification fund. So salamat Sec Duque. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, tanungin ko po yung I'd like to ask the WHO through Dr. Abea Singe. The international minimum standard set for the COVID vaccine efficacy by WHO is 50%, and yes, the desirable efficacy has been set by the organization at 70%, as several of my colleagues also mentioned earlier. Dr. Abea Singe, what are the other criteria recommended by the WHO for evaluation and selection, specifically for the Philippines?
Thank you, Madam Senator, for the question. We have not specifically set criteria for individual countries. That particular criterion which we mentioned was a criterion that was identified when the research into COVID vaccines was starting as a possible product profile for a candidate vaccine, which would be acceptable for global public health as a global public good. Besides that, we have set criteria which we have articulated on our website for research and development. I will be happy to share that with you. And those pertain to safety and other components of it. But those were all criteria that a future vaccine should meet, but not specifically for any product that was meant to be used in one or other country. That was to facilitate a research agenda for the many research agencies that were undertaking vaccine development, so that they were clear that what kind of product would be acceptable at the end of it.
And even at this later stage of research and development into the COVID-19 vaccines, Dr. Abea Singe, you would say to us Filipinos that we should feel confident that we can evaluate and select the proper vaccine or vaccines for our population as long as we follow those criteria earlier on set by the WHO.
Well, Madam Senator, what's happening now is that there are several candidate vaccines which have come, and their respective developers and manufacturers claim varying degrees of efficacies based on ongoing and completed phase 3 trials in different countries. None of the vaccines have actually completed their phase 3 trials, and this is an ongoing process. So we don't have a final efficacy value for any candidate vaccine. What we now have, based on the massive impact of the pandemic, is a situation where WHO has agreed to grant emergency use listing based on currently available evidence shared by the manufacturers of efficacy and safety to minimize the impact of the pandemic. That is particularly why WHO is emphasizing that we need this prioritization for use. It's not that the vaccines have been certified safe for marketing and general public use. We are still urging member nations that as they roll out the vaccines to minimize the effect of the pandemic and to protect lives, that they need to have systems to monitor for potential side effects and to report those so that we can subsequently make a better assessment as vaccines move to the next stages.
Thank you, Dr. Besinge. I guess what my colleagues and I have been saying during this whole day is simply that using the latest available findings and recommendations from organizations like the WHO, that we empower ourselves to make the best possible decisions we can make. Thank you, Doctor.
That's correct, Madam. And
yes.
if I may add,
yes, please.
What WHO is also doing is WHO is looking very carefully at the data that is being shared by the manufacturers and the researchers. And it's only based on that WHO is granting emergency use listing. So from all of the vaccines currently available, we have been sharing with member states that only the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine portfolio has been fully evaluated and such emergency use listing granted. I would also like to share with you that we are in the process of reviewing 2 other dossiers, and we believe that emergency use listing will be granted for those candidate vaccines, possibly before the end of this month. So by the end of this month, hopefully we will have 3 potential vaccines with emergency use listing that has been granted by WHO. And we are also looking at another 4th portfolio, which we just received last week, as I mentioned already.
Thank you, Doctor. And yes, here also in the Philippines, just yesterday, Pfizer was granted an EUA by the FDA. They also have 2 others who have applied and are pending either approval or disapproval. So as we move forward, I think we'll have more handholds or footholds in terms of completing or expanding the pool of vaccines that may possibly be used here in the Philippines, observing those minimum criteria or standards set by the WHO. So again, thank you, Doctor. Sec Galvez, again, kung maaring matanong, tama po ba na yung DOST ang nag-chair ng task group on vaccine evaluation and selection at na may vaccine expert panel convened para sa purpose na ito?
Yes, ma'am. Meron po tayong member na 9 members ng vaccine expert panel under the DOST, and then yun po ay yung mga ibang member po nun ay member din po ng EDSTAC.
Tapos Sec Galvez, sino-sino po itong 9 na miyembro? Tapos kahit in broad strokes, ano-ano po yung mga qualifications nila, yung paraan na sila'y pinili, at nagkaroon po ba sila, Sec Galvez, ng disclosure of potential conflict of interest?
Can we have Sir Jimmy to answer?
Yes, please.
Mike.
Sorry. Your Honors, I'd just like to inform you that we they actually underwent a strict selection process with removal of possibility of conflict of interest, and they indeed signed a non-disclosure agreement, and they have been selected based on their qualifications, and we made sure that their expertise is actually diverse. So we have members in the group that are clinical epidemiologists, infectious disease specialists, both pediatric and adult. Then we have a biostatistics expert, and then we have an industry expert as well, and an immunologist. So the expertise is actually broad and varied that covers all of the aspects of vaccine evaluation. If it is all right, we will provide you the names of the members of the panel and their expertise and their educational background for your reference. But I would request that we do not disclose publicly their identity because we would like to avoid influence from outside. And that is the reason why we do not actually disclose their identity, but we will provide you the members of the panel as you requested. Thank you,
Thank
Your
you.
Honors.
Thank you, Dr. Jaime, and it's nice to see you po again. And of course, um, I will comply or abide by your request about the non-disclosure of their identities. Pero kung maaari lang, kailangan ko lang i-follow up, at least again in broad stroke, paano po yung siyam pinili? And as importantly or more importantly, nagkaroon po ba sila ng pagkakataon mag-disclose kung mayroong potential conflict of interest? At lahat ba sila ay nakapagsabi na wala naman silang potential conflict of interest? Kaugnay din po ng sinabi niyo, Dr. Jimmy, about avoiding an influence from outside entities.
Yes, Madam Senator, we actually ensure that they do not have a possible conflict of interest through their official declaration. They sign the documents and will provide you information as to the process and their qualifications and competencies the soonest. Thank you.
Maraming salamat din, Dr. Jimmy. Bago yung susunod na tanong ko, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, itanong ko lang po kasi kanina po may mga tinatanong po tayo, mga miyembro ng Senado, particular tungkol sa Sinovac, which I'm getting to in my next question. Pero napansin ko lang po kanina may mga nagsalita na kinatawan ng Zuwelig, ng ano pa bang, may mga tatlo pong pharma company resource persons na nagsalita. Pero nasan po yung Sinovac representative? I mean, sila yung kumpanya na pinakamarami tayong tanong dito sa Senado. Para sila po yung pwedeng sumagot para sa sarili nila.
None. We have no communications with them.
I see, Mr. President. Mas maganda, that's regrettable, mas maganda po sana kung nandito po sila to speak for themselves para hindi kailangan yung NTF or yung DOH ang sumagot ng mga tanong natin tungkol sa Sinovac. In any case po, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, yung DOST Vaccine Expert Panel nga po ay nag-produce ng vaccine ranking and justification matrix. Sec Galvez, totoo po ba na yung Sinovac at Sinopharm ang ranked na top 2 sa 7 vaccine na kinoconsider? Pwede po bang hilingin kay Sec Galvez i-present sa atin yung ranking at saka justification sa bawat 7 vaccine na iyon?
After you respond, General Galvez, please, Senator Ontiveros, wrap up. Your 10 minutes is up.
All right, Mr. President.
Who will answer for you?
May we request Dr. Jimmy Montoya to answer?
Dr. Montoya will respond. Go ahead.
Your Honors, Madam Senator, the ranking that you quoted, it's true that they made the rankings based on a number of criteria. If I can be allowed to enumerate them just for you to be aware of the diversity of the criteria that were actually used by the vaccine expert panel. They looked at the track record of the company, technology platform as to reliability and stability related to storage, etc. Safety based on phase 1 and phase 2. And if phase 3 is available, then that's even better. immunogenicity as to potential efficacy based on, again, phase 1 and phase 2, potential efficacy and safety based on published data, and vaccine implementation. And this includes logistics, which is actually more of within the domain of the Health Technology Assessment Council. So they came up with a matrix and ranking, and because the initial decision was to do ranking across and also within platforms, because the decision was actually to use a variety of technology platforms. So we are not going to just rely on one technology platform. For example, Sinovac and Sinopharm and Bharat actually belong to the inactivated virus. And then the mRNA, of course, Moderna and Pfizer, etc. So the latest ranking, in a way, I can provide you as of December 16, because more data become available, the ranks actually change. As of December 16, across the technologies or vaccines available, the Sinovac vaccine actually was ranked number 4. The number 1 is actually Pfizer, number 2 is Astra, and number 3 is Novavax. But within the vaccine platform or technology, if you're going to rank them within the technology, for Sinovac, it ranks number 1 within the category of inactivated viral vaccines, together with Bharat from India.
Yeah.
We will provide you a copy of this ranking, Madam Senator. Thank you.
Salamat, Dr. Jimmy. Sa overall ranking across different categories of vaccine, sabi nyo number 4 ang Sinovac at yung Sinopharm po ay number ano? At saka sinasabi niyo po ba, Dr. Jimmy, na meron ng sufficient information on Sinovac and Sinopharm para makapag-come up ng ganong decision matrix? Akala ko po kasi ay kulang pa yung information or yung data, lalo na ng Sinovac.
Yeah. Madam Senator, if I may, this is only based on the available data, which is only phase 1 and phase 2. That is the latest data that is available. We are awaiting, hopefully, the data coming from Argentina, which gave an EUA emergency use authorization to Sinovac, but the documents are still pending. So this does not include that if that is available. It is only for phase 1 and phase 2.
Although at the same time, di ba, Dr. Jimmy, hindi naman strict regulatory agency ang sa Argentina, ano po? Dahil ano lang yung US, EU, Japan, at saka isa pa.
All right. Thank you. Please.
Salamat, Dr. Jimmy. And by way of wrapping up, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, dahil actually less than 1/3 pa ako sa mga tanong, may I just put on record my other questions. With news reports alleging inconsistencies in terms of efficacy and no transparency of data respectively, ito pong Sinovac and Sinopharm respectively, does the DOST vaccine expert panel maintain its justification of the two? Tapos itatanong ko rin po sana alin sa dalawa, sa Sinovac at sa Pfizer na halos kasabay daw na darating sa susunod na buwan, alin sa dalawa ang gagamitin sa ating mga health workers at frontliners? Next, just to make of record, yung tanong na kung may update mula sa Secretary of Health dun sa sinabi ng FDA ni DG Domingo na ang DOH ang magmamonitor sa PSG for any possible adverse effects after that immunization within the PSG. Na-establish din po ba ng SOH kung aling brand ang ginamit ng PSG dahil may ilang ulat na ang ginamit daw ay yung Sinopharm. Next po, itatanong ko sana kung na-establish ni DG Domingo o ng VEP Secretariat yung identity at intent ng email sender. Nag-email po siya on behalf of Sinopharm nagngangalang Juan Miguel Arroyo of LTA Incorporated. So namesake no ng isang former first gentleman natin. Kasunod po, tanong sana tungkol sa master lists na tinanong din kanina. How will DOH generate the master list para sa rollout ng vaccination? What are the mechanisms in place para siguruhin walang exclusion or inclusion errors? May ongoing na po ba na national registration program? May update ba sa kasalukuyang registration at recruitment para sa WHO Solidarity Vaccine Study? Hindi po ba nahihirapang mag-enlist ang mga participants? Kasunod po sana yung tungkol sa facility-based vaccination na preference ng DOH. Hindi lang tanong pero suggestion po sana, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, hindi kaya kinoconsider ng DOH na mag-house to house vaccination. At kung hindi man house to house, paano po binabalak ng DOH immobilize yung mga individual na pumunta sa mga immunization sites? Kasunod po, may assessment ba ang DOH kung ano ang mga dahilan dito sa vaccine hesitancy, kakulangan ng vaccine confidence na tinalakay ng marami sa atin, and what programs are in place para i-address ito? Sino po ang in charge? Second to the last, ano po yung mga mechanism? Yes, Mr. President.
Senator De Veros,
Yes, Mr. President.
we've been here since 10 a.m. You just
Yes, I do,
write
Mr.
down the other questions that you were not able to ask. Some of the
Yes.
questions you were asking earlier were also asked. We will ask the Secretary Secretary Duque and Secretary Galvez to respond through writing to the Office of Senator De Veros on these questions
Thank you,
that
Mr. President.
she mentioned.
We will
All right.
probably do,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman,
President.
Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Duque.
Thank you, Senator De Veros.
Thank you, Mr. President, for anticipating my request to the chair. Salamat po, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bongo is recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The previous year has been rough for the country and the rest of the world due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But despite the struggles we faced last year and continue to face today, our COVID-19 experience is not entirely without lessons. Not only did the pandemic remind us what truly matters, it also united us as a nation and brought us closer together. But let me emphasize, this war is yet to be won. Hindi pa po tapos ang laban. We have to build on our early successes to ensure that we finally win this war against this virus. At nag-iisa lang po ang ating sandata upang tuluyan na nating matalo ang COVID-19. Yan ay ang COVID-19 vaccine. Napakahalaga po ng papel ng bakuna sa ating recovery mula sa kasalukuyang pandemya. Ito po ang magiging susi upang makabalik ang pamumuhay natin sa normal. Kaya naman napakalaking bagay ng vaccine roadmap at tamang implementasyon nito. Gayunpaman, sa tingin ko po ay nagkukulang tayo ngayon sa information dissemination campaigns or awareness information plan, hindi lamang para masiguro ang tuloy-tuloy na kooperasyon ng mga Pilipino, kundi na rin po pati mapanatag natin sila na hindi natutulog ang ating gobyerno upang mabigyan sila ng ligtas at epektibong bakuna laban sa COVID-19. Sabi ninyo sa nakarang hearing, darating na ang unang batch ng bakuna sa susunod na buwan. Importante po na maintindihan ang ating vaccination plan, lalo na po ang priority population. Ilatag natin sa kanila ngayon pa lang ang buong proseso, hindi lang naman ito usapin ng pagkakaroon po ng bakuna. Kailangang paghandaan din po ang storage, logistics, transportations ng mga bakunang ito. Dapat ngayon pa lang ay nakikipag-usap na tayo sa logistics companies para dito. As soon as magkaroon tayo ng safe, sure, and secure vaccines, mahalaga na makakaabot ang mga bakuna sa mga dapat makatanggap. Yun sa pinakadulo po ng ating bansa. Tayo yung mga mayayaman naman po, kaya nilang bumili kahit magkano. Pero sa kakaikot ko po sa buong bansa, marami pa pong hindi nakakaintindi at hindi pa nila alam saan kukuha, hindi nila alam saan bibili, kung libre ba ito at paano ito makakarating sa kanilang mga lugar. May mga taong hindi alam saan pupunta, hindi alam kung ano ibig sabihin ng vaccine. Huwag nating pabayaan ang mga mahirap. Yung mga walang pambili, mga no read, no write, sila po ang kailangan ng lumabas at magtrabaho upang buhayin ang mga pamilya nila. Ito po yung mga isang kahig at isang tuka. No Filipino should be left behind in our road towards recovery. Pantay-pantay po dapat ang access at hindi lamang ang may kaya sa buhay ang dapat makakuha ng vaccine na ito. I understand that itong mga LGUs will identify individuals in the priority population and the national government will do the validation of this list. The NTF has to ensure we would not encounter similar issues regarding master list po when we implemented the first tranche of the social amelioration program last year. Bukod sa COVID-19, nakakamatay din ang maling balita. Kung gusto talaga nating magkaroon ng kumpiyansa ang tao sa bakuna, kailangan nilang maintindihan kung ano ito at ano ang plano ng gobyerno ukol dito. Linawin natin ang mga issue tungkol sa mga binibiling bakuna ng gobyerno. Malaki po ang tiwala ko na ginagawa po ng gobyerno ang lahat para magkaroon ng ligtas, epektibo at aprobadong vaccine para sa mga Pilipino. I understand that the NTF has already formed task groups to handle the vaccination program. Malaki po ang tiwala ko kay Secretary Galvez, our vaccine czar. He said that the government is targeting to secure at least 148 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines for the country in 2021. The supply of 148 million, if fully secured, could cover some 70 million Filipinos, assuming 2 doses are needed per person. The 148 million figure was based on current negotiations with several vaccine companies that the government is in advanced talks with, including Novavax, AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Sinovac, and Gamaleya. Meron tayong 72.2 billion sa 2021 budget. 70 billion dito ay unprogram or standby at additional 10 billion mula po sa Bayanihan 2 para sa mga vaccine at logistics. Balita ko po ay nauunahan tayo ng ibang bansa, lalo na yung mga mayayamang bansa, kasi kaya nilang mag-down payment. Ang iba po ay they purchase ng more than their population. Tayo naman po, after a month pa bago dumating ang bakuna, dahil ba kulang ang supply o naunang mag-down payment po ang ibang mayayamang bansa, kaya sila nauna. We had a provision in Bayanihan 2 para sa exemption po ng procurement ng COVID-19 goods and medication from the bidding process required under the Government Procurement Reform Act. Pero nag-expire na po ito last December 19. Kung may limitation po ba ang ating mga batas, nandito po kami sa Senado. Kung kailangan may pasang batas, willing po kaming tumulong. Malaki rin po ang pasasalamat ko sa private sector at sa mga inisyatibong ito hinggil sa pag-secure ng vaccines para sa bansa. Kahapon po ay nagkaroon ng ceremonial signing para sa second batch ng private sector donation of AstraZeneca vaccine to the government. Your efforts are most welcome. I thank the private sector because despite the government's own tireless efforts, government cannot do this alone, sa totoo lang po. We need a whole of a nation approach to uplift the lives of all Filipinos amid these challenges. I also thank our LGUs that showed the initiative in working with the national government in ensuring the welfare of their constituents. Lahat po ay naglalaan na po ng pondo. You always have my full and unwavering support. Marami po tayong mga oportunidad upang magtulungan. I urge Secretary Galvez to formulate a process which will expedite the vaccine procurement of LGUs and the private sector. At balita ko po, Secretary Galvez, willing po kayong mag-vaccinate 24 hours. Problema po natin ang supply. Bilisan po natin ito. Alam ko po, lahat tayo ay pagod na po sa sitwasyong ito na dulot ng pandemya. Alam po ito ng gobyerno, kaya naman po hindi tayo tumitigil para matuldukan ang mga banta ng COVID-19 at maibalik na natin sa normal unti-unti ang ating mga pamumuhay. But if we do not adhere to health measures to protect each other, if we continue to nitpick and create controversy when there is none, if we do not communicate with our Filipinos our plan, this pandemic will never end. Kung walang katapusan po ang pagdududa, as legislators at sa publiko, kami naman bilang mga mambabatas, why don't we legislate a law not only on adverse event but also against those who are taking advantage of the situation, especially now that we are in a pandemic. Ikulong po natin o isama natin sa death penalty at least mauna na po silang injection by lethal injection. This is a very delicate subject matter in fairness to all those working hard, such as Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque, who are working 24/7, and the government po, nagtatrabaho naman po ang ating gobyerno. Bukod po sa COVID-19, mukhang nakakabahala po ang lantarang pagkawala ng tiwala sa solusyon, which is to provide sufficient, safe, and effective vaccines. And let me emphasize, we are all part of the solution to this public health issue. Therefore, we must share the responsibility if we want to recover from this pandemic. Wala pong pinipili ang pandemyang ito. Kakaikot ko po, dapat kunin po natin, napapansin ko po sa publiko, dapat kunin natin ang kumpiyansa ng taong bayan. Lahat tayo apektado dito, lalaki man o babae, bata man, matanda, mayaman man o mahirap, anumang rehiyon, anuman ang inyong politika, saan ka man sa Pilipinas, talagang tinamaan po tayo rito sa pandemyang ito. Let us work together and do our part. History has proven time and again that in this time of crisis, a nation that is united has a higher chance of survival. Papansin ko rin po when I ask people around the country, gusto po nilang magpa-vaccine. Pero po ang tanong, kung sino pong mauna, ayaw po nilang silang nagtuturuan po kung sinong mauna. So ibig sabihin, kunin muna natin ang kumpiyansa. That's why I'm urging Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque na pag nandiyan na po yung vaccine, paturok na kagad kayo. Not because of kayo po yung priority, but ipakita nyo po sa publiko na dapat po ang pagkatiwalaan yung vaccine na inyong pinili. Show it to the public po to gain the confidence of the people. Maraming salamat po. Wala na po akong tanong kasi nakakatanong naman ako sa inyo parati at maraming salamat, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator Go. Mukhang tinayman mo yung sarili mo. Sa 10 minutes, eksakto.
Salamat po. Sunod lang po ako, Mr. President.
Just to add a little levity, dahil kanina pa kami umaga rito, Senator Villanueva he was asking me if he could interpellate you. I said no.
No.
He almost asked for the floor.
We have a question to Senator Bongo, who is that white figurine.
No.
The white figurine.
In your back, you have the figurine of the president. Hindi ba?
Opo, yes, Mr. President.
Sino yung katabi?
Yung naka-white, sino daw yung naka-white, boss?
Si ano yan? Yung si Kuya Bongo. Kuya ko po.
Thank you, Senator Go. All right, thank you, Senator
Salamat, Mr. President.
Gentlemen, yes, thank you. We'd like to thank our resource persons, our colleagues, of course, but then again, the resource persons, from the executive department, from the local government officials who joined us, the private sector, most especially from the medical community, and then the pharma companies. Thank you for joining us.
Mr. President, before we do that, let me just put on record, we almost had a 9-hour non-stop hearing, and we commend our Senate President for being here the whole time, presiding the whole time, and we are just inspired by your leadership and your passion to really do something for our country and people. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, kind sir.
Amen,
Thank you.
Mr. President. This is Senator
After-
Gordon.
Thank you,
Kudos to
Senator Gordon.
kudos to your hard work and devotion to get this problem resolved. Congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. President,
After
Mr. President, Mr. President,
Senator,
Mr. President.
Mayor Bing,
Yes,
is that?
Mr. President, just a very, very short manifestation because as you can see on this in the screen, all the three LGU representatives are still here. We started at 10 o'clock. It's now getting to be a 9-hour experience, and we just want you to know that we have shown our dedication to this and the
Yes.
seriousness of the matter. We are so conscious. There at the height of the COVID crisis in Bacolod City, after an 8-hour meeting, we were telling people that was a record, but now that record has been beaten with 8 hours and 45 minutes. Congratulations,
All right.
Mr. President, and
Thank you.
we will be with you. We will be with you. Thank you.
Mayor. Thank you very much. We are aware of your concerns also and your presence. Thank you so much. So after 2 exhaustive public committee hearings, the committee of the whole, your committee of the whole, believes that we were able to gather enough data information to come up with sound and relevant recommendations that will give answers to some of the concerns, if not all of the concerns of the public, particularly on the timeline of distribution, efficacy, and safety of COVID-19 vaccines, transparency relative to the procurement process and the specific brands of vaccines to be procured by the government, among others. We hope that the committee, through these proceedings, were able to address some of the public doubts and hesitations that would ultimately help in bringing back confidence on the national vaccination system. So again, thank you. Thank you very much. On behalf of the other members of the Senate, of the Committee of the Whole, this committee hearing is hereby adjourned. Thank you.